when it can. From whoa, yeah, making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect, it's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. 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 In respect, it's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, yeah. Threat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Ooh. I win again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh, yeah. In respect. It's a check.
Hello and welcome to the fifth match day of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 season. We're here in Barcelona where 8 of the premier clubs in Europe are fighting out for supremacy. We're up here in this chill out zone actually. We have some of the eFootball Pro players. We have a variety of clubs. They're all mingling. This is where they get to chill out, have a good time between matches, or maybe steady their mental before they go to battle down on the stage. We'll show you that in just a second. This of course you've already seen, the training room. This is where they get to hone their skills, get ready, get nice and warm and limber, ready for their matches. And if you just follow me over this way, there is a perfect way to get in the zone. You can look over this balcony, see the lights, the cameras, and of course the stage where all the action goes down. Give us a wave, boys, down there in the caster's zone. That stage is where all the action is going to happen. And of course, it's just moments away. The eFootball Championship Pro Matchday number 5 is about to get underway. Yes, that's right. As you just heard, we're now on match day number 5 of the regular season here in 2023. A competition that's been going on since February. Time is starting to run out, though, for some of these clubs to make the knockout stages come the end of the season. My name is Harry Channon. I'll be your host for today. No Semra, but she's left me the keys so we can take her for a little bit of a joyride today. Lucky for you at home, I'm not alone. I'm joined by our wonderful pundit team. Of course, we have Stuart Wesley. He's an eFootball Championship Pro regular by now. But we have a new face on the end as well. We have Barry O'Halloran. Welcome, my friends. Wes, a great day ahead of us today.
She's left us with the pizza money and we're unattended, folks. I'm delighted to be back in Barcelona for match day 5. And of course, we're joined by Barry O'Halloran.
Yeah, I mean, my first match day, so everything's new, but hopefully it should be a good day. Should be a good day of exciting football.
Absolutely. It's great to have you here. Of course, a big eFootball Championship Pro. Welcome to you. We'll try and make things as easy as possible for you, but we can take a look back now in case you missed it. Last match day 4 a couple of weeks ago, was full of goals, full of thrills and spills. We can take a look at some of the results here. Match 1, of course, the big winners, Manchester United. After coming off of match day 3, which wasn't so pretty, they took maximum points. Match 2 went Arsenal's way, 7 points for them, just the 1 for reigning champions AS Monaco. Match 3 saw Barcelona whitewash AC Milan, 9 points out of a possible 9. And FC Inter, they are starting to, well, get in the realms of being mathematically impossible, Wes, of making those knockout stages. A big game for Bayern München, though, 7 points for them.
Yeah, that was the big one that stood out for me, is that Bayern Munich have slowly but surely just crept into that conversation of the top 3 places within this competition. And again, they're going slowly about their business. They're not necessarily blowing teams away, but they're getting the job done. They're getting points on the board, and that was the result that really stuck out for me, Barry. Yeah,
well, you just said not blowing teams away, but Barcelona and Arsenal just can't stop scoring. I mean, it's just crazy the amount of goals they're putting up. So those 2 results there were big as well leading into today. So some big results there last match day.
Of course, all those points, all those goals, as you said, Barry, all feed into the league table. At the top of which, FC Barcelona looking very healthy. 28 points thus far. They have Arsenal and, of course, FC Bayern München in hot pursuit, essentially. But those two play together today, so a chance maybe for Barcelona to extend the lead. We'll get to the matches in just a moment, but doesn't make pretty reading for FC Inter in this league table, Wes.
Yeah, and they seem to be getting cut more and more adrift as time goes on. I think that realistically as well, you're looking at teams that may be a little bit in danger. AC Milan, AS Monaco. Yeah. And as we talk about teams that are kind of slowly creeping into conversations, Manchester United can have a decent match day today. They're knocking on that door of top 3.
They've shown a lot of consistency from the last day. They've finally started to get the results. They've been playing fairly well, but I think they started to get the results. Monaco, a little bit of a worry, Wes. I mean, is it a bit surprising to see that they've conceded 26 goals? Yes. I mean, that's probably a stat that they don't really want to be looking at too much there, but they could be due a big game as well, so it's tight at the top there as well with the two top teams.
Most certainly is. Top of the goal-scoring charts, tight as well. Eterito, of course, multiple-time world champion, leading a fellow multiple-time world champion in second place, Usman Kabil. I mean, this top 5, this top 10 is just full of talent across the board.
Yeah, you've certainly got a mixture of players who've made a name for themselves, and also the kind of the mainstays that we know and love. You know, you look at Eterito's level. He may not have necessarily been in the competition in previous years, but you can clearly see the level has not left him. The same with Usman Kabil. In terms of the results, have not necessarily gone his way, but the goals certainly have. So it's now a case of, as you said, Barry, in terms of keeping that kind of that defence locked down a little bit more.
Yeah, and then you look at third and fourth there. Roxa and Indominator both for Arsenal. I mean, that's a lot. Like that's some weaponry to have in your Arsenal there. Pardon the pun, but Roxa and Indominator are just scoring lots of goals. And anyone in that top 10 can be game winners at any given time. But there might be goals today, so hopefully we'll see that updated.
Yeah, I think you're going to fit in quite well with puns like that, Barry. In the eFootball Championship Pro. Of course, Matchday 4 full of plenty of goals. Only one though can be awarded the best goal of the match day. Let's find out who's the lucky winner.
Okay.
Dominator wants his lead back.
Added minute has been indicated.
Smith to Trossard. Is there a winner? You bet there is! In stoppage time! Dominator back in front! And what a goal that could be! That's goal of the day from Matchday 4 from Arsenal FC. It's in Dominator. Dominator wins goal of the day from Matchday 4 with a fabulous last-minute winner with Trossard. Here with Jordi on the stage. Jos, first of all, congratulations. Must be a fantastic feeling to win goal of the day from Matchday 4.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very delighted with this award, especially after being nominated twice already. To be honest, it's not one of the best skillful goals I've scored so far, but in terms of tiki-taka and last-minute winners, this is definitely one of the best I've scored so far. So yeah, very happy.
We enjoyed it in the commentary booth, but of course, you can't live in the past. You've got to stay in the present. FC Bayern today are your opponents. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. In my opinion, one of the best teams in the league at the moment. Always consistent when it comes to results. So we're going to do our best. Hopefully we can get a great result. I will be happy with 4 points, but any higher than that is a nice bonus.
Well, lastly, before we let you go, we have to talk about the epic big-time cards in the game. Now, Tomiyasu is your potential usage here in the eFootball Championship Pro. Any words on him? Are you going to be using him here today?
Yeah, the new big-time card of Tomiyasu looks very great. Unfortunately, there's no space at the moment in my team for this match day, but hopefully he can play in the next match days because he's definitely a great addition to the team. So.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, €5,000 goal of the day winner from match day 4. Of course, we have that award being given out every single match day here in the eFootball Championship Pro, as well as awards for the regular season most valuable player and knockout stage most valuable player as well. So make sure you stay tuned. Of course, we have match day 5 still waiting to get underway. So now let's see what's in store for us today.
Hello and welcome along everyone to Matchday 4 of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023, one of the biggest and best eFootball tournaments here in the world, as well as one of the biggest and best in terms of featuring clubs from Europe.
With this United team, Sabitzer up forward again, inside to Rashford! Smith to Trossard, is there a winner? Kessie to defeat the Pedri, back to him now! Lazo. The two Turks on the stage, taking the hot seat for game one. Serge Gnabry! Off the underside of the bar!
In the case of Barcelona, they've been able to keep their place at the top of the table as well with 9 points, a clean sweep.
I'm a little bit nervous because I know these are like the best 3 players maybe of the tournament, but I've got high hopes and I think we'll do well.
Matchday 5 for sure will be really important because we are going to the end of the season. We know that they are really good. They have Kams, Walid, and even the new guy is really good. We saw it before. We continue to train as we did today and try to achieve the maximum point possible.
Really pretty reading from Manchester United. They bounced back after taking no points in Matchday 3.
All games are very hard and we respect a lot players of Inter. A great game to watch.
In the case of Arsenal, also undefeated, the same as Bayern München, both of them are collecting just 7 points.
They're one of the standout teams of the season so far, and they're one of our biggest opponents for top 2 because our goal is to be in top 2 after the regular season. So, of course, we were expecting tough games, but as always, we will practice a lot, we will train hard, and we will be on the pitch to get 9 points as always.
To be honest, I'm excited. We already played the Spanish guys, Jose and Mestre in the Euros. We managed as Poland to win against them, knock them out. Yeah. Well. So to be honest, we hope for the same result next match day.
You got AC Milan versus Roma. You got Italian derby as well.
So this is how match day 5 is shaping up for us then. We can take a look at the fixtures ahead of us and boy, do we have a headline. First match here, it is league leaders FC Barcelona taking on reigning champions AS Monaco. Following that, and a tough act to follow, it is a Manchester United side that's starting to pick up the pace here against FC Inter, who need to start picking up points. Match 3 sees a battle of the top 3 clubs at the moment. Bayern München taking on Arsenal FC. And then finally, as you said in the promo, Wes, an Italian derby to finish off the day. There's some standout matches here. If you could only pick one, which one would it be?
I think I'm zeroing in, sadly, to mistaken the Italian derby. I think it's Bayern Munich versus Arsenal. I think any of these games have got, there's something riding on each of these games here, but I think the one that probably has the most on it, we're going to find out how good Arsenal really are, and we're going to find out whether Bayern have really found their feet again. Barry, I'm not too sure about what you might be looking at there as a newbie.
I mean, the opener. I mean, what a match day for me to kick off as well. Just with the first match being Barca versus Monaco. I mean, this is going to be a big game, I think, for everyone involved. There's a lot of storylines, obviously, with all these teams, but this one to open the show is going to be huge because Barca, look, they're flying at the moment. Monaco haven't hit their stride at all. So for that one, and then Manchester and Inter need something, Wes, don't they? I mean, they need to make a bit of a stand here if they're going to get up that leaderboard a little bit. So it's a packed day.
It's a packed day, definitely, and of course we're all wondering whether or not we're going to see Etorito versus Maccabi. So keep your eyes peeled for that, and of course keep your eyes peeled for all the many rewards you can earn yourself at home as well. Wes, why don't you talk us through what the people tuning in at home can earn themselves here?
Yeah, well, if you are already in the live stream already, then obviously thank you very much for joining us. But more importantly, you've also then got our viewing campaign where you can earn yourself 500 eFootball points just for clicking on the in-game banner inside the game. So if you're already watching us on YouTube, boot up your version of eFootball 2023, click on the banner that's in-game, get yourself 500 eFootball points that will go straight into your account immediately.
I mean, we all love eFootball points. You know, I
we
love
do,
them,
we do,
you
of
love
course we
them,
do.
but we also have the victory giveaway campaign as well, which is going to be, as you can see, all participating clubs are going to be running this giveaway, and these are all up for grabs here. I mean, I might try sneak a few myself if that's allowed. I'm not too sure, but all you have to do to participate in this is to watch the official channels of the clubs if you want to participate in that, and it is tied to the victory. So the more victories a club has, the more giveaways, the more stuff for giveaways. So I mean, it's pretty exciting as well.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, look at all this stuff. You've got merch upon merch upon merch, including even some match shirts as well.
balls.
So make sure you're tuning in to your favourite clubs. And of course, the other thing we have to talk about, guys, very exciting in the eFootball universe, the new epic big time cards in the game now for each of the eFootball Championship Pro clubs. These packs contain 5 cards with enhanced features, including one epic big time card. You can see them in the center of your screen. These are only available, as you see at the bottom, until the 27th of February, so very, very limited time frame here. Guys, what do you think of these cards? A big addition to the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can only look at the levels that we can see on your screen at the moment. You've got Gavi, you've got Coman, Lautaro Martinez, Dybala, Rashford, Rafael, Tomiyasu, as you mentioned earlier on. And, you know, looking at the players that stick out, it's Ben Yedder, and of course, as we know too well from the community, everybody loves a big-time Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, I mean, Rashford is going to... There's a few game changers in here, depending on how the lads use them and whether they choose to use them in the systems. I mean, you know, we were saying, Wes, that some of the teams that are doing well, you know, might be kind of set, so it'll be interesting to see how that kind of comes in and gives them the boost. But the likes of Inter and stuff, you know, huge players there that could be game changers, really.
It's a very interesting point you raised. Some of the lower down teams might be interested in these epic big-time cards themselves. Of course, you can pick them up for a very limited time, so make sure you are stay tuned to the eFootball game and make sure you pick up these cards while they're available, because once they're gone, they are gone. Of course, make sure you are staying tuned to the in-game streaming service as well, 500 eFootball points, as well as staying tuned to all of the eFootball social networks. But now is time, the fanfare is over, guys. It's time now for Matchday 5 to officially begin. It is going to be a mammoth affair. It is league leaders FC Barcelona taking on reigning champions AS Monaco.
Temporary host of the eFootball Championship Pro. You're about to see 2 of the game's very best in FC Barcelona and AS Monaco. And Barry, you've picked a perfect time to come aboard.
I think I couldn't have got a better match to introduce myself to the eFootball Championship Pro as. I mean, look, is there going to be huge fireworks here today? Because these teams have had different journeys so far. I mean, is that fair to say? I mean, Alex looks very composed there, but this is going to be a battle, I think, across the 3 games, the 3 match for this match. So it is going to be an interesting one, and it'll be interesting to see the matchups as well. Who's going to play who?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at, in terms of who is sitting in the chairs at the moment, you can see the body language. As we, have said kind of off the broadcast, you can tell a lot more about players when they have their, you can physically see them, you can feel them, and it's looking as though on one side of the fence it is Barcelona's Alex Alguacil, and on the Monaco side of things it looks like it is Cams to lead off there. So an interesting little bit of almost gamesmanship, shall we say, from these 2 teams.
First game as well, I think, for Alex there and Cams, they need to set the tone for each of their teams. I think that's the big thing. And I mean, Wes, Barca are in a really good spot in terms of, do they kind of sit back a little bit? Do they get a bit cagey now in terms of they have a good lot of points that they'll just want to get a few points on the board here? Or what do you think?
Well, it becomes a question then, doesn't it? It becomes a question of, well, if you're top of the table, do you keep playing the same way that you've been playing, or like you said, do you go a bit more cagey, do you get more defensive? I think if you're Barcelona, you have no fear of anybody because you've had 12 games in the competition through the last 4 match days. You've not lost a game, so they've only ever drawn is their worst result from a trio. So here it's going to be interesting to see whether they just keep that same model. Do they look to Gavi and do they look to use the big time, or do they go, actually, we're set with our team, we know how it works. You know, obviously these cards have only came into prominence from Thursday, so there's not a lot of time for these teams to get adjusted. Of course, on Monaco's side of the fence, and one of my personal favourite players to watch is Wissam Ben Yedder. So you would think that they would look to feed into that because, as you rightly said, Monaco need goals. Yeah, they do, and that's a big injection for them, a big boost for them. I think Barcelona are going to be, you know, as you said, Wes, I do agree with that adage of, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think they might find it that they don't want to mess too much of the chemistry up with the squad, with their starting 11, their tactics and all that. But then, as you said as well, this is going to be a big game. And the thing I would be looking at is Barcelona have been just so compact, and they've just I think they've conceded only like 10 goals or something. It's a very crazy low number. I think it's the best defence in the competition, which best defensive record in the league so far. So that's going to be interesting. And I mean, it's all still play for. I think that's the thing. Like, you could see the changes in the standings very quickly happen today, but I think the lads are going to be locked in here, and it's going to be interesting to see how they actually perform today. Yeah, and as you can see, our referees on stage just making sure that all of the competition integrity is maintained. Obviously these teams will have their 24-30 collective strength limit, and of course the maximum of 3 promotional cards they can use. So, you know, it's not just a case you can put all of your players of the week in. You have to manage these squads quite there is a bit of squad management in it, and then there's a squad management between the players as well. Absolutely. Like, you know, when they're practicing, something that's working for, you know, somebody else might not. You know, you might have to rejig a few things in real time if things aren't going your way. Absolutely. And I'm sure, obviously, you know, Wes, you haven't played before previously. You do have plan A, then you have plan B, then you have plan C, and then you just throw the kitchen sink at it. Because and if worst comes to worst, I throw my controller out the window. That's the way it goes. That works sometimes. Yeah, but you can see here in terms of the body language as well, there's tension on this game. I think it's because both teams, I think, really know what this game means to each team. For Monaco, it could potentially be a big points haul to get them back and safely into that top 6 teams. For Barcelona, of course, it's a case of they could potentially extend their lead. And again, you know, it's all well and good being at the top of the tree, but that chasing pack will close you down, as we know from these games that we will see. Each game is worth 3 points. Again, if you are only joining in, this is the first time you've ever watched eFootball Championship Pro. Each game is worth 3 points at this point. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for a loss, as you would see in real life football. So each of these games will be of utmost importance to both of these teams. Definitely. And I think the thing is as well is that, like, what we're going to see today, and from obviously this is my first match day, so it's a bit different being here. As you said, Wes, there is an energy here. There is kind of a buzz around of how the guys are going to prepare for the, you know, to focus on things, how they're going to prepare if something goes wrong. We're into the tactics screen here, Wes, and we're seeing, do we have big time epics? I'm trying to see here. I can't see a Gavi there. You can see that it looks as though that Barcelona have reverted to type, which I can kind of understand from a former player perspective. I totally understand it. That doesn't necessarily mean that Gavi is not an incredible card to have at your disposal, but especially in this type of competition, with only having maybe 48 hours, of handling with them, is that you may not necessarily see the best out of him. But we will join and boot into the game now, as we'll see on the left-hand side of your screen. Minutest of changes, as you'll see there. 4-2-1-3. Playing Pedri in an advanced SS role, Wes. Yeah, and you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, you saw a very faint look of a 97 rated big-time Ben Yedder. Well, there you go, Wes. Here we go. We're going to have fireworks. It's Karen Rique looking to lead off for Barcelona. He's intercepted by Frenkie de Jong. De Jong looking forward. Marapan intercepts it. Finds Fofana. You've got to feel there will be a feeling out process here between these two teams as Enrique goes across to Minamino. Jules Koundé will intercept it and will look to clear that one away. There's Mohamed Kamara though. There's Fofana looking for Minamino. Christensen intercepts it. There's Dembele. AS Alguacil trying to find a way forward here is Kessie in towards Lewandowski. Kamara intercepts it for Fofana. He's looking to make some headway here with Minamino. To clear the way again. It's Kessie, Fofana. It's just starting to break down a little bit in midfield.
It's maybe a nervy start, but it's you can just see here. I'm just seeing Cam's kind of switch between his sub tactics and stuff. If you just keep an eye on that for the viewers at home that are used to playing Dream Team, they'll know that could be just to kind of pull Alex's players out of position, maybe. You know, so it's just something to keep an eye on. And I can see here where it's just. I mean, Alex is trying to go a little bit wide here. Both players are kind of going wide with switches.
Gone through here, sorry to cut through you, Barry. It's Baoudou across the box, looking for Minamino. He's tucked it back, looking for Bayern. Golovin goes for the lob, and that is a big chance gone by for Monaco already.
He overthought it. He passed when he should have shot. I know it's easy to say it, but that's a huge miss, Wes.
That is a big chance.
Still on the attack, though.
But there's chances still there. Karen Rique looking for Ben Yedder. Sergio Roberto intercepts it. Just maybe a slightly, as you said, overthinking that opportunity.
It just kind of felt him, Wes, didn't it? He didn't really. It's kind of happened very quickly that it just opened up.
It was so quick. It was indeed. Here's Sergio Busquets across to Dembele. AS Alguacil looking to just shake that off. It's Malang Sarr with the interception. Goes down the right-hand side, looking for Minamino. Gets it away from Jules Koundé. Minamino goes brilliantly across to Golovin. Golovin is onside here. It's Golovin. Can he find the finish? Golovin!
Beautiful goal, Wes.
First blood to Monaco. Brilliant finish there from Cams. It's Golovin.
It's a classic quick counter, Wes. It's just out from the width, straight into the cross. What a pass. That's one of the best passes I've seen in recent times. Opened up the defence. I thought it was slightly, it looked off and then just out wide. I said it a minute ago. There was a big overlap on there in the first play as well. What a finish though. So calm, Wes.
Brilliant finish, and it was great composure from Cams in that moment. You could see him thinking about it. You could see him thinking, is there going to be a manual goalkeeping? Is there going to be something that's going to throw us off? Are the defence going to catch us up? And instead, it was Golovin, and it was, as you see there,
beautiful finish.
The flick of the outside of the boot. A little bit of style there from Cams, and
that's big.
You can tell internally he is delighted with that, but he is trying to keep it on the exterior. He's keeping himself calm here. Brilliant goal to open us up here. And Monaco take an early lead. Here's Kessie to Sergi Roberto. What can AS Alguacil answer in response? Pedri runs the ball out of play, and Monaco will happily see themselves there. You'll see on the left-hand side of your screen, Cam's up to 7 goals. I believe that does now start to put him firmly into the top 10 of goal scorers in the league. Obviously, that will be subject to change based on this game and future games, as Kamara looks to make a through ball there, and Baoudou intercepts it. Here's Dembele. Kamara gets it back again. That midfield battle is one that Monaco will need to win. Here's Busquets. Goes forward looking. It's intercepted by Golovin. Here's Minamino to Kamara. To Baoudou. Baoudou to Ben Yedder. Karen Rique. Crossfield ball again. Finds Minamino. It's found in towards Baoudou. Oh, it's just gone wide.
Whereas that overlap is there on both wings. That's twice now he's after getting the scare there. Scored the first one, missed that one. That was kind of a half chance, I would say. It wasn't a full chance, but that overlap is there, and it's kind of strange to see so much space out wide.
It's
you
such,
know,
it's
very
a ploy.
open.
It's certainly a ploy that is helping Monaco here, especially with Cams. And again, if you talk about blueprints, his two teammates in Zila and Uzmakabil, maybe looking at that as something to potentially take hold of against their opponents when they come into the game. But of course, at the moment, 26 in-game minutes gone here. It is Monaco 1, Barcelona 0.
Well, it's a brilliant start, Wes. This is what we want. We want the fireworks. We want the drama.
We certainly do. If you're a neutral, you'll be sitting here watching this, rubbing your hands with glee. Here is Dembele in towards Kessie. Kessie back towards Dembele. Gets the ball across, but it hits the nose. It's the side netting, and it's out for a goal kick. But this could be a very good 3 points if Monaco can hold on to it or even expand on it. As Marapan wins the header. Fofana wins it in midfield off of Lewandowski. Kamara, Sarr. It's a bit of a high and hopeful one. Golovin does win the header, and Karen Rique looks to get back on it, but Pedri's intercepted it. Pedri looks for a crossfield in towards Dembele. One out of the Monaco playbook potentially, but Disasi comes across. It's a big challenge from the Frenchman. Minamino will get that for. What a through ball that is. Here's Baoudou onside. Can't get away from Christensen though.
It's all about those splitting passes, defence splitting passes, Wes, that we're seeing. Chances come really from those, isn't it? It's kind of
certainly
the
coming
difference
that
here.
way. It is certainly coming that way. Monaco seemingly have unlocked their attacking potential. Here's Minamino looking forward, looking for Golovin as Araujo clears it away. Here's Koundé, blocked away by Golovin. Counter-attack could be on here. Minamino goes across the box looking for Ben Yedder, headed back to the goalkeeper.
Beautiful defending there, Cam.
Had to be made there by Alex Alguacil, had to make that interception. As Ben Yedder was lurking in the background. Ter Stegen looks to launch that one forward. Lewandowski wins the header, and it's all the way back now. Instead, Kamara intercepts it. You'll see the poll in the chat there. Barcelona fans flooding the chat there. As you see at the bottom of your screen, keep participating, as we'll see Pedri. Can that support get onto him? It's De Jong. And Fofana will intercept it and clear it away. It's Ben Yedder looking for Baudou, but De Jong wins it back again. And Barcelona find one before the half. Or will Monaco find one on the counter here? It's Minamino. Minamino, you can see them queuing up in the middle for that through ball.
Making the runs.
Beautiful ball over towards Ben Yedder, heads it down to Baudou. Can't quite get the turn, and Roberto will get it clear. Here's Kessie. Dembele looks to go long again, finds Pedri.
Beautiful touch.
Pedri beats his defender. Pedri, stunning cross into Lewandowski. Oh, it's flashed across goal.
Unusual to see the stunning cross zipped in like that at that height, but what a ball in from Alex with Pedri on the wing. That's what he probably needs to do a little bit more of, Wes, I think, is isolate Lewandowski in the box. Another half chance?
Yeah, big chance there. Yeah. And you can see there the outtake of breath, as you can tell. As you know, the differences between playing online at home and playing offline when you can see people is you can feel it. You can feel the relief that comes away with it. And you can see there, 1 minute of added time. You'd imagine this ball goes over halfway and then the ball goes dead.
One more chance, maybe.
Maybe. As Christensen heads it on, Dembele flicks it away. Araujo wins it forward. Enrique clears it away again. Time is still there. No, Ben Yedder's onside. We're in added time of added time. It's Ben Yedder! Oh, it's blocked away by the defence. Baudou's still there. Minamino. It's blocked away again. That's a big opportunity there.
A big chance for big time Ben Yedder.
Added time in added time. Yeah. That would have been a real spirit breaker.
That would have hurt right before half time. We've seen it. I mean, they've gone through the stats there quite quickly, but it's been a very kind of even game in midfield, Wes, but it seems to be all those kind of diagonal cross balls that are really kind of unlocking both defences.
Well, they're giving both teams trouble here, as you can see. Both teams looking and talking to one another. You can see Ettore giving Alex some words there. It was Maccabeal in the ear of Cams as well. But you can see there, you can see the attacking prowess that Barcelona have at their disposal. And we talk about it in terms of play styles. Quick counter there. It's a potent play style, but it does have its risks.
It does.
And one of those risks is everybody goes flying forward the minute you get the ball. So it's not a surprise that there are opportunities there for Monaco to kind of exploit.
There's going to be chances.
Certainly will be. Here's Enrique. Let's give the ball away to Sergio Busquets. Now the counter may be on. Here's Pedri looking around the corner. Marapan puts a stop on it. Very brave defending by the Chilean. Cams will get the ball clear. As Busquets forward. Lewandowski. Neat little flick, but Enrique clears it away again. It's Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder to Enrique. Advantage given. And Barry, I'll try and put you on the spot here. If you're playing this at home and you're in the shoes of Alex Alguacil, what do you do here?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think. I mean, it's a little bit too early to hit the panic button yet. I think that he's still going to get one or two more chances. I think it's just stay kind of consistent, stay defensively sound, I think, if he can. You can see he's trying to switch between the sub-tactics of balance and defence and all that. It's a tough one to know, isn't it? I mean, as time goes on and it stays 1-0 or 1-0, you would want to get it to 1-0 if you're Alex.
Yeah, you certainly do. You want that goal quicker than you think you might get the opportunity to do so. As Minamino looks for a through ball, Christensen intercepts it, and away it comes to Frenkie de Jong. De Jong goes forward, looks for Pedri, finds him, looks for the return ball. Instead, Golovin, the goal scorer, takes it away. Here's Enrique. Enrique, nice ball to Ben Yedder, back to Golovin, beautiful switch over towards Minamino, into the box, goes for the extra pass. It seems to be that's the call.
Yeah.
It's get the diagonal and then get the pass
he's
inside.
He's hit that a few times now, and he's given the warning signs a few times that that's what he's at, and it's working
so well for him at the moment for Cams. And again, this will be tonic for AS Monaco fans. If they can take the first blood of the competition for Barcelona. If they can hold on to it or expand.
Time yet, we'll see. We'll see.
Exactly that.
It's
We do.
be...
It's Kessie forward to Marapan. Monaco defender comes away with it. Minamino looks long. And Kunde will intercept it back. And as you said, we have time left on the clock here. We have seen many late goals. We have seen many comebacks. We have seen many different things within the world of eFootball. But to keep Alex Alguacil quiet, who already has 9 goals to his name in the competition, it's a tall ask for Cams. And he may have all the answers. Here's Pedri. Kamara intercepts it, finds Golovin, finds Enrique. Enrique, neat, keeps it in play just about. Busquets will play it backwards to the goalkeeper. Here's Ter Stegen. Forward towards Lewandowski. Disasi wins the header. Brilliant win from the defender once more, but he's giving the ball away here to Pedri. It's a little bit of an error. It's Dembele, he's in on goal. It's Ousmane Dembele! 1-1!
What a finish. Calm, collected. But the celebration is anything but calm.
That is relief. That isn't a celebration, that's relief. Because that's the only real opportunity that Barcelona have had, and they have taken it with aplomb. And now we are at level.
It's level, it's 1-1. There's still everything to play for here. I mean, they've both shown extreme calmness in front of goal when they've got that chance, that golden chance, you know. It's a lovely little slide in here. The finish lets the keeper come out a little bit. What a finish though is.
Great finish from Dembele, and again, they profit from... I'd have to see it back again to see whether it was a mistake or whether there was as much
rebound now,
or as much as Cams could have done. Is as much as he could have done. But Barcelona won't care a jot. They have got their equaliser, and now, with I believe 20 in-game minutes left to go, they have got a chance here to build on this. But Monaco have a right to reply if they can find one. Pedri. You see Alex there now hitting double figures for the season. Fofana to Bawadou. Looks to Ben Yedder, who hasn't really been in the game from a Cams perspective. Here's Kessie to Pedri to De Jong. Lewandowski's got a man over there. He's flicked it onto Ousmane Dembele. Dembele, brilliant challenge from Disasi. And Monaco will lead it away once more. Here is Minamino looking for that through ball again. He's found it this time. Bawadou's onside. It's Bawadou for Monaco. It's a deflection. It's a save. It's Ben Yedder, and he can't gather the ball.
Oh, it is.
Off
That's a
the
huge
save.
chance, Wes.
But now, though, you've got to be careful if you're Monaco, because Barcelona are coming back the other way. Here's Pedri to Lewandowski. Lewandowski in towards Pedri. He's robbed the ball from Enrique. Pedri towards the back post. Vital header needed there.
Whereas it's end-to-end now. It's after livening up.
It is chaos at its premium. Minamino across to Ben Yedder. Will Monaco get another chance? Will Barcelona get another chance? We'll only find out in the last 10 in-game minutes. Here's Enrique. Looking to shape, try and find some room there to play a pass across. Busquets gets the deflection and gets it clear. And now we can take a big breath and sigh of relief for even us as commentators.
This is just after kicking it up a notch. And you can see there when we're in the formations, the importance of that DMF, that kind of drop back midfielder Wes with Busquets there, and also I think it's Kamara. When I see the screen there, is it?
No, that's Fofana.
Fofana, sorry, my
but
apologies.
even so, the point remains, of course, as we've said throughout this competition, that DMF position is so vital to, especially to a 4-3-3 formation. It's so vital that you get it right. You know, if you're United, you have Casemiro. If you're Monaco, you've got Fofana. If you're Barcelona, you have Sergio Busquets. You have that specialist position is so critical. It's almost like having that shield in front of the back line.
Yeah, I agree. I could just see Cams there while we were talking, Wes, that he's actually put counter target on one of his centre forwards. He doesn't want him pulling back his centre forwards. His team have been kind of pressing as a team and pushing forward as a team. But that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, it certainly will be. In that last 10 in-game minutes, we'll find out here. But Monaco have the throw. Roberto wins it back though for Barcelona. Kessie across to Dembele. Dembele looking to dribble forward here. And foul given the other way to Monaco. Kamara's taking it quickly here. Looks at Ben Yedder, but he's cleared away by a defender, and Enrique will launch that forward again. It's a little bit long ball from Monaco, but whatever works for you works for you within eFootball. Sometimes you have to go
a long ball counter now. I think he switched it up a small little bit there, and I think that's why, as you say, Wes, sometimes you have to throw something different at it just to get those little chances that you might win you the game here.
Absolutely. Here's Cams for Fafana on the free kick up towards Diatta, was anticipated. Christensen gets the header away. Here's Ousmane Dembele to Pedri. Pedri goes long looking for Lewandowski. He's got Dazassi for company. Dazassi wins it, but it's only to the feet of Dembele. Here's De Jong. De Jong to Busquets. Busquets to Kessie. Blocked away by Kamara. Here's Diatta. Diatta looking for Mbolo. Ball forward to Lewandowski. It's Kessie. Barcelona in the last minute here. Have they got an opportunity? It's a beat. Clearance away by Manapan. Ball's not cleared effectively though. Here's Pedri. 2 minutes added by the referee. We will take a well-needed rest here as player and commentator because this has been exhilarating. Here's Minamino. Looking forward. Henrique gets it forward once more. Will he get that last opportunities? And Bolo up against defender. There is the full-time whistle. It is
one apiece.
Monaco 1, Barcelona 1. And you can see from the reactions from teammates.
I think both of them be a little bit.
I think Ousmane Dembele knew that that was there to be won. I really do. And looking at how the reactions there, I think looking at the tale of the two teams, I think Barcelona will be slightly happier with that, right?
Yeah, it's a huge point. That's a huge point for Barcelona because of that equaliser there. It looked like it could have been getting away from them, Wes, but all of a sudden you get a chance or two, it opens up the whole thing, and then Cam's kind of felt like he had to go for it, I think, and he had to change things. But in fairness, these guys they're at the top of their game. I mean, these guys, they make it look easy. They make it, the chances they get are just ridiculous.
Yeah, you can see there, Golovin saw that manual goalkeeping and Cam's really knew that was there. He knew it was there to be taken. He knew he had to wait and see what was then going to happen.
Do you think as well, Wes, that once Cam's got that goal, it kind of settled him a little bit?
I think so. I think it calmed the nerves, but I think the alarm bells were ringing. I think even going into that second half, it felt as though the alarm bells started to ring because it's that pressure of being in the lead.
Yeah.
Once you're in the lead, it's a different pressure than if you're chasing a game. It's a different type of pressure.
Yeah.
And again, it was one. Again, I'd like to see a longer extended clip of it to see whether it was a mistake or whether there was anything else that Cams could have done there.
But we saw multiple chances. That was the thing. I wasn't expecting it to be as open as it was, but the patterns of play that the boys were doing, going out wide and then cutting with those diagonal crosses across, seemed to be.
They were the order of the day, and you can see there just on your screens there, you can see Ousmane Dembele furious with that. I think he knew how important that was going to be if they'd have seen that across the line. But saying that, there are still 2 games left to play here, and on your screens you will see the multiple-time world champion Etorito representing Barcelona. On that side of the screen, you'll see last match day's debutant in Zilo, who had an incredible performance debut-wise against his older brother Ostribuch, which was a fantastic game to watch. Whether he can carry that form through is a different question entirely.
And again, he's going to be tested
it's
today.
It's one thing being up against Barcelona, it's then another thing being up against Etorito, and knowing that your team need points. As we said, there's all of those kind of wrinkles of pressure, and how much will you be able to handle it?
Well, look, sometimes you're best off just thrown in at the deep end, Wes, and see where you lie with it and see where you go with it. And I think this guy Zilo, I mean, he's such a calm guy for a young player. I mean, he's excellent at the game. He's from talking to people around, he's well respected. But Etorito, I mean, he's the top scorer in the competition. Is he going to put on a show with the goals? I mean, who knows? It's an interesting matchup, Wes. These two as a second game, would you say?
It certainly is. And in terms of, as we said, we're not getting the kind of dream matchup that we were all anticipating between Etorito and Ousmane Dembele, but that doesn't lessen the drama that goes with this game. Because again, as we talk about the impacts that it has on each team, so Monaco now have an extra or have got their first point on the board of the day. So at least they've got a point on the board.
Yeah, well, it's
they will be looking for more, though.
Yeah,
they'll be looking for more.
But this was probably a fixture that they probably looked at as Barcelona have been flying it at the moment. We probably don't want to we want to pick up points where we can against them. And I think Barcelona are saying, right, if we can just extend our lead at the top. And we just saw there was just a graphic flashed up there for the viewers at home. There was a poll done of which big time to use, which would they use between Gavi and Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder was used by Monaco. Gavi wasn't used, but the poll was overwhelmingly for Gavi. So
Yeah.
that's another interesting thing by the
Yeah,
end of the match day, whether they'll regret not using Gavi or not.
Well, that's the critical thing, and the thing is, you'll see differences between each of these teams and each of these players as well. So you won't necessarily see the players use each team. You'll actually sometimes find. Yep. I think we're just waiting for starters' orders here. I think the referees are just having some discussions with some of the players here. Just
a couple of changes of controllers, maybe, or different color controllers.
There's so many different things, but you have to make sure as a competition and as a players, you have to make sure that actually everything is above board and is competitively fair, and have to make sure that all the rules are adhered to. But again, just to kind of, we have got a little bit more time now to kind of talk about that game between Cams and Alex. And I don't necessarily think that Alex was expecting Cams to come out the gate as aggressively as he did.
That's
we know Cams is an aggressive player to begin with, but sometimes you don't really feel it until you're on a console playing against these players.
I agree. Yeah, well, there was a couple of chances. I think we are going to get a few replays here now as well in a second whenever we do, but there was a couple of key moments in this match that if Cams could get them back, if there was a replay button that you could go back and rewind time.
The Ben Yedder chance. That Ben Yedder chance off of the save from the goalkeeper. We'll see back over the highlights. He did fantastically well here in terms of just waiting for the right moment to hit that ball into the back of the net. Perfect timing on that goal. But the reality was, as you kind of pointed out, which is always something to point out, is that Monaco's deficiency in this competition has been their defence. It's not been their attack. So
and they conceded another goal today. Would they have been happier from a statistical point of view with a 0-0?
Yeah, we had a couple of chances here. This was that was that chance in added time. That was that opportunity that went by the wayside. You have the one where it was the save that he went through on goal with Baudou.
Yeah, that was the best chance,
It bounced to the Ben Yedder, just couldn't get the finish away. And instead then, on the flip side of it, you had Barcelona. Again, it was Dembele just pulled the trigger. Sometimes, as I say so many times, and it might be because I'm more of a UK player, we're used to just shooting from anywhere. Sometimes you just need to shoot and trust your players. And that there was perfect to trust Dembele in that moment. And I think
the thing is that, while we're waiting for the lads there, we just have so many chances going to be opening up here. It's going to be who takes the chances.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be again, it's one of those moments where this is competition defining. I think this is that result. If Monaco can get a victory here, it will set the tone. But if we say it sets the tone, they're up against the league leaders, the team that still have not lost a game in this competition. And then just the small point that you're up against Eterito.
Eterito hasn't lost a game.
And Eterito hasn't lost a game. He's won every single game that he's been in. And as we are up and ready to rock and roll here on game number 2. See there, players. Again, as we say all the time, whenever you're playing at home, you make sure that everything's set. You make sure everything's ready. Controller, pass assist, anything. You want to make sure that everything is set exactly the way that you have it. And of course,
everything.
It just goes to show that the players here are just like the players at home. Is that you have to make sure everything is ready to go. But we are on game number 2 here, and Eterito is going to start off quickly. Here's Pedri. Can he get a chance away there? Enrique gets the nudge away, and the ball goes clear. Zilo looking to unleash Ben Yedder. Can't get away from Sergio Roberto. Here's Alarujo. Out towards Jules Koundé. It'll be interesting now to see how Zilo copes with the pressure. And more importantly, how Eterito handles the expectation. As the more games that go on where he is the victor, the more that expectation grows. As Kessie finds his way into the box, finds Pedri. Pedri drags back, takes it away, finds Kessie, backheeled across to Lewandowski. He can't get the right opportunity there, and Golovin clears it away.
None of them wanted to take that ball there.
Ball went clear, and there was 2 or 3 Barcelona players queuing up for it.
It's early warning signs though, Ez.
Indeed it is. More warning signs to come here. Kessie towards Lewandowski!
There's one. It's calm, it's cool, it's collected by Eterito. Lewandowski, look, he's an excellent character to have up front, Wes. But again, that's just all about the direction of going through the middle, get the ball into a good area, boom, done.
Yeah, and it's that extra pass that does it as well. You'll see it again here. Reclaims the ball in midfield, And again, it feels like this is a Barcelona game to win here. You can see, carries it here, waits for the defender to peel away from Lewandowski. It's that key pass into the box. Lewandowski finds the finish. And Etorito finds himself 1-0 up.
And Etorito's come out the docks like playing at such a high pace. You've seen a lot of quick passes, Wes, a lot of quick interchange in between the players. So that's very interesting to see. It's going to be a tough one.
It can be a very long day at the office when you play against a player of Etorito's quality. As you see there, goal number 15. Just goes to show you the goal scoring form he's been in. He may still collect more goals here. Kessie to Pedri. It's cleared away. Minamino trying to win the header and said Sergio Busquets will clear it away. Dembele, Lewandowski, Kessie back in towards Lewandowski. Fofana trying to dink that one clear. It's not cleared convincingly. He finds Dembele. Dembele to Pedri. Pedri over to Kessie. Kessie is onside. Enrique will get the clearance away, and feels already in the very early going. It's his defence versus attack here between Monaco and Barcelona, but Monaco will look to try and break that tide. Here's Baoudou. Neat little dummy to take it away. Looks at a neat inside pass. Kamara's offside though.
Just marginally offside. Nice work though up the wing. Just marginally off. Nice work Wes up the wing there to get that chance, but you can see the possession stat there as well. Etorito taking good control of the ball.
Absolutely he is. He will not let that ball go unless he desires. As though Fofana, Minamino, and I've got to feel that maybe Zilo's got to calm himself down a little bit here, because that passing was erratic. Ball goes to Pedri. Neat little double touch, tries to take it away from Henrique, but ball is cleared away again.
A break on here, Wes.
There's Minamino. Indeed there is. Is there an opportunity for him to find the ball, Zilo? There's Koundé. Golovin intercepts it and takes the ball away. Golovin looking back inside for Minamino, but he's cleared down the line once more. Sarr, well, anywhere will do.
Well, that is it. That was like Sunday League style.
Very much so.
Just booted.
Find the nearest exit for that football. Sergio Busquets finds the crossfield, finds it in towards Pedri. Beautiful ball knocked down. Lewandowski hustled off the ball by Henrique.
See, Zilo thought that was even true because he had the manual goalkeeping on, Wes.
Yeah, he certainly did, but Baoudou has flicked it onto Minamino. Minamino's got Golovin overlapping. Golovin pulls it back, looking for Baoudou. Oh, it's just wide.
Inches, Wes. That was a brilliant counter-attack again there from Zilo. Fantastic counter-attack. Out wide again, Wes. We've seen that pass in the first game. Another chance. That goes amiss.
Seems to be that go-to move for Monaco at the moment. You can, maybe in that broadcast, you can hear the audible groans that are coming from the VIP and the chill-out sections. Certainly standing room only to be watching this game at the moment in time, but you can hear audibly who the other teams are going for. Oh, it's a corner it's gone for. I thought that was a goal kick. Instead, it's gone into the box here. Marapan flicks it on, and Kessie will clear that away. Here's Pedri. It's Enrique. Zilo grow into the game here. Kamara, Baoudou, neat little flick on, but Busquets will clear. It's Dembele up against Disasi. It's Koundé, blocked away. Golovin wins the header, finds it down to Baoudou. Baoudou to Minamino. Minamino turns, plays in towards Golovin. Golovin into the box. Busquets with the header clear. Minamino still on the floor complaining of a foul that was not given.
And we see there again, Busquets back. We said in the first game, keep an eye on that DMF role. It's vitally important if you're playing this type of formation.
Absolutely, indeed. It is. And again, in terms of world football and in terms of historical importance, there is arguably not many more better than Sergio Busquets. Here's Kessie to Dembele. Dembele looking to Kessie again. Kessie to De Jong. De Jong, neat little dummy, takes it away from the defender. De Jong is ricocheted away, back towards Dembele. Nubel will take the clearance away though.
Fell at an awkward height, Wes, didn't it? It should have been on a volley. You would have liked that one, but
certainly would have liked that one back. But if you're Monaco here, I think you've kind of got to be happy that it is only 1-0 here. I think if you're Monaco, you've got to start pressing it, or at least using that counter-attack style that seemingly has been getting them some joy, as we'll see. The attempted through ball, Koundé will intercept it, finds Robert Lewandowski. Instead, it's gone back to Kamara. It's going back the other way for Monaco. Here's Minamino. Minamino looking, waiting, but Sergio Busquets is there. He's the prime disruptor.
And again.
He's there again. It's a prime disruptor of anything that is looking to be instilled by this Monaco team. As Nubel will clear the ball away. Finds Minamino, headed down towards Golovin. Golovin looking centrally. Christensen takes it away this time. breaking down slowly but surely. Minamino with the dummy this time. Sold the defender. Golovin. Kamara in towards Ben Yedder, looking back for Baudou. Ball's there again. Baudou looking for Minamino. It's cleared away again. Saba the unconventional clearance away there. Baudou down to Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder, neat step, finds Kamara. Kamara takes the ball away. Rolls it across the box. Minamino! What a hit from Minamino!
What a smack. And we were waiting for a chance to open up, and it didn't seem to be opening up, and then all of a sudden, he just hits it when it comes to him, Wes.
Brilliant hit. Brilliant hit from Zilo there, right on the stroke of half-time. He was in added time once again.
Yep.
Brilliant hit from him. You see the ball just falls kindly here. You can see the ball movement. Ben Yedder's key to getting that pass in there. Comes through. Sometimes you've just got to hit it.
Just got to smack it.
Absolutely phenomenal finish from Zilo.
Excellent
and Minamino
hold-up play as well, Wes, at the start with Ben Yedder as well.
Just finds the gap there, Minamino. Brilliant finish. Ter Stegen can't get there. You can see the reaction from Cams.
Keeping calm.
He knows how important that is.
Just on half-time, Wes. That changes things at half-time now, I think, when you're going in and having a look and saying, right, we were one up.
It's a team talk changer. It is a team talk changer. I will give you that. Yep. It goes from being we're one goal down to actually we might have something to build on here.
Straight back.
If you're Zilo, that will give you a big bit of confidence here. It's Dizassi, Dembele, Lewandowski. It's deflected kindly for Pedri, but Marapan will take it away. Sarr back to the goalkeeper, his Nubel. And Christensen wins the header. Busquets dispossessed by Golovin. Baudou, Kamara. And towards Ben Yedder. Neat turn, finds Kamara. Pressure building here, ball into the box looking for Minamino. Koundé with the brilliant interception. And Busquets will lead that one away. Busquets goes wide this time, finds Pedri. And Enrique's there to close him down there. You can just feel, as we said, we talk about like these intangibles that you start to feel. You can just feel Monaco starting to get that little bit of confidence here.
I agree.
But it will take one goal from a free-scoring Eterito to stop that confidence dead in its tracks. Here's Kamara. Kamara to Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder has a man in the middle. One of them's Baudou. Takes a heavy touch. He looks to try and take that first touch away, and instead took it straight into the path of the defender. Here's Kessie to Pedri. Ball taken away by Marapan. Neat little turn there from Ben Yedder, but ball is dispossessed. Here's Ter Stegen. Marapan wins the header. It's Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder takes a step, foul
again, yeah. He's just kind of waiting for Eterito to commit, I think, Wes, a little bit and drag him out of position.
Yeah, having known the Z-Tech boys as well as I do, there is ice that runs through those veins. They do not like to show anything or give anything away as Busquets heads it clear. It's almost a mistake there from Christensen. He gets the ball away though. It's Kessie, De Jong, Kamara intercepts it. Golovin, Kamara, Ben Yedder. It's cleared away from Baudou. Here's Kessie. You can see there, Zilo trying to read those passes already. And that could be his downfall. Ball gets launched clear though. Baudou trying to win the header. Kessie intercepts it. Break it down in midfield. Lewandowski to Dembele. Will we see something here from Eterito? Big clearance away was needed.
We saw one a minute ago with Koundé up the other end, and that's a similar chance there over the top, Wes. And one pass. It's one pass for either of these teams at the moment, I think, the killer pass.
It certainly is, and the danger is not over here. Corner into the box here, looking for Lewandowski's header, headed down to De Jong. It's just wide.
It's a half chance again.
It's half chances. It's half chances that will fall by the wayside. Slowly but surely though. See there, you can just see, knows it was a half chance, knows it wasn't really.
It's a 50-50, isn't it? Depends on where it falls.
Yeah, absolutely.
Falls kind of slightly behind De Jong.
There's Nubel forward. Araujo wins the header. Lewandowski to Kessie. Kessie forward to Lewandowski. Can Eterito find a way through? It's Kessie forward, looking again. Marapan this time with the interception.
Brilliant defending, Wes. It's so
great
locked
rear
on.
guard. Rear guard action from Monaco, absolutely. Ball is not gone yet though. Pedri into the box. Lewandowski with the header on. Ball is cleared away only as far as Kessie. It's De Jong's got to be careful. Didn't want to give away a penalty there, but he did well there, did Disasi. And the ball goes wide looking for Ben Yedder. Baudou finds Ben Yedder, and Ben Yedder's found a step away from Sergio Roberto. Will he find a way in here? As Baudou has got players over if he can use them. Oh, and it's just gone by the wayside for Monaco.
Careful he doesn't get hit in the counter.
He's got to be careful. Golovin looking for a through ball there. Koundé will intercept it. Lewandowski. And that Barcelona charge will still be coming down the other end here. Pedri to De Jong. De Jong looking for a pass over. He's found Ousmane Dembele. Dembele with a double touch. Blocked by a defender. And Sarr will take it clear. It's Golovin to Baudou.
The counters, it's a dangerous game to play.
It is indeed. It is indeed a dangerous game. As Disasi plays it forward. Headed down. Minamino back towards Fofana. Is Kamara. Kamara looking for Ben Yedder. Kamara. Ben Yedder again, but it's cleared away, and Barcelona will have another opportunity here, and there's a slip from Henrique. He's gone for the challenge. Here's Pedri. Pedri has got players over. Can he use them? It's Pedri back to Kessie. Back in towards Lewandowski. And Dembele back towards Lewandowski!
What a goal.
What a goal that is from Eterito.
I mean, we're talking about calmness, Wes. What a finish. Lewandowski, 2 goals again today. He's the man.
Absolutely phenomenal finish from Eterito. It's the ball movement there. You'll see it again. It's that, you know, I sometimes complained about extra passes that players take. Not in this instance. This is phenomenal.
The average player, Wes, there, like me, would have shot that about 3 times earlier with the passes, but it's that extra pass, calmness. I mean, look, sometimes you just come up against better, you know, attacking than defending. There's not much Zilo could have done wrong there, I don't think, Wes. That's just excellent chance there.
Play.
And it's excellent play.
It's excellent chance creation, and it's expert finishing from a man who now has 16 goals in this competition over the course of now 5 match days. Brilliant average.
I think it's just a thing of sometimes you just get that chance that comes up, and Eterito is the man to take them when he gets it. He's the top scorer. He's after scoring another 2 goals today. That's a huge goal, though, Wes.
He's an apex predator when it comes to this game, is Eterito. He will not let any chance go without it being capitalised on.
And I think a couple of changes now. I think Eterito will be probably just sitting back a little bit and just kind of soak up a bit of pressure, as you'll see here, maybe.
Maybe, indeed. But you saw the reaction from him when he scored as well. Certainly pointed up into the heavens. As we'll see, Lewandowski's just offside.
He's going for that hat-trick.
But it was certainly there, because I think, obviously, as you can see from the studio setup, as we've seen from the behind the scenes, is that these players can hear each other. Yeah. You can hear people jostling. They can hear people who are maybe cheering against them. And there's certainly a point to be proven. It certainly does, as Dembele looks to play it to De Jong. We have 8 in-game minutes left here. Busquets goes long, looks at Dembele. Is he onside? It's tapped back to the goalkeeper. Nubel will clear it away.
It's a huge interception there, West.
Had to be made. 3-1. Absolutely had to be made there. There's Busquets to Kessie. Time is ticking away for Zilo as the ball goes in towards Dembele. He's onside. Dembele with a strike. Nubel with a big save there. It's kept Monaco in it.
Massive save.
Headed down though. Here's Ben Yedder. Here's forward. Looking for Baudou. Can he get away from Mararusho? He can't. Here's to Stegen. Not long left here. 2 in-game minutes left here. Ball goes long. I think anywhere will do if you want Eterito right now. Just keep the ball away from the goal.
I think now is what Monaco will be thinking here. Just give us one more chance. Eterito will not want that.
If you're Eterito, you will not be giving that anywhere. As we'll see here, 3 in-game minutes left on the clock.
It's a beautiful switch.
Outfield, outside of the boot switch up there. Here's Dembele. He sold the pressure a dummy there, and you can see the clock is ticking down here. Eterito knows the importance of this result. As he still tries to dribble in field here. Will he try and find another goal here? It's De Jong across to Pedri. Good save from Nubel. Lewandowski back towards De Jong, in towards Dembele, who can't shape to shoot. And that is surely going to be the last action of the game. And there goes the final whistle. It is 2 goals to 1 for Eterito.
Massive result, Wes.
Huge result.
Massive result. And I think, look, Zilo, I think in fairness to him, what a player. He did everything he could there, really. I mean, he just came up against a red-hot, in-form Eterito, who just can't stop scoring. Yeah, He's like Lewandowski. He just cannot stop scoring. The chances he creates are, I mean, I'm never going playing him. I'm never going playing him. Never.
It's one of those kind of like, you know, names of players that you would just immediately just quit.
Yeah.
Just go, nope, not playing him. But again, as you said though, in terms of the abilities of both players, it just goes to show how good Zelo is. In the sense of, Eterio had to put that chance in because, I'll be honest, I don't remember many more chances that he had that were in that type of realm.
No, defensively,
and he had
Zelo
to work
was
so hard to
fantastic.
fashion that chance. So I think looking at it, I think Zelo has a very bright future ahead of him.
100%.
Certainly.
He's an amazing player.
And of course, Eterio is showing that class and quality that we have all come to know. And as we said in the opener, he may not have been in the competition, but the quality and the class doesn't leave you.
No, it never does.
You know?
It never does.
It's obviously great to see him back in this competition.
And I always talk about it as well, that the average gamer, like, you know, such as myself, as I put myself in that category, the IQ that these guys have, right, of being able to know the chances that create, like there with Lewandowski, that extra pass, Wes, you called it perfectly. Extra pass, doesn't panic, doesn't ever get too worried about the extra pass.
And
you can
their
see the
reaction, that reaction is very pointed to those who are certainly watching this. I think he certainly heard the appreciation for Zelo's goal against him. And sometimes with players, like we're going to see momentarily, sometimes they play their best when the back is up against the wall. Eterio falls into that category.
He likes that extra.
He loves that extra
bit, doesn't he?
It's that siege mentality. They really enjoy it. And of course, in terms of what we've got up now for you, it's the Palma on one side for Barcelona, and as I would say, a player who loves to be up against it. Uzmakabil. When he's snarling, when he's annoyed, when he's not very happy, it's the worst time to play him.
Another incredible player as well, Wes. I mean, he doesn't need an introduction to anybody really, but he's one that, like, you know, he's been scoring the goals, he's up there near the top of the table with the goal scoring charts. But it just depends, right? It depends. A lot of the chances, I think, that separates these guys is the chances that they create, Wes, isn't it? And how and when they get the chance, when they finish them.
Yeah,
I think we'll
absolutely.
see that.
It's one thing creating the opportunities, it's a very different thing finishing them off. And if you have the ability to convert those chances, you can be free scoring. Now, a point on both of these players. Uzmak, as we said before, Uzmakabil does not need really that much of an introduction. No. On the flip side of it for Barcelona, in terms of the Palma, as I have said on many different match days already, I have seen the Palma on previous match days and previous levels or previous competitions or previous iterations of the competitions has turned up and blew players away. But as we'll see, we're into the action here. Ben Yedder onside. Beautiful finish!
What a finish!
No sooner have we done our introductions, we have our first goal. It's Ben Yedder from Uzmakabil. And it is 1-0. 3 in-game minutes gone here.
Well, there's big-time Ben Yedder. We were talking about him when he'd make his mark, Wes, and he's done it. Like, we didn't even have a chance to introduce ourselves, and it's just boom, into the back of the net. What a ball, actually.
Beautiful ball played through there. And again, it's the composure, it's the control strike. And sometimes it's taking those shots early, not allowing the manual goalkeeper to get set up and not allowing them to be able to move. Instead, if that animation is kicked in already, sometimes it's taking this shot early. It's a brilliant, it's just rolled.
Good strength from Ben Yedder there, you know, as well, and the finish.
Brilliant finish there.
Beautiful finish, Wes. Calm, straight into the bottom corner.
As we'll see from Uzmakabil, you'll never know whether he's conceded or whether he's scored with his reactions. As we'll see now though, Pedri, what can the Palma answer back here? Marapan heads it back. You'll see that 13 goals there for Uzmakabil.
He's climbing up as well now. He's been consistent all match day from match day to match day, Wes.
Certainly has. He's a picture of consistency, is Uzmakabil. Certainly from a goal-scoring perspective. Here's Pedri though, here's Frankie de Jong. De Jong takes away from Enrique, back in towards Pedri. Good save from the goalkeeper.
Brilliant chance.
Brilliant chance there. The Palma is growing into this very quickly indeed. Recovered very quickly from a disappointing start. Here's Enrique though. Launches it forward towards Baudou. Kessie wins it back. De Jong. Can Barcelona build here? There's Pedri. Plays it in towards De Jong. He's got double pressure on him. Fofana just clears it down the line there, keeps it in play. Here's Ben Yedder. Gets away from Araujo. Plays a brilliant ball there to Baudou. Baudou onside here. Has got a man over. Should he look to use him? It's Baudou. Near post. Oh, it's a post and in. And Baudou makes it 2-0.
Wes, we're talking about finishers, we're talking about finishing when you get the chance. 2 chances, 2 goals.
Fantastic clinical nature from Uzbekistan. He knows his team are up against it, and he knows that they need the result. It's a brilliant through ball. Again, Baudu has Minamino there, does not like to use him. Instead, waits and sees if there's a manual goalkeeper there. Gets a big bit of fortune though, clipping it on both posts and in. Again, it's a rare one in eFootball.
From that pass kind of cutting across, as you said, kind of swinging out towards the run of the striker going in there. It's very hard to defend, Wes, isn't it? You're caught flat at the back.
Yeah, to go near post that close to the goalkeeper, it's a big gamble.
It's a sublime finish.
It's a big gamble. As we said, from body language, you wouldn't know. You'd look and think he'd conceded. They generally would. But again, fantastic start for Uzbekistan. Goal number 14 now. And I get the fin. He's not finished yet.
Not finished yet.
Here's Ben Yedder. Neat little pirouette. Takes the ball round looking for Baudu. Oh, a bit of a defensive mix-up there. Ball gets cleared away. My Irish co-commentator had his head in his hands there. I don't think we realised where that ball was going to go.
I thought that was 3, Wes. I mean, it's just wave after wave, isn't it, really, from Monaco here, so early doors. 16 minutes on the clock, and it's just chance after chance. De Palma still has time, though, Wes. He just needs to settle down a little bit.
He certainly does.
Uzma being very aggressive when he doesn't have possession of the ball, Wes. He's trying to get the ball back as quickly as possible to control the game, get more chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly has a lot to ask for here. As Kessie, though, finds Dembele, and De Palma needs to find an answer very quickly. Dembele into Kessie, finds Lewandowski. Lewandowski shapes to shoot. It's blocked away.
Fortunate ricochet there, Wes. Didn't come the way of Barcelona.
Didn't. Instead, Monaco will ride their luck and will take that ball clear as ball is found through to Araujo.
But great defending. Just simple defending, but it needs to be done.
Simple but effective. Sometimes is the best way to go within eFootball.
Pedri might keep it in, he won't.
He won't. He runs out of running room. As you see, Henrique. Tesassi. Back to Henrique. And Araujo wins it back. And Barcelona, or De Palma certainly in this instance, has got to get himself up and running here. It's been a little bit almost of a draw master looking at previous results. He only just scraped his first victory in the previous match day against AC Milan against Naples.
Yeah.
And now at the moment, looking like it's almost reverting back to type for him a little bit. So we hear the animation coming.
I think it's
from
kind
the
of
stage.
I don't know, I mean, Uzma came out and he just threw everything at him in the first 15 minutes, Wes.
Sometimes it's the way you've got to go. You've got to set your front foot early and get yourself in and amongst the goals quickly, because it just provides that element of doubt. It provides that emotional kind of, wait a minute, I'm up against it here and I've got to find something. Here's Kessie to De Jong.
Oh, good challenge.
Good challenge from Henrique. Will clear the ball away. Minamino forward to Kamara. Launches that forward, but it's blocked away. Is Eric Garcia. Kessie, De Jong, Lewandowski. Henrique just seems to have that additional player. As we said before, that additional option, it's not actually there for Barcelona in this game.
No, it's not.
Uzbekistan setup seems to be, I've got an ability to nullify it.
Yeah, I think tactically he's set up perfectly at the moment anyway, Wes, to stop whatever's coming from Barcelona, he's able to stop it. So, intercepted.
A bit of a giveaway there, though. Tesassi was a bit laboured in that touch. Pedri over to De Jong. Tesassi clears it again, though, but it's only as far as Koundé. There's Ben Yedder with a good interception. Pass it out to Karen Rique. Watch out for that through ball once more. It's Ben Yedder found the through ball again. Uzbekistan on the charge with a bit of skill and interpretation, was trying to flick that ball into the box. Instead, it's coming the other way now for Barcelona. Ball is won back again, though, by Monaco. It's given away cheaply again there. Here's De Jong, Lewandowski.
It's a bit scrappy now, Wes, in the first 20 minutes was just end to end, and now
it certainly is. It's gone a bit more laboured in that approach.
Habrá un minuto de descuento.
Coming up to half-time here is Henrique. Garcia with the header. And there is half-time. And these games have gone quickly and you would not realise, because the amount of time the ball has stayed in possession.
Yeah.
These games have gone incredibly quickly. We're already at the final half of this tie between Barcelona and Monaco. To bring you up to speed, it was 1 goal apiece between Alex and Cams. It was 2 goals to 1 for Eterito against Zilo. And now, as you can see on your screens, US Maccabi against the Palma. It's 2 goals to 0 for US Maccabi. And at this point, if results stay as they are, both teams will walk away with 4 points.
Yeah.
I think if that does happen, Barry, who do you think are probably the happier of the 2 teams with that 4 points?
I think Barcelona would be, wouldn't they? You'd imagine. I mean, they're kind of, everyone's chasing them at the moment, so it's up to them it's up to the other teams to kind of catch up. But I think Monaco will feel like they'll be a little bit unlucky with the earlier games, but both these teams will be evenly matched, Wes, I think, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how the second half plays out. If US Maccabi just goes for the 3rd goal to kill this completely off, or whether he just kind of sits back a little bit.
If things stay as they are, this will give Barcelona a 7-point lead over Arsenal. Arsenal still to play later on today. Here's Kamara. Busquets intercepts it, plays it forward, looking for Lewandowski, who gets it down on the chest and plays it back to De Jong. There's Minamino. Minamino, brilliant through ball, finds Baudu. Baudu looking to cross the ball across the box, and it's just gone back out the other way. There's Dembele to De Jong, and the counter could be on here for Barcelona, but the wrong passes are getting selected here.
The pressure US Maccabi is putting on is incredible when he doesn't have the ball. Ways you can see it there for the people watching at home. I mean, he's just not giving him an inch. He's not giving the Palma an inch to move.
There's that crossfield to Minamino. Golovin looking for Baudu. It's recovered by Minamino, but it's just been a foul.
Just a bit of
for those wondering at home, if you're wondering what these results would do to Monaco's aspirations, it will put them on 16 points, which will put them 2 ahead of AC Milan and put them 5 ahead of AS Roma. So again, if you're wondering about the kind of as we said, all of these results and every goal that goes in will have its own permutations. As Baudu looks to play it forward, Araujo clears it away. Kessie, Sarr intercepts it, plays it to Minamino.
He's mopping up everything at the back that's been thrown at him, isn't he? US Maccabi, Wes.
Yeah, he's a defensive monster when it comes to having the lead. I think with US Maccabi, when he has that lead, he is so much more potent. Here's De Jong though. He finds Pedri looking for Lewandowski. The ball's ricocheting around. Disassi will clear. Could have literally gone anywhere indeed. Here's Golovin. Forward. It's intercepted again. It's Enrique. Looking forward there. Garcia's reclaimed it, and Barca will come back the other way here. You would think maybe after the 3rd or 4th time that Monaco would have tried this crossfield ball, that Barcelona would have adjusted to try and sort this out.
I think it's just the speed it's coming at him, Wes. He can't seem to even set his defence.
He certainly can't. Minamino, ball into the box, looking for Baudu's header. It's cleared away eventually by Barcelona defenders. Ben Yedder plays it back, and 65 in-game minutes gone here. Is Karen Enrique. Buys the free kick from Sergio Busquets.
Yeah, he was playing for that one.
Certainly was.
Again, it's just to take off that pressure and maybe just kind of go in and just do a few changes, which we will see here now. A couple of tired bodies here.
And this is where sometimes the impacts after the substitutes, this is where games can be really won and lost. If you don't substitute the players at the right time, or if you make the wrong calls, you make the wrong adjustments, this is where you can unsettle your own play style. So you might be trying to, counter the opponent, but the reality is that you could be sabotaging your own play style. Ben Yedder over the ball. You think a player of US Maccabi's calibre, he may just fancy it. US Maccabi drives one into the box, and it's flashed across.
A set piece special, that would have been.
It would have certainly been one from the training ground, absolutely. Instead, it's flashed wide. The ball is surrendered back to Barcelona. Kessie forward to Pedri. Pedri, brilliant take from him. Lewandowski!
Oh! What a finish.
Brilliant take. It's the take from Pedri.
I tell you, it's not over yet. It's not over until it's over, Wes.
It certainly is.
What a touch from Pedri, as you called it, Wes. What a beautiful ball in, and the touch, calm. And we've seen it again and again. When they get the chances, these guys are next level, aren't they, Wes? I mean, they're next level.
They're clinical at sealing opportunities. They are so good. As you see their ball, it was not necessarily the touch. The Palma could have easily pulled the trigger with Pedri. Instead, trusted Lewandowski. Trusted him to get that
the
ball.
auto-cancel with Pedri. I'd say he was deciding what to do in that split second, and then he just put it onto Lewandowski's head.
It's those moments, it's those key moments in games that can be the decider. And as we said already, these substitutions, they can be of a critical nature.
Now, what does Uzmakable do? Does he sit back a bit? Does he just...
Do you hide in your turtle shell and hope for the best, or do you go out and just try and get onto your shield and get onto people? I get the feeling it'll be the latter rather than the former with Uzmakable. As Embolo wins it back, finds Diatta. Diatta, can he find a player in the box? He's chipped over the top, looking for Ben Yedder. Back towards Embolo! Oh! What an opportunity that is!
That could have been costly. He does everything right again. Just falls to him wrong, Wes.
Just does not find the killer finish. And instead, how much could they rue that opportunity? It's Ben Yedder. Enrique. Into the box looking for a Bolo, punched away by ter Stegen. It's Busquets, Kessie. And there comes that wave of Barcelona attack. Lewandowski, Dembele. What could Dembele find here? He finds Lewandowski's feet, finds Kessie. Kessie, will he get it back to Dembele? He won't, and it's Nubel who will clear it away for Monaco. Here's Kamara. Launched down the line here.
Anywhere will do there, Wes, in the last 10 minutes.
Certainly will. It's ter Stegen.
The Palma seems to be going. I mean, he is going for it now. There will be a chance for Uzmakable, I think, at the other end, but can he get to equaliser is the thing.
They certainly do, and you can hear already, you probably see on your screens as well, the animation from both camps here in terms of every touch and every pass is questioned and asked again as to why that's happened on the field. Fofana to Henrique. 5 in-game minutes left here.
The pressure is tightening, Wes.
It is. It's getting closer and closer to the final whistle. Uzmakable may just elect to do the old kill the game off.
I think so.
Bit of game management. Probably wouldn't go amiss for the Frenchman.
He's got a chance. He's going all out attack, Wes. You can see there.
Palmer's going all out for this.
You can see the centre-backs pushing up.
And that could spell danger. Busquets, Kessie, Dembele, Kessie, Pedri, De Jong. Oh, it's a bad touch there, taken away, and Fofana.
It's a tired touch, Wes.
We'll take that one. Clear. Enrique, Minamino, Henrique.
Oh no!
He's put. You're reacting just like a fan at home, Barry, and it's beautiful to watch. Here's Ben Yedder onside. Oh, brilliant challenge from Eric Garcia. But you're reacting as though you were watching it as a fan. There goes the final whistle.
What a game.
Uzmakable wins 2 goals to 1, and that will be points shared between Barcelona and AS Monaco. What a game that we had.
What an opening fixture.
As you can see there, big respect from both sets of players there. As we often see within eFootball Championship Pro, they are friends off it, but the minute they come out of that tunnel and the minute the white lines are crossed, it is.
Look, I mean, they both threw everything that they had at each other, and it was open-ended, it was cagey at times. I think both teams will be happy with that, though, Wes. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think absolutely. I think you're looking at both players. If you're looking at both players, they will have certainly been looking for goals, and as we saw it already, Ben Yedder opened the scoring and was irresistible at times for Uzmakable. I mean, in terms of the abilities that we saw from both those players, and again, as you'll see from the pictures on your screen, I don't think you really don't know whether he scored or whether he's conceded. Such is that kind of almost snarling nature that we have. But Bauder gets his luck there, clinks it off of 2 posts. You very rarely see that within eFootball. And then it kind of then petered out into a little bit of back and forth between the 2 players. It then became, what could he do? What could he do? Could he extend that goal lead? Could he do more? And instead, it then became this brilliant chance that we saw here that was put into the back of the net. The Palmer did supremely well to put that one into the back of the net. And all in all, it was Uzmakable that came out on top in the end.
Well. What a game to open up match day number 5.
Wasn't bad, was it?
We really could not have asked for anything better. The points are shared all across the board. You can see the results here. But the big thing that we want to know is exactly how the players felt. And the good thing is we've got Barry in the mix zone as well. I believe he's with Cams of AS Monaco. So let's go straight over to them and hear what Cams has to say. Barry, over to you.
We are here with Cams, and thanks Harry for that. We are here with Cams. Cams, 4 points on the board. I mean, are you happy with that, or are you kind of feeling that you could have done a little bit more?
Yeah, this is 4 important points, but to be honest, I think we could have taken more points, like 6 points, especially in my game. I think I could have done better, bring like 2 more points. I had a big chance and I couldn't finish this chance. But in general, this is 4 important points. So AS Maccabi did a great game, and he bring to Monaco 3 points, 3 important points. So yeah.
Yeah, and I have to ask you as well about a couple of team changes you had today with the Ben Yedder card. I mean, did you feel that he made a big difference in your squad today compared to other match days, or was that something that you kind of planned on using this today?
This big time Ben Yedder card has a little bit more of acceleration than the player of the week that we use, and in terms of finishing he has 2 points less, but in general they are pretty much the same, but some runs are different, and this big time in terms of in little spaces, because he has Fox in the box, he can be very useful for us. Yeah.
You don't need much finishing stats anyway. You're good enough to finish the chances yourselves. But for looking forward for the next match day now, that's going to be another big battle for you. Is there anything you're going to be looking to do differently, or are you kind of happy enough with just getting more? You just want points on the board at this stage?
Yeah, definitely. We need points. We want points. We want to be in the playoffs. And Manchester United will be a particular match because that's my previous club. So it will be like some kind of a derby for me, you know. But yeah, Manchester United is a big club. They have top players. I know them. They are all friends. They are my friends. So yeah,
we'll have a couple of mind games.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Thanks a million. Congratulations again to you and the team on the big 4 points. All right. So we're going to go back to Alex. Or sorry, to Harry.
He's forgot my name. I forgot my name already.
He's been here one day.
Honestly.
One day.
Thanks though, Barry. Yeah, always great to hear from Cams. He's so sociable, Barry. He's sat there chatting to the players, and you know, he likes to hear from them.
Wonderment is what it is.
He's very excited to be here. But tell you what I'm excited about is the fact that we've just had the top 2 goal scorers entering today go up in their first match, and they both scored 2 goals. So we can take a look now at the extended table of the goal scoring, the top goal scoring charts so far. Of course, we still have plenty of clubs still to play here today, but Eterito, AS Maccabi towards the top 2, business as usual.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and granted, there wasn't a lot of goals between both of those players today. It was like it wasn't free flowing, but they got the job done. They still hold themselves to that top of that tree. I think if you're looking at Arsenal, they will be looking up that tree going, hold on, they've both played now. we might be able to have a little bit of a look in here. I don't know about you, Barry.
Well, Les, I got so excited there that I was calling Harry Alex and Alex Harry. I didn't know what was going on, right? Because I was so hyped. But yeah, look, I mean, Cams was it was a good match day, I think, for the boys there. 4 points each, as Cam said. I mean, you're looking at the goals there, like Eterito, again, scoring 2 again today. I mean, who's going to stop this man scoring goals? I mean, I don't know. Can anybody stop him scoring?
Who's going to take some points off him? That's the real question.
Definitely very difficult. I mean, the top 10, as we said, entering to today, so star-studded. I mean, you look at even the bottom 3, Kirito, Cams, Ostrobuch, they're in the top 10. Such strong competitors. But of course, that's league-wide. And we have more matches still to come today. It's only fair we get ready for match number 2. It's going to be a fantastic one. Of course, we have Manchester United taking on FC Inter. Let's welcome them to the stage.
again for that glowing introduction, Harry. I will certainly correct Barry at multiple occasions as to people's names here, but I jest, of course. The excitement, of course, being in this environment, you know, it extends to not just the players, obviously the casting team as well. But in terms of excitement, of course, now we look at, you know, we've got match 1 out of the way, which was Barcelona versus Monaco. It was tightly contested. This has slightly different permutations. You've got Manchester United who was sat in 4th, as it stands. They are looking up the table rather than down the table. And then, of course, you look on the other side of the fence, you have a team that are very much looking up at the table at the moment in FC Inter. Both have got importance on this game. But it's going to be a case now of who executes. And more importantly, are we going to see more big-time players? Are we going to see the Rashford? Are we going to see the Lautaro Martinez? I feel as though having a quick conversation with some of the Inter guys earlier on, a little bit of a split between whether some people are going to use that Martinez or not. I certainly know from the United side of the fence, they are delighted to have Rashford at their disposal.
Well, Rashford's a big throw-in, isn't he?
Absolutely.
I mean, look, it's the excitement of today, right? It's just everything's new, and it's going to be. These guys are used to this pressure, but I still think as it winds down towards, you know, the latter stages of the league, was every point you saw Cam's there in the interview, before we even started the interview, he was kind of a bit disappointed. Like, you know, and these two teams, Inter need to put points on the board, don't they, realistically? And then at the same time, Manchester United, you said it to me before the broadcast, they've been chugging along, consistent. Is it their time to shine today and put on a bit of a show? Inter won't want that to happen, obviously, as well. So it's going to be an interesting one as well. Arda's up first, I think, is it?
Yeah, well, I think looking at who we've got in the chairs, it's I would say it's the reigning MVP of the league in Nexa versus arguably one of the kind of breakout stars so far in Arda for Inter. So this is setting up very nicely in terms of the matchups. It's one thing watching the teams match up against one another, but you see the players sitting in the chairs, though, it's a very different thing, and you go, oh, actually, that looks like quite a spicy affair. And knowing these two, I think that's what you're going to see. I think you're going to see emotion from Nexa. You're going to see kind of, I would say, some coldness from Arda. He's very considered in how he approaches the game. But that's what makes the best types of games, when you have those opposites attract into these games.
Well, it's probably important not to get too hot or too cold, even if they're visibly shouting and stuff. You can see, you know, sometimes that's just kind of a release, isn't it? Just to kind of get out that little bit of kind of emotion, I suppose, and then reset yourself again. But what we've seen so far in the first match day, or the first matchup there, I think we're going to see more of in this. Chances, you know, creating chances, and then who's going to be able to finish them?
Well, if you look at the two teams in terms of the players that are on the field, as we wait, obviously our referees are making sure that, you know, competitive integrity is maintained. They're making sure that everybody has their squads, and as you probably will not realise at home, is that these guys will have lineups they have to submit before they get onto the console. They're just making sure that everything is the way that it needs to be. But if you look at the players that are on each of the pitches, you may know as a general football fan, you will know in terms of with Manchester United, they have Rashford, they have Martial, they have Sancho, they have Bruno, they have Casemiro. On Inter side of the fence, there's Calhanoglu, there's Lautaro, there's Lukaku, there's Barella, there's Correa. There's players there that can really win you games. And you know, both teams have game winners
is a big one. A few lads were saying to me that Origi is a good throw in there for him as well, but whether or not he plays or not is going to be a thing.
Well, we'll see that with AC Milan later on.
Sorry.
It's okay. We keep him honest here, folks. So I promise you, we keep him honest. But in terms of those players, they do have players to call on. And again, looking at it from a United standpoint, you'll probably think that their centrepiece is now going to be Marcus Rashford. It was already in terms of his regular kind of base card, as it were, for lack of a better term, but having a big time in there is a massive difference.
Yeah, well, I'll try not let my, you know, the fact that I'm a Manchester United fan
See, I wasn't going to out you.
Yeah, I already outed myself earlier because, you know, I mean, look, these boys know what they need to do. The one thing I would say, Wes, right, is they've been very consistent. It's something you've said to me. They've been very consistent across. They're very interchangeable, the lads playing. They've all scored similar amount of goals. You know, they've all created similar amount of chances. So it's going to be interesting to see what this lineup is like and the tactics and stuff like that. Viewers at home will obviously realise that there's a reason why they pick the teams that they pick, to get the best out of the teams that suit their play style. And as you can just get a quick little look here of Sabitzer up front and stuff like that. That's something that you spoke about in the last match day. That seems to be a huge game plan for Manchester United.
Yeah, and it's more so a tactic to keep down the team, the collective strength level. So putting him in his secondary position works out quite well. It's not necessarily something that they would necessarily go to, but it's something that they feel that they need to, as we're going to see Manchester United in their traditional red kit going from left to right, and Inter Milan in their black and blue from right to left. And we'll see whether this will match the drama of what we saw in game 1. As Lisandro Martinez. See the Super Council's leading it forward there. It's Rashford. In towards Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes looking across the box, looking for Sabitzer. It's going to bounce down kindly. It's going to be Anthony Martial. Martial to Fred. Fred, neat little takeaway, and he's not going to win the penalty there. Instead, it's going to be one away to Brozovic. Fred wins it again, though. Goes cross-field, looking for Marcus Rashford. Dumfries with the header clear. It's gone for a corner.
And I think Wes as well this is all going to be about who can get on top early, as we're seeing here.
Sonny Maguire with the flick on. As Lautaro leads it clear, finds Romelu Lukaku. Martinez can into spring a counter here. They can't, as Lisandro Martinez will take that ball clear. Plays the ball long, looking for Rashford. Bastoni back to Handanovic. Across the way to Dumfries.
It's a bit cagey, Wes.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit to start out. Just a little bit. First 10 in-game minutes, you often find it's almost a little bit of a fact-finding mission as the ball goes towards Wan-Bissaka and Maguire will head it back. Sometimes players will take these moments to just figure out what their players are up against. Because, yes, you know, as we said, these guys are friends off the field, but they might not necessarily encounter their play style, or may have never had a friendly or a scrimmage against them. So as a result, the first time you're coming up against them is in front of the bright lights and in front of the camera.
Yeah,
so
it's tough because you're under pressure to get results as well. That's the big thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You only get one crack at it. You've only one match, you know, within one game within the match. So
yeah, absolutely, and that's the key point here. As Correa looks forward, Casemiro will intercept it. You don't get these games back, as we have gone to great lengths and explaining prior to it. Sabitzer looks for a through ball. Skriniar will clear that one away. Fred, Sabitzer tries to dink the ball across, and that crossfield ball seems to not just have stopped with Monaco.
No, it seems to be a
bit of a ploy that everyone is going with here. And what impressed me the most, as I've kind of gone and made mention before, what impressed me the most on Matchday 4 was the calmness and the composure that Manchester United showed. But here is Correa. Oh, it's gone through the hands of De Gea.
De Gea nearly let it slip.
He nearly let that one slip, and there was an opportunity there for Inter. And Casemiro will play it forward to Rashford. Here's Fred. And I think that those chances will only come at a premium. Fred, Bruno, tries to roll it through to Fred. Instead, Barella will intercept it. Ball goes kindly again. Fred, and it's intercepted again by Barella. Kalanoglu. Sabitzer, Fernandes. Manchester United looking to build here. Fernandes. Dispossessed by DeMarco. Here's Handanovic. Forward towards Casemiro. Fred. Bruno looking for Sabitzer. Sabitzer's on. Oh, what a goal! What a goal by Marcel Sabitzer. It's outside of the foot.
Well, he's playing in that advanced role exactly for that reason, Wes, isn't he?
Brilliant finish from him.
Get onto those balls.
Brilliant finish from him. You can see that was very much appreciated by not only Nexa, but his teammates as well. They know how important it is to set the tone.
Yeah.
And it's a brilliant finish. Brilliant finish from Sabitzer. You see, ball gets cleared out here. Ball is won in midfield. You'll see the ball down there. Fred gets it down quickly, and in transition, we talk about the quickness. Sometimes it's not taking a touch. Sometimes it's first time passes, and that one unlocked that Italian into defence.
I think it was
Sabitzer,
Bruno with the first time touch, was it? Or the first touch pass, I should say.
Very much so.
Into the path.
Bruno, and you can see there, they know what that means.
That's a huge goal.
It's the composure, it's that mentality bit that's the more, you know, the bits on the pitch are impressive enough, but sometimes it's the off-field stuff that really catches my eye.
Yeah.
As I'll see Nexa up to 7 goals now. Is Handanovic to Bastoni.
Or they'll just want to settle down a little bit now and
We'll need to find an answer.
Get an attack going.
We'll need to find one. And he had that opportunity that De Gea nearly fumbled. As we said, those chances will only come at a premium as DeMarco has the ball ricochet off him.
And of course, I was thinking of Lukaku when I said Origi earlier. So I hope Inter fans and AC Milan fans both forgive me.
The socials will be coming after you.
But I think Lukaku needs to get involved in the game, I think, Wes. That's why I think I was kind of thinking about him. Is he going to have that impact? Because he's kind of a slower base player to use compared to some of the other centre forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And it remains to be seen whether we have seen, certainly try and find it out when we see a game plan screen, as I'm sure that we will at some point during this game, to find out whether Arda has elected to go with big-time Lautaro Martinez or whether he's elected to just stay with what he has already.
What he had working
Here's Sabitzer, Martial, back to Sabitzer. Sabitzer has players over, back heels it. Bastoni comes away with it. Martial wins it back though. Here's Sabitzer. Sabitzer, good footwork, gets around DeMarco, ball into that post. Rashford! Brilliant header for Marcus Rashford. And it is the big time as we suspected. What a header that is. That's an absolute thunderbolt.
And it's again that ball in. Just got caught in possession, Wes, didn't he? And we've seen the earlier signs of that. Now, obviously, he's been put under pressure, but you just can't leave the ball in around those areas to be swung in like that.
Absolutely not. It's an absolutely wonderful ball in from that man against Sabitzer. But it's a bullet header for Marcus Rashford. Soars through the air, finds the back of the net.
It's a huge second goal.
And that look from Nexa, you don't really see it that often. That's that serious look, which sometimes you need it. And my word, what a finish it was from Nexa. 2-0 for Manchester United. Inter have to find a response here. Here's Calhanoglu. Nexa's now up to 8 goals. Wan-Bissaka clears it away. Up to Martial. Sabitzer, Martial. Still there is Martial.
Nexa is incredible in possession to just hold the ball for the last challenge to come in and then just recycle it the whole time, recycle that possession.
It's an expert at bait and switch. He will bait you into committing, and then he will strike. It's going to be Fred on the throw to Sabitzer. Brozovic will clear that one away. This potentially could be the last chance of the half here for Inter Milan. Skriniar arrives, dispossessed though. Martial's played it into Rashford. Rashford's onside. Can Rashford score?
What a save.
A great save from Handanovic. Danger's not gone. Sabitzer looking to get the ball back in.
That could be costly, Wes.
Could be. And you saw Nexa rear back in his chair. He knows what that meant if he could have got a third opportunity there. Interestingly enough, no big-time Martinez.
Kept it as the same. So that's an interesting choice, whereas you can see they've gone for Rashford in. Manchester United have gone for Rashford in. And has he made the difference? I mean, he could have got 2 there.
He certainly has made the difference.
That header was amazing there.
You can see from how he moves on the field, as you spoke to Cams in relation to Ben Yedder, you can certainly see in relation to Rashford how quick he is off the mark and how quick he is to move through those gears. As soon as that ball was got by Martial, as soon as Rashford was onto it, it looked like nobody was catching him.
And it would be interesting to see, you know, especially like with that Rashford card up front, it's just the fear you have of leaving him loose like that, because that could have been 3-0 there, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know? As we said at the top of the show, you know, for those of you who are new to eFootball, you may not know the potency of a special version of Marcus Rashford. For fans or players of the community who have played this for a while, they will know how important he is as Correa moves his way through. Martinez! Lautaro gets one back. Pretty much
half-time, just after half-time, 2-1, Wes. That's huge.
It's absolutely a huge goal for Inter, and now questions will be asked of that Manchester United defence. It was a neat little move here, as we'll see on the replay. Correa drives to the byline, pulls it back to that penalty spot. Martinez left all alone, and Lautaro sweeps it home.
Just a simple finish, really, but it's all about the build-up. You know, when you get there, just shoot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, that changes the complexion of the game once again. Inter and Arda has a 7th here now. They've certainly got something in between their teeth here. Here's Joaquin Correa. Brozovic cleared away by Bruno Fernandes. Rashford to Martial. Sabitzer. Sabitzer looking through, finds Fred, who's got through here. In towards Rashford again, and it's cleared
by Dumfries. Just that the extra pass nearly kind of was too slow, wasn't it? The
Just
flight
a
of the ball was
touch
too
under
weak.
hit, and that was the difference there. Wan-Bissaka, Sabitzer to Fred. Fred's still there. He's got away from Bastoni. Martial, Bruno in towards Rashford. Tries to get away from Skriniar. Good challenge there by the defender. Cleared away. It's Lukaku. Lautaro. Correa. Good footwork from the Argentinian in towards Martinez. Has he got Lukaku in the middle? Wan-Bissaka comes across and covers. Correa keeps it in. Correa tries some neat footwork, trying to get around Lisandro Martinez. He's hustled off the ball. But it's too much
at the back
for the ref.
Just couldn't get the ball out. Just had to fouled him. Luckily enough for Nexa there.
Yeah, he was a little bit in a cul-de-sac there. Had to get himself out of the jam. Martinez forward, looking for Martial. Flicks it on towards Sabitzer. Sabitzer has runners if he looks to use them. Nexa finds the ball into Martial. Martial to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes just outreached there, but Martial wins it back. But Handanovic will come out and claim it.
And there is chances, as we thought there would be.
Starting to open up a little bit more here. Brozovic to Kalanoglu. Brozovic, Martinez, Lukaku, across to Correa. Bad touch from Correa. Gets away with it though. Martinez goes through the back of him, nothing given. You can see the gestures there for the FC Inter players. They thought there was a penalty on there, but instead it's a counter-attack. Sabitzer, Fred, towards Bruno. Bruno with the super cancel. Barella will intercept it, and off we go again. Correa, back to Brozovic. Correa. Casemiro looking to try and put a foot on it. Instead he's dispossessed by Brozovic. Is Lisandro Martinez, and Brozovic too heavy-handed again.
Trying to maybe up the physicality a bit, not to let Nexa. He's so comfortable on the ball. You have to probably upset that a little bit, Wes, don't you?
Yeah, when he gets into that metronome type of style, you've got to break it. You've got to break it free. As Bastoni clears it forward, Lautaro. Casemiro wins it back. Bruno to Rashford. There's two potent danger men from Manchester United. One of them is Bruno. He found Rashford. Rashford in towards Fred. Fred, can he find the finish? He's still got it free. Sabitzer with the strike.
Sabitzer's getting on the ball so much, isn't he?
He's such a key player for Manchester United, especially within eFootball. Such a key player because he knits it together between attack and midfield.
Yeah. And he's got some really good player skills as well. You know, that's important to people that play Dream Team and stuff. They'll know what we're talking about when we say that. You know, some of these guys have got an excellent variety of skills and a blend of skills and stats. Couple of changes here, Wes.
Yeah, you can see there, you see Fred, and I believe that is the familiar figure of Zidane Iqbal, who is utilised so well by this Manchester United team. And on the flip side of things here, I believe it's Kalanoglu, who may have just been replaced.
I think it was.
Substitution on the field.
And it's normally, if my memory serves me, it's Amrit Mkhitaryan who normally comes on for
like for like, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And at this point, as you'll see there in the top left-hand corner, you are correct. It's Mkhitaryan on for Inter. We do need that fresh legs to maybe stem the tide here. Casemiro runs it out. It's 15 in-game minutes left here.
What do Inter do, Wes? Did he go for it?
I mean, they're in a position where they absolutely have to. Here's Zidane Iqbal there. They need the ball back to do so. Here's Rashford. Rashford turns. It's that slickness of movement. Ball into the back post. It's scrambled. Clear. Only as far though. It's bounced back towards Rashford. Double touch from Rashford. Goes to the controlled strike. It's cleared away again. It's those moments that you've got to make pay. Casemiro wins it back. Casemiro looked to go. He was looking to go all the way back to the goalkeeper there from Shua. Instead, the ball goes forward, and Handanovic will gobble that up there. It's going to be 10 in-game minutes left here. Manchester United 2, FC Inter 1. As Inter look to try and find themselves.
Strong defending again.
Goals. Big defending indeed. And it needs to be at this level, at this time in the game. Yeah. You have to be committed, but you have to be committed in the right way. You overcommit, you can cause gaps. Here's Correa. Arda can't find a way through here.
We're seeing again where's the role, that DMF. I know I'm going to keep saying it.
It's
Casemiro is doing unbelievable work off the ball there as well. Look at him again. He's just everywhere.
It's there to just break up play. That's literally where players are looking for. Rashford, beautiful crossfield, finds Sabitzer. Sabitzer tries to get away from DeMarco. He does so successfully for a moment. He's looking for a runner. He's found Bruno Fernandes, who is onside here. Bruno into the box looking for Zidane Iqbal. Sabitzer wins it back again here. Will Nexa urge on the side of caution here? Will he try and kill the game, or will he look to try and get a third goal here? As Casemiro goes all the way back to the goalkeeper. It's game management.
Yeah, it is. It's part of it.
It's not pretty, but it will be effective as De Gea goes forward. It's an offside given there.
Yeah, a late call, but the right call.
Definitely the right call there.
You can see the outlet that Manchester United have with Rashford and Martial up front.
It makes such a difference. It makes such a difference to the team. Two added minutes here. Varane beats Lukaku. DeMarco puts it forward. This will be the last throws of the game here as Sabitzer looks to run down the clock, but he's played a beautiful crossfield ball, finds Rashford, who's got away from his defender here. It's Marcus Rashford. Can he go all the way? Oh, it's a big save from Andanovic. Ball's not cleared though. Martial! And there is going to be the last action. The final whistle has gone. It is Nexa 2, Arda 1. And Manchester United have their first 3 points of the day on the board.
Big win, Wes. Big win. Rashford was a thorn in Arda's side all game there. Just to have that outlet. What Manchester United were doing, I mean, I know we're simplifying it here, but winning the ball back with Casemiro, hitting him on the break, and then they had Rashford and Sabitzer up front.
Yeah.
Very impressed with Sabitzer throughout this whole campaign, Wes. He's just been... It's kind of a bit of a hero for the Manchester United boys here.
He's been their unintentional talisman. It really has, because it's seemingly the case of that Sabitzer is the link. He's that link in this formation and the way they have Sabitzer deployed. He's the link between attack and defence. It's a bullet header from Rashford.
It is. I mean, that's an amazing
phenomenal header. But you look at him as the link. He's the guy that puts that attack and defence together. And sometimes having somebody up front that isn't necessarily a forward, but more so a second striker or a shadow striker. Sometimes it is better to have those types of players there because they can find those passes that necessarily the forwards might not necessarily find.
Yeah, and also as well, like, you know from playing yourself as well, Wes, that like all eyes are on Rashford there. All eyes are on Martial. So Sabitzer kind of popping into those pockets of space. It's the kind of visual thing of it's like, all right, we don't need to worry too much. And then bang, he scores a lovely goal.
He's that unassuming, well, we can leave him there. He's not going to do anything. And then all of a sudden he pops up. He's got the goal and an assist in one game. A word on Inter there. They are just seemingly not finding their feet.
Yeah.
They are seemingly not got themselves comfortable with this team. Now, if there is, again, we talked about Arda in terms of points getter for this team. If there's a person who I would say who has been unlucky, and I never like to use that in esports, person who has been unlucky has been Merriman.
Yeah.
Because on the stat sheet it says, he's lost. He's lost what, 4 games?
4 games, yeah.
But the last 3 games have all been last-minute winners or last-minute equalisers or last-minute goals.
He has been a little unlucky,
to not have points on the board, I think is a shame. I think he's maybe 6th or 7th on the goal-scoring charts.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that he has got the ability to put the goals there. The issue is, of course, if you look at the left side of your screens there, you'll notice that it's Nexa and Kilser that you can see in shot, which means that the man in the hot seat is Lotfi.
Yeah.
And again, Lotfi as a historical figure within esports, within eFootball, has been there and done it. And is continually doing it. And he's continually finding his way with this team. Now, as we have spoken to United at length, they are delighted to have Rashford aboard from a big-time perspective. It's a massive card for them because they know for the stats that they want from their Rashford, he's so much better than what they already have. Yeah. So we'll no doubt see that again come to prominence here. But it'd be interesting now to see, do Inter go, as we see there, straight from kickoff there. It's Lautaro Martinez. Martinez, good save from De Gea. Alanoglu is trying to mop it up there, and that's almost twice now. We've been caught unawares by just introducing the game.
Not even letting us sit down, Wes.
They certainly have not. As Barella driven crosser across the box and cleared away
Shaw's
again.
Been drafted in for this game, you can see there.
Merriman not looking to waste any time here. You've got to be careful of those bear traps that Lotfi leaves laying around this field.
And as you said, Wes, there, an interesting stat with Merriman. He's had 20 shots. That's 21 there now in the league so far. So is he going to rue those chances that he's missed, not just in this match day? He is, as you said, he's been a bit unlucky, hasn't he?
Certainly has. He might be able to turn that luck on its head, though. Çalhanoğlu Sadly, the aggressor of the two in the very early going here is Inter. Merriman will be looking to maybe shake that tag off of him in terms of being goals but not points. There's Mkhitaryan. Varane intercepts it, plays it back to David De Gea. Rashford. There's Bruno Fernandes. Sabitzer cleared away by Gozens. There's Brozovic. Brozovic goes for the long one forward, looks for Martinez. It's a neat pass back there to David De Gea. Lotfi not got her going here yet. All the pressure is coming the way of FC Inter, which will be a delight to their fandom. But it may only take one opportunity here. Is Sabitzer. Gozens intercepts it. Down the line to Barella. To Kalanoglu. Brozovic. Martinez. Mkhitaryan. Interestingly, no Lukaku in the starting lineup for Merriman. It's Luke Shaw. Shaw into Martial. Martial looking to shape, finds Fernandes, finds Sabitzer back in towards Bruno Fernandes! It's off the post!
We were celebrating there, the boys were celebrating there nearly.
That very much falls into the category of half the ground thought that was in. Mkhitaryan goes flying forward though. Here's Kalanoglu. Flicks it onto Lautaro. Barella. Back towards Lautaro, looking back for Barella. Bruno Fernandes will clear it away. Martial. Gagliardini. Barella. Just breaking down the midfield there again. Rashford to Martial. Steven de Vrij. Take that away. Brozovic.
Casemiro again with
Casemiro, he's been imperious.
He's a destroyer there in midfield.
He's been so good, as he has been for so many match days for this Manchester United side. Here's Mkhitaryan forward. Launched forward again there. Rashford trying to flick that down. De Vrij. Dumfries. Gagliardini. Lautaro Martinez, Brozovic, Lautaro Martinez, Barella goes down the line here, finds Mkhitaryan, who is onside, tries to play the ball across and wins a corner.
I tell you, Merriman is settled
promising.
well, hasn't
it's a promising start from Inter.
Yeah,
really
Inter
is.
really settled well. Lotfi just hasn't been able to get on the ball, like, or hold any bit of possession at the moment.
Skriniar tries to win the header and flick that one on. So it's going to be Dumfries, Mkhitaryan, Barella. Luke Shaw will clear, but it has been pretty much all Inter here. But now we've got this prospect of a Manchester United counter-attack here. Sabitzer, Barella intercepts it and clears it away. Shaw up against Mkhitaryan. I think that's going to go out, is it? Nope, they're going to recover it, I think.
A bit of mind games.
A little bit, yeah, it's a little bit of I won't run all the way. But it's been a fairly balanced affair between Lotfi and between Merriman. It's been a very balanced affair. It's Mkhitaryan. Plays it long over the top there. Looks for Kalanoglu. Looks to take it down and collision in the box. And it's solid defending indeed. Fred to Rashford. Rashford to Martial. Martial, neat little back heel, looking for Rashford again. Instead, it's cleared away by FC Inter. Gagliardini. Plays for to Brozovic. Lautaro. Kalanoglu trying to find an inroad here. Still retain the ball as the Turk, but he can't find a way through. It's Barella. Now it's Kalanoglu again, but Bruno Fernandes comes back and takes that one away.
This is all Inter at the moment, isn't it, Wes?
It is. It really has settled into an all-Inter. Lotfi has not put any rubber to the road as yet, but as we know all too well from a game of eFootball, you can be winning 1 minute or drawing 1 minute and feel like you're in control. And the next minute, one goal goes in, it changes the whole complexion.
I think you just want to get in at half and just reassess.
And that is it, certainly.
What's he going to do, like, if he's going to keep this way? I mean, it's surely a matter of when and not if Inter score, because I do think that they're on top. Possession stats, everything else doesn't look as much as it is in terms of inter-dominating. You can see the successful passes there is a big discrepancy.
Well, if it was a boxing fight at this point in time, if you wanted to separate the two, it'd be Inter on points. It literally would be, because
that's a great
they've
analogy.
certainly been the aggressor in the two. But I think Lotfi has got to find something more. But you know, as we say about these players, these are some of the best eFootball players on the planet.
Yeah.
These lot will have that in reserve. And by that I mean all of these players. You will find that they will summon up pieces of brilliance when you least expect it, as Fred outside of the foot cross.
And Lafayette is someone as well that he can kind of be slow to start in terms of he doesn't really panic too much.
No, he certainly doesn't, and he doesn't let you in emotionally either. He's certainly very kind of cold when it comes to when you're on the controls. As Gagliardini wins that back for FC Inter. Ball across to Barella. Here's Lautaro. Mkhitaryan. Looking forward, and instead it's Luke Shaw that's got him on lockdown.
Bruno's having a lot of work being done in the middle of the pitch as well, bringing the ball forward.
Certainly has to run a long way to go. Here's Fred. There's a ricochet there. It's fortunate for United. Here's Rashford. Quick feet of him, but Dumfries will clear that away. But Fred will nonchalantly knock that on. Instead, it's gone towards Mkhitaryan, and Lisandro Martinez wins it back again. Here's Rashford.
He's waiting for runs.
Certainly is waiting for runs there. Bruno Fernandes, Fred, Rashford. Rashford tried to shape brilliantly, goes to the defenders, double touch. Brilliant finish from Rashford. That is a fantastic finish.
My God, that's spectacular. What we talked about it was one chance. Boom, that's it, that's all you get, and that's what he does best is Lotfi. He doesn't get too high, didn't even celebrate it. I mean, I was celebrating just a beautiful goal, so I didn't see, but
it's
is
the way he takes this touch in, takes it through two defenders, brilliant touch, takes the double touch, opens up that tiny bit of a shot lane, and that is all he needed. As we said, you could be in the ascendancy, you can be looking like you should be winning a game, it takes one moment, and that was the killer touch there from Marcus Rashford. And as we said, it's that big time making the difference again.
Rashford has looked dangerous. It's that 1-2 punch of Rashford or Martial. You have to watch both of them going forward if you're defending them. So it's always there.
Certainly is. And Lotfi just moving on to 7 goals in the competition. It's not
slowly
really
ticking along though, isn't he?
He's ticking. Yeah, it's unassumingly ticking along. It's. You know, certainly when we look towards the business end of this tournament, when it then turns into a best-of-3 formation, as we see Calhanoglu stunning cross over. Martinez ricochets, could have gone anywhere, it's gone for a corner.
Could have come out and hit us.
But these players who are unassuming at this point in time, when it then starts to become the best-of-3 format, as we'll see in the knockout stages, that's when that starts to really come to the fore. As Martinez onside. Oh, he's flashed one wide.
That is a huge miss. I don't know,
he had so much time.
He did, he had nearly too much time to think, hadn't he?
He spun on the turn, and instead it's gone flying wide. And Merriman will be ruining that opportunity plenty. Here's Rashford, though, down the other end for Manchester United. Can they pull off another victory into the bank here, or will Inter find their shooting boots? It's Bruno Fernandes to Fred. Fred to Rashford. Sorry, Martial to Rashford. Such as the frequency of finding Rashford, you genuinely believe that that's where the ball is going to go every single time. There's Fred. Just looking down the line for Bruno Fernandes. Dumfries will clear it away though. Brozovic. Mkhitaryan. Good block away by Rafael Varane.
Sabitzer's been quiet in this game, but it's more of a subdued game, I think.
Certainly something you have to keep your eye on.
Yeah.
Certainly. With 20 in-game minutes left, there's not long left here. That time will tick down. The more this ball is in play, the quicker that ball or that time will tick down.
We might see a sub or two now as well, Wes, because there's a few tired bodies out there.
There certainly might be. As Martial looks to try and find his way in, Skriniar will clear it. Anywhere will do.
That's my style of defending Wes when I'm at home playing. With every ball that comes into my possession.
I think it's the style of a lot of players at home, myself included. Would be anywhere will do. If it can find out of the stadium, even better. If it takes them about 10 minutes to recover the ball, fantastic.
Look, it's a souvenir for someone in the crowd.
Yeah,
That's
I'm sure.
the main thing, you know?
I'm sure. But as we'll see here, interestingly, the two changes that are coming in here, Correa is now on.
And Lautaro big time is being used by Merriman in this formation, which is an interesting change from the last one. I think Luke Shaw's a different change as well with United.
Yeah, so you can see there the differences between, not only are the players obviously all part of the same team, they'll have their own differences they want to use with their play styles. They will have their own little intricacies. This one, certainly with a big time Lautaro Martinez, that one there is pretty crucial because you want to get him into the game.
Yeah.
And at the moment, there was that one opportunity with Lautaro when he was all alone.
Right there. I think the ball just, you know, he's shooting it from with his back to the goal. When
yeah, and that was the difficulty.
Had he have shaped it back again? Because
had he have shaped in a different way, or had he been facing the goal, I think you're looking at a goal there. But,
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Looking at it, you'll see the changes here between the little individual tactics. You'll see.
But look, Laffy hasn't really hit the heights that he, you know, we'd used to see him hitting. He's consistent, but it's one moment of magic, and that's what separates these players at the top level, really.
But sometimes that's all that's required, especially in this level, especially at this moment as well. It's going to be Bruno Fernandes on the corner. How's he going to look to deliver this one?
Knock on to Varane.
Certainly looks like you called it perfectly. Martial! 2-0!
You could see it, and it's very hard to stop it. You could see it, Wes, coming, and look, I've conceded a lot like that as well myself, but that is just unfortunate, just from the dead ball. And it is that man Martial again. It's not Rashford this time, but lovely ball in. That's work. They've worked on that. Laffy's definitely worked on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's timed to perfection with the run.
I was going to say that's something that I would be using at home. It's a near post flick on, because once that second ball happens, that's where that chaos kind of comes in. It's who can react the quickest. Can you react with your defender, or is the opponent going to react and score? And in this instance, it was Martial.
We saw it.
They saw it again, though.
Celebration there from Laffy as well, Wes.
I think he knows how important that goal might just be in the grand scheme of things here. Gagliardini given away to Bruno Fernandes. It's Victor Lindelof forward looking for Martial. Goalkeeper has Kane, and he got there, did Handanovic.
Just about. Laffy's in the perfect spot now to just soak up the pressure, Wes, and just get out of this one with all points.
Absolutely. I think that will be the ask from him. Is Lindelof forward towards Martial. It's Sabitzer. Inter just trying to find a way here, just to have something to shout about here. Is Lukaku up against Luke Shaw. And Lukaku's found a way around. Çalhanoğlu into the box, Lindelof for the clearance. And this rear guard from Manchester United proving to pay dividends once again. Iqbal forward, looking for Martial, looks for the flick on. Skriniar intercepts it, finds Correa. Can Inter put a little bit of doubt in here for the last final minutes? Lukaku with the strike!
Finish! Let it run through the legs, Wes, and just smacked it into the bottom corner.
The Belgian has the answer, and Inter have a goal, and now 5 in-game minutes left here.
There's still time.
There is still time on the clock.
I was just about to say, it just kind of went a bit quiet there for a second, and then it's after exploding again.
Absolutely, and that's it. These moments can be quiet, and everything will be, oh, it's not that dangerous. No, ball goes through the neat little dummy, takes it and gets that shot lane. It's that lane where you need to have a clear sight at goal, so you don't, it doesn't cannon into a defender. It doesn't take a deflection off your own player. Instead, finds that brilliant ball into the bottom corner.
Beautiful finish, isn't it? We've seen a few of those curled shots into the bottom corner, Wes, and I think that's something that Merriman will look for.
Yeah, that was a big, big goal indeed. And now, it promotes that question of where do we go from here? Last 5 minutes of a game. If you're sat at home and you're wondering about what would you do? First of all, what would you do, Barry, in this situation?
I'm shutting up shop. I think that's what I would probably do, Wes, because you can see Lotfi straight away, right? He's into the tactics, and this is where a bit of know-how comes in. This is where their experience comes in. That Lotfi's been here before. He's seen it all before. He knows what works, what doesn't work. he knows he's in a position, right? He's still there, 2-1. He's still going to get all the full points with this match if he can just see it out for the 90 minutes. And I think that he will if he can just kind of keep the ball a little bit on the ball, a bit more, a bit possession. But you can see Merriman Wes, he's just thrown a Hail Mary at it here. This is the Hail Mary formation, really.
Yeah, it's throw the ball forward and hope that you can get a knockdown, or hope you can just cause some chaos.
Some bit of magic in the box maybe, or somebody will get on the end of something.
And that's the hope. That's the hope that Inter will have here. They will have that hope that somewhere and somehow that this goal or this game will have one more goal in it for them.
I think so.
But they need the ball first.
They do.
And that's the problem. If you're Manchester United, don't surrender the ball. I mean, we say that now, and Inter now have a chance here. Is Lukaku. And a corner to Kalanoglu. And Lisandro Martinez clears it away. It's De Vrij. Forward to Skriniar. Inter have time on the clock. They have one more opportunity at least in them. It's in towards Lautaro Martinez. It's a shot in anger, and it's gone for a corner though.
Just a flash, that shot, really, wasn't it? It just bopped up to him, and he just basically just smacked it. That could have went anywhere as well, Wes. That's the thing. You know, you probably were best to shoot there because it was kind of on the half volley or the
could have cannoned anywhere.
Yeah.
But as such,
Merriman
it's a corner. You know, Merriman knows that could have gone his way.
I think the thing is as well, like when you get chances like that, it's very hard to be. It's very hard.
You can't beat yourself up about it.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's what you need to not do here. But ball's going to go into the box here. 4 minutes added on by the referee, and that is a minimum of 4. Ball into the box. Skriniar towards Lautaro Martinez. Ball still there. But Martinez!
Wow.
Finally, he finds a last-minute goal of his own.
We talked a bit about chaos, Wes. You mentioned it. Chaos. Something. Just throw it in the box and see what happens. Throw on the Hail Mary formation, and that could be a huge goal in the grand scheme of things for Inter to get a few points on the board. 2-2 Wes with minutes left.
He has been the victim of 3 last-minute winners against him. He now finds a last-minute equaliser of his own.
A little bit of justice maybe, or
a little bit, but certainly he was the first one to react.
Yeah,
he was the first one to react in the box. That ball fell to Lindelof. He then managed to get the ball back from Martinez, and instead he finds the finish. It's a brilliant piece of work because, as you said, it comes from the tactic. It comes from just throwing players forward
just
and hoping.
And maybe I think what he's deserved in terms of he's been knocking at the door. I think Lofty has been very, very settled since he got the 2-1 up. But when you are throwing that many attackers and you get a set ball, I think that was the only way that a goal was going to come.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If that's fair to say.
Absolutely, I think so, because I think that brick wall that is there, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, of Lindelof, Varane, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw, with Casemiro backing them up in midfield, that is incredibly hard to navigate around because there's only so many routes you can go.
Yeah.
You can't really go up against Luke Shaw because the pace is there. You can't really go up against the physicality because Varane's there. You can't really go up against the physicality because Lindelof's there.
Yeah, exactly.
And you've got to find an entry point. And if it's set pieces that are the undoing, then you aim to get set pieces. You play to your strengths and your opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, I agree. But again, it's something as well for Laffy and the United lads there. Like if Laffy, and I'm sure the lads are in his ear saying, look, it's a set piece. No, you know, you can't, like, what can you really, you know what I mean? It's kind of the ball comes in, it ricochets, and then it just falls to him. Now, he took it well, but I think Laffy will be looking at this and thinking, right, okay, let's just see this out, and it's all to play for the third game.
Well, now, there's still the small moment of injury time still left to play here. And we have seen goals aplenty that have come from situations here. And, you know, we have seen goals before. There's Iqbal. Luke Shaw, goal number 10 for Merriman, left side of your screen. Shaw goes forward, looking for a player there. DeMarco smartly plays it back to Handanovic. Now, will he play for the point? I think that's essentially what he's going to look for here. Well, the ball's going to go forward. You never know. He might try and take all 3. Martinez, Lukaku, in towards Catalano. Oh, he's looking across the Correa. And you heard the audible groans as it goes 2-2.
Should he have shot Wes? That's the question he'll be asking himself. But
we will never know, which is the dangerous part of eFootball. they only came in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Well, Lukaku must have been punishing me for making the mistake of calling him Origi at the start. So he had to leave his mark on the match here. And,
he was like that was a case of mistaken identity. I'm gonna take that annoyance out on you. But this here, again, it's just reacting first to Lindelof. He was flat-footed.
Yeah, he was flat-footed at the back. It's just an unfortunate bounce off Lindelof when it comes back out. More like, was it? Do you think he got what he deserved towards the end? Or was a 2-2 draw a fair result?
I think so. I think the way that he worked to get that opportunity, and you could see that he made those tactical switches to get himself that opportunity.
Yeah,
I think that was deserved.
Yeah,
that was a deserved point. A lot of people will be disappointed.
Yeah,
he was 2 goals up, then goes to 2-2. Be disappointed with that, but from a Manchester United perspective, it's still a point. So the reality is that actually you'd still think that Manchester United are in a pretty good place here, because I think looking at, in terms of the tables and the standings, we do say this all the time about the points and how it impacts these two teams. And you look there, Manchester United now sitting on 22 points. They're level now with Bayern in terms of their points, and they are now 6 points ahead of Monaco. So in terms of pointage. And again, if results don't really go, results don't go their way later on with AC Milan, they're playing Roma, they are still going to be top 4.
Yeah.
At the end of this game. So it's then going to be a case now of, as we see the two players now sit down for these games. It's now going to be El Matador, who we have known for so long and so well.
Yeah.
In terms of almost a German superhero within esports. He's a veteran against Kilzia, who is a former league MVP.
Yeah.
And that's what excites me a lot about these players, is because, as we say, looking at the progression of these players and seeing where these players are developing and where they're going and how they're performing. I think even looking at the kind of the body languages we can see, they still look relatively relaxed, Manchester United. They look relatively cool with themselves. I think Inter are still a little bit tense, a little bit kind of, we're not too sure.
It's hard when you're not winning. You know what I mean? Like, draws are great and all, and I think for a team like Barcelona or even for Manchester United there, once you have a nice, spread of points, you can kind of take your points when they come and take your 1 point, take your 4 points on a match day. But I think for Inter, they would have been looking for more today. So let's see what El Matador can do. I mean, no one questions these guys' talents. No one questions these guys' skills. It just depends whether it falls from on the day, really, Wes, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And we, as much as we can say about the capabilities of the teams, we can say about the capabilities of the players controlling those teams. The reality is that there is obviously there is some luck involved here. Like, those ricochets and that moment that Merriman had in that game. Yes, it come from a flick on from a corner and a fortuitous ricochet. But sometimes you have to play for those moments, and sometimes, as the old adage goes, you have to create your own luck.
Yeah, and put the ball in. Like, that's what it was. Throw the ball in there and see what happens sometimes is a great tactic to have. If you've got somebody like Lukaku for Inter, or you've got somebody like Rashford, big-time Rashford up front, obviously. I will question, though, whether you saw in the second game there, Wes, where Martinez was used, the big-time epic Martinez.
Did he make the difference?
Yeah, did he make a difference? Because we saw Rashford has made a difference through in the 2 games now. And we saw in the earlier game with Barcelona, they didn't use Gavi. And we saw Ben Yedder make a difference. I'm just thinking now, is that something that will, maybe in the future, in another match day?
Well, certainly now the point. You can certainly point to it now and go, well, okay, well, we saw that one team who didn't use it have only ended up with 4 points. But then you can tangibly see the differences that those other players have made for those teams. Ben Yedder, Rashford, Lautaro, respectively, have made differences to these teams. And you can see the differences when watching them as well.
You can, yeah.
You really can. And I think Martinez certainly was one there because, again, Martinez had that opportunity for Merriman.
Yeah.
Where it didn't work out because he hit it on the spin, whereas when he's got an opportunity in front of goal, he pops it home.
Yeah,
so
that's the difference, I suppose.
And I think you can certainly see from the early going as well with Merriman's play style, that certainly benefited having Lautaro in the team.
Yeah, and it's a thing as well that, like, I think about it as just like, the average person that's playing, right? when you're coming up against big-time cards and stuff, or cards that are different versions, it kind of puts a psychological thing into your head. I need to, like I was saying earlier to you with Sabitzer, you're kind of looking for the danger man in the team, right? Whether that's your Rashford, whether it's your Martinez for Inter, whoever. So it is kind of a psychological thing as well for your opponent, that they need to maybe stick a little tighter, like maybe Inter stuck a little too tight to Rashford because of that fear, and then it just comes back where he actually blows past them.
You game plan for one element of danger, and then 2 or 3 other elements then appear. It's, yes, you can double up, and you can, not to use a different sport, but for example in basketball you can run double teams. You can do isolation plays, and it's the same here. You can isolate a player, you can double team them, but then that will leave another player open. And especially at this level with the team that United have, as we mentioned already, if you're stopping Rashford, you're leaving Martial. If you stop Martial, then you need to stop Sabitzer. If you stop Sabitzer, you've also then got to stop Bruno. It's the same with Inter as well. If you stop Lautaro, you've got Lukaku, you've got Correa, you've got Mkhitaryan, you've got Kalhanoglu, you've got Barella who can drive forward. There's all of those elements.
There's a lot of good players in each squad, and I think it's all about just getting. If you can get on top and play the way you want to play, I think that's nearly more important than stopping your opponent from playing. So that's kind of something that I would look at, is that, like, if I can go out and even if I go a goal down ways, right, which I'm sure a lot of these lads kind of plan for, not in a defeatist type way, but that they plan, right, okay, what's my game plan here if I go down a goal in the first 20 minutes? Which we saw in this game. You're not out of it. You can still kind of rejig things, and in the last kick of the game get an equaliser like we saw.
I mean, that moment there where Bruno's hit the post, that
easily
could have been a Manchester United victory had that gone in. As you'll see there, Rashford pops that one home.
I mean, that's a serious goal.
He's certainly been making a lot of the difference for these players. They certainly have. But they're just, you can see there though, you can see that was the intake of breath of going, we're going to be suffering the same fate again. That Martinez chance. I mean, you can see El Matador had his head in his hands.
We couldn't believe it. It was just like, oh my days.
And then this, you even called it. You even literally called when that ball's going into Varane. You know what that's.
I've been on the receiving end of a few of those myself, so I knew that it was going to be targeted. But that's the thing. It's a tactic, and Lukaku again. I said that he was a bit slow, but that was a beautiful little sharp turn and finish.
Sharp turn and finish, and that really provided the platform for Merriman to build on. Not only point that as a point, as you talk about substitutes, Lukaku was not actually full level. That's just an 82 rated Lukaku. So as we say about their team strengths and their team levels, they've got to somehow manage all of these aspirations and those aspects of the team. And of course, Lautaro Martinez, he was worth his weight in gold at that point. It got Merriman the point, and it got him across the line.
Little smile there at the end as well with that goal, because I think he probably felt that he was knocking on the door, as he has been with, like, throughout this competition, without the eFootball Championship Pro Ads. He has been knocking, as have Inter, but sometimes the ball just doesn't fall for you. Sometimes you don't get the chances that your play deserves. And again, taking nothing away from Manchester United, like, they're a serious outfit as well, these three lads. They're seriously talented, and they look so calm all the time.
The thing is, you look at the teams that are in the competition, you look at the players that are on show for that competition, or for this competition. There isn't such a thing as an easy game. There really isn't.
Well, as we're seeing, Wes, like, that's the thing, like, somebody looking in on this and thinking, right, Inter are bottom. Manchester United have got a good few points on the board. This is going to be, maybe one of the easier match days for Manchester United, for the average person thinking that. But that's not the way it goes, because these guys are so talented that anything can happen on any given day.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll see there, we talked about big times at length already.
They're back in
Both
today.
are employed for both Kilzu and for El Matador.
Kilzu is warming up the hands, the
and
wrists, he's
getting limbered up. And this
realistically
for Inter could be a pretty big result. Yes, it might not necessarily move them, and it certainly won't move them off the foot of the table, but it could potentially close the gap if they can find a victory here. Of course, Manchester United will be looking to try and leapfrog Bayern Munich with a victory here, as we see Martial, who's just offside from the start of the game here.
That would have been the quickest goal of the game.
And you can certainly see, you can certainly see from all of these games that we've had so far, it's a goal or two either way. It's not, and it's not just for Manchester United versus Inter, but also for the Barcelona Monaco game. It's one goal here or there, and it's as we said, it's moments it's coming down to. As we see FC Inter have a throw in opposition
Casemiro just
territory.
threw people out of his way there.
Has just bullied them like the Hulk, has taken it away from them. Has found Martial, but De Vrij gets the right side of him, and Handanovic will clear that away. Mkhitaryan. Here's Fred, Casemiro, Fred, Martial, Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes looking back forwards for Martial. It's a big save from Handanovic. Needed to be made. Rashford to Fred. Good footwork from the Brazilian. Just can't get the ball through and clear into the box.
An early warning shot, Wes, there.
Early signs, very much indeed. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Gagliardini. Forward to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan spots the run, and Varane's misstepped here. It's Lautaro Martinez onside, plays it across Calhanoglu!
What a goal, what a counter, and it's just that one ball through again. I think he tried to play the offside trap. We'll have to go back and look at it, Wes. It happened so quickly, but the defence was caught so flat at the back there, which is interesting in this early stage, but just a little tap across and a little tap in.
There was well, certainly looking at it, Varane misstepped, and it was that misstep and the run. We'll watch it back again here. Varane's on his way back. Varane, it's that tiny misstep.
Tiny one.
But again, it's timing of the pass from El Matador.
Yeah.
Again, it's the easiest goal you're going to see scored today. Tiny roll across, and Hakan Calhanoglu will be there to swipe it home and say thank you very much.
Just powers it home.
Powers it home for 1-0.
Matador is a brilliant start for him because he had that early scare, we just talked about it, and that could have rocked him a little bit. But he looks, maybe he'll open up a bit now and play a bit more free.
Yeah, certainly, but again, as we know from Killsu and his exploits here, he will know just how to find a way through if there is a way to be found. It's Casemiro to Fred, to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes, double touch, takes it around the corner. Fernandes, good save from Handanovic. Sabitzer, squeaked it home.
Wes, we had everything in that clip. We had manual goalkeeping, we double touch into a shot, and we had the rebound follow-up then as well, where I didn't think he'd shoot from that angle, but he just got there quicker than the goalkeeper could get down at that near post. One apiece, and this could be an exciting one now, Wes. 13 minutes on the clock, one each.
It's that man again, Marcel Sabitzer.
Yeah,
he has been
again.
A problem for everyone. But as you'll see there, it's ball retention, it's ball recovery, and again, it's ball movement at the right time there. Neat double touch, a good little manual save from Handanovic. Handanovic does not get back up on time to get the ball away from his near post, and it's Marcel Sabitzer, the Austrian, sweeps it home.
Beautiful double touch though to initially create that chance, wasn't it?
You see there, arrowed into the near post.
Just crept in, Wes. And that's all you need to do sometimes, is just shoot and just see where it goes, Because if you took a touch on that, the chance is gone.
Yeah, the rebounds are costly, especially at this level, as Rashford looks to play his way through. De Vrij's had a missed kick there. Here's Martial, Killsu up to 7 goals himself. And Matador, as we said, was a signing in the middle of this season. So don't be mistaken for the fact of only 2 goals scored for the German. Is Fred. Rashford looks to play it through to Martial. Let's try and get the other side of Skriniar. Instead it is cleared away. Sabitzer. Fred. Martial. Martial puts the stop and puts the brakes on. Goes and takes it away though.
Killsu was looking to put him under savage pressure. Again, was straight from the reset.
He certainly. Rashford finds a beautiful deep through ball. Fred through the legs.
Wes, that's unfortunate for, you would say, El Matador, but Fred of all people to get into that position, that box-to-box role that he likes to play, just happens to find himself onto the end of that. Bit of fortune with through the legs of the keeper, but sometimes they can go in and sometimes they can't.
They won't care a jot.
No.
Killsu will not care. Manchester United will not care. It's great ball movement here, though, when you look at it. Brilliant ball here. Fantastic back heel.
Excellent back heel. It's for Rashford again.
Exquisite back heel. And it's Marcus Rashford, as you said, once again, proving the difference maker.
He has been the difference maker, I think, for this United squad. And I think they knew that they were going to be getting a big boost to their squad this match day. I think they've used it to full effect.
They have
so far from what we've seen, Wes.
They have certainly indeed have used it to aplomb. Again, as we know, being well rooted within the eFootball community, we know how much players at home love a big time, or at least an epic card of Marcus Rashford's quality. And this is a perfect advert for it.
Well, he is, I tell you, he is the man at the moment, I think, for this. And a lot of people, anyone that I've talked to, it's been Gavi and Rashford. They're the two boys, they're the two cars that people want, you know, and you're seeing it, as you said, Wes, excellently there. This is the difference that they can make sometimes, is that, you know, you have that thing as well, that you are going to have that extra boost to your players. And then they're just so consistent on the pitch all the time, you know, with their player skills, their, you know, play styles, everything.
Absolutely. Interestingly as well, Manchester United just creeping into that top 10 of goals scored. There was 3 of them, all on 8. And we'll find out at the end of this game, and again, the end of this matchup, as to who will take the crown from internally between Manchester United's players, because I don't think either one of them want to be giving that up. Rashford to Fernandes, looking to roll it back through for Rashford, and it is cleared away. But it certainly adds a potent weapon to this Manchester United side.
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, it's just even just having that two-pronged attack of Martial and Rashford in the basic squad, and then you throw in a special card like this in the hands of these guys especially, but even for anyone at home, you are gonna get the benefit of these cards.
Yeah, great through ball from Fred onto that Rashford once more. Rashford in towards Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes, Sabitzer! It's there again! United make it 3-1.
Well, Wes, you called him the hero of the squad, the unsung hero of the squad. He's back at it again with 2 goals today. Kilzu in the driving seat now. And that puts them in a very strong position, Wes. 3-1 up. Bit of distance between the two teams now. Again, Rashford is there again. We're going to keep repeating this guy. He's just the pass in.
It's Rashford and Sabitzer.
Yeah.
Those seemingly are the 2 go-to weapons for this Manchester United side.
And again, Bruno's been an excellent architect.
Bruno's been fantastic to complement as well. You know, again, you look at those players that they have around, it feels as though that this Manchester United side now have the players to complement those players.
I agree. I think he was the missing link, that Rashford, to have that kind of like powerful card up front to be able to do damage.
Certainly has been. Here's Sabitzer. 9 goals now for Kilzu. He now takes the internal lead in Manchester United's terrible trio. And he's starting to creep up that goal table.
A lot of people are going to be looking at Sabitzer after today.
Certainly so. They certainly will, as Brozovic looks to try and play the ball in. De Gea will take that clear. Quite. If the result does stay the same, as we said already, they will leapfrog for the moment Bayern Munich and will put themselves into that top 3.
25 points, Wes. They'll be tied with Arsenal.
And of course,
obviously
Arsenal
have to play, but
Arsenal and Bayern are up next after the conclusion of this game. So I'm sure Manchester United will not be rushing off, and instead they'll be looking at that fixture with great intrigue.
Definitely. I mean, it's just a huge performance so far from Kilzu. He looks so locked in there, as you see in the bottom of the screen.
Zeroed in. When he gets into that mode, he's very hard to shake out. Here's Sabitzer looking for Bruno Fernandes, but that's what we talk about, the players and having that kind of locked in mentality. Once you get into that tunnel, once you get out of that tunnel, it is game on.
Yeah,
exactly. And they're so focused on what they have to achieve. Here's Bruno Fernandes, Sabitzer to Fred, back towards Sabitzer rolls it through, Bruno Fernandes, the stinking to the back post from Rashford, off the bar!
He's offside, he's offside,
He's just offside.
That would have been curtains, I think, Wes.
That just goes to show how observant we are on the desk here as fans of eFootball. If you hear a whistle before the ball's kicked, you know that it's already an offside. But as you'll see there, that is a let-off there for FC Inter, and they will potentially go in at the break. 3-1 down, unless there is a chance here. Ball will be cleared away by Rafael Varane. 3-1.
And I would say an unlikely goal scorer in Fred, but it just shows the squad
out of nowhere.
quality.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking at it, that's Fred's first goal of the season, probably, for these guys playing eFootball. It's normally Rashford, as we said already, Martial, Sabitzer, are those 3 potent kind of weapons. You also, of course, have Bruno as well.
And I think for everyone at home as well, like, you've got that classic formation of that 3-man midfield that a lot of the teams use now in real football as well. As on eFootball, you've got your DMF, which is going to be an anchorman, Wes, or your box-to-box. It's going to cover a lot of ground, or a destroyer-type role. And then you've also got Fred, who's doing mopping up everything. And you see, the biggest problem I think that Inter are having, right, is that they just seem to be kind of getting pushed forward from Casemiro and Fred. And Fred or Casemiro are just always dominating midfield there. So we've seen that pattern kind of between games in this match day so far. and we saw it in the earlier game as well with Sergio Busquets. So that's something I think that people at home will be able to visually see, the role of that DMF and then the role of the CMF mopping everything up. And Fred is doing, look, he's a bit of an unsung hero.
He certainly
He's after
is.
getting the glory today with the goal. And again, your man, I'm going to call him your man, Sabitzer.
Well, I was going to say, I think affectionately known as in Manchester parts is Fred the Red.
Fred the Red, yeah.
He's affectionatally known as. And again, of all the times to pop up and score, this is the time. And
this is it now.
And now we're into the second half. I think there might be a slight issue with a controller.
Look, I think Inter just need to settle and just try get into the game a little bit quicker.
A bit of fair play given here. I see this is the part of esports that you kind of like to see. It's nice that that's actually it's basically controller issue.
Just controller issue, I think.
Controller issue, and it's nice to see some fair play there, though.
That's just going to get that sorted. That's fine. But I think, look, I think 3-1 down it's obviously not the best position for him. But when you have a talented team like Manchester United, and you've got a talented player like Kilzu, he's going to want to put you to the sword here, I think, and get goals for himself, get goals for his team, because it could come down to goal difference in terms of seeding and in terms of positioning at the end. I mean, if we are to take a look at the table there, as we said, Arsenal have yet to play obviously today.
And they got a big one
they're
against
bringing down
Bayern.
their necks.
They got a big one against Bayern later on. And that
could swing either way. That could swing either way.
There was the reason why I highlighted it as a game of the day, because of how the permutations could potentially be impacted.
Yeah.
Obviously, Manchester United, I believe we're back underway here.
We are back. Let's see if...
Controller issues aside, we are back to the second half here. Is Lautaro Martinez, Mkhitaryan. Sabitzer tries to head it away, but instead he's gifted it into the path of Calhanoglu. Barella, away to Bruno Fernandes. Here's Sabitzer, on towards Fred. Rashford, Martial, good knockdown again from Rashford. He's so integral to this team. And their desires to get into the top three here.
Barella's been quiet in this game as well, actually. He's usually a fantastic player, but I just think that midfield has been dominated by Casemiro and Fred there, you know, with the box-to-box runs. Barella is in here. Bruno's back there defending now, Wes. He's doing everything today.
Everywhere. This team seems to, again, take a life of its own when it's in control at the eFootball Championship Pro. They all seem to be battling, and positions don't really seem to mean a lot because they all just defend in unison.
Yeah. I'd love to see how many touches Casemiro's had today across the 3 games.
I tell you,
or the multiple games.
The stat takers at home will certainly be a very interesting one to look at. 60 minutes, 60 minutes gone on the game now, and we've not seen anything in the second half from Inter in terms of pressure. It's Casemiro to Sabitzer. Sabitzer in towards Martial. It's cleared away by De Vrij. Casemiro and Fred. The Brazilian duo mop it up. In towards Rashford again!
It's 4 Wes, and that's game over, you would imagine, at this stage in the game.
You've got to feel that's
27 minutes
it.
left.
You've got to feel that's it. It's another goal from Rashford. It's another goal for Kilzu. And it's another goal for Manchester United.
I mean, he barely has the ball at his feet, and it's just bang in the back of the net. Again, it's that man that I've been talking about, that tandem. Casemiro to Fred, intercepted, blocked, boom. And again, it's all the same guys.
You get the feeling now that Manchester United might have their own blueprint as to how their best team functions.
I think we're seeing it right here.
We've seen McTominay be used. We've seen other players be deployed. We've seen these different things. And it now seems to be that they've, maybe by accident, have fallen onto this Casemiro-Fred tandem.
Yeah, it's the classic. It's the classic 3-man midfield, and then the 2 tandem up front, and then have one kind of utility player, I would say. That's Sabitzer's. I don't think there's a better player that is doing this than Sabitzer. It's that utility role, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, because you can plug him in midfield, you can plug him in at an attack, and it works similarly the same way. We'll see their kills are now up to double figures for the season. And again, they seem to be moving in a bit of a wave here. And of course, up next for Manchester United, if you cast an eye forward, You already spoke to Cams earlier on. It's Monaco that are up next for Manchester United.
He was saying that.
So it'd be interesting to get thoughts on that potentially if we end up speaking to one of the Manchester United contingent. The game is not over here yet. There's Calhanoglu blocked off by Lisandro Martinez.
Yeah, it's just gone a little dead now, I think, because, you know, 4-1 is, you were saying, Wes, at the start of this game that there hadn't been somebody that had pulled away yet with, like, you know, multiple goal lead. It was all, it's a
beautiful ball clipped in. Oh, it's just gone wide.
I mean, that's just unfortunate again.
It's a great ball clipped in there, just not found the finish. It's Calhanoglu, who's been so reliable as of late. Beautiful ball, just chipped in there, just flashes a leg at it.
I think that would have been on another day that could have gone in, Wes. You know, that's the thing. That's the difference, to find margins between these. When confidence is high, that might have gone in on another day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's see ball go forward to Rashford. It's 20 in-game minutes here left on the game. It's Martial. Rolled it across to Marcel Sabitzer. Sabitzer's in again. Good save. Parried out to Martial. And that is surely that.
Everything has gone through Sabitzer again, and
for Manchester United.
I mean, yeah, it's just 5-1 is a big scoreline, Wes. I mean, personally for his own goal scoring as well, but Martial has been a problem today for Inter, especially for a matador in this matchup.
I'd argue and suggest that Manchester United have been a problem for Inter. That's the real quandary here. And it's not a ricochet, it's a rebound, but you have to follow it up. And you know, kills you, as we've kind of traditionally said with the guys from France, you'll tend not to know whether they're winning or losing. And he seems very at home and very relaxed with what he's doing. And again, it's an extension of what we saw in Matchday 4. As you see, ball go through again. Martial's onside. Martial, can he make it 6? Yes, he can! It's 6 of the best from Manchester United.
Wes, this is the performance they were probably looking for, right? I mean, I think Kilzu, I could be wrong, but I think he only scored 6 goals in the whole entirety.
He's doubled his tally, yeah,
he's
doubled it in one game, I believe, as well. 12 goals, that now puts him into the reach.
He's up there, yeah.
He's up there into top goal scoring now.
Yeah. And it's a simple ball through the middle. He cuts the angle again. We've seen it time and time again today. Doesn't shoot on the left, cuts inside, curled into the bottom corner. And that's all she wrote, man. That's icing on the cake for Kilzu. He'll be delighted with that from a personal level, I think. But I think El Matador will feel a little bit hard done by with the scoreline there. It's a tough one to accept.
It puts him up to 3rd in the goal-scoring charts.
Just like that.
Only Uzmakabil and Eterito have more goals in this competition, as we'll see their confirmation on your screens. Of course, small matter of the two who are chasing have got yet to play.
They'll have something to say about that,
they may just have a little bit more to say about it, but it is a fantastic performance from Manchester United, and more so from Kilzu, who has really shown the way here as Fred tries to find the through ball. Skriniar intercepted.
Well, they're going for more.
This has been a demolition job by Kilzu here. Fred Dumfries intercepts it. 10 in-game minutes left here. Fred again.
Fred has covered every blade of grass, I think, today, Wes.
I was going to say, certainly has covered. And there's Martial in again. It's 7.
7 heaven, Wes, for United. It's just a simple kind of goal, a simple build-up, but it's again gone central. That's a hat-trick for Martial. I mean, it's just icing on the cake. More icing on the cake.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's any more ice on the cake, there'll be no more cake.
It's just going to be
how bad it will be. There's literally an unreal performance here from Kilzu, but this has been coming from United in a sense of I'd said previous match day and also on this match day, they can keep their mentality, if they can keep themselves cool and they can deploy the players and their team in the best possible way, and given how good they are as individuals, they are a dangerous outfit.
Yeah,
they really are, and they're showing it now.
This is what happens when they hit their stride as well.
Absolutely,
they've peaked at the right time, maybe, Wes, as well.
And you talk about, we talk about real life parallels. Sometimes it's towards the latter end of the season. Do you want to start to hit form?
Yeah.
Especially going into what they could potentially be going into in a knockout format.
Yeah,
this is where you want to be hitting form. It's a fantastic result for them. As for FC Inter, I mean, goal difference is not doing them any help here whatsoever. And I think at the moment, it's getting to that stage now where you're suggesting they might be kind of out of it completely. which is not really where you want to be, especially with, with games and match day still left. You don't really want to be in a position where you're counting your team out, but it's certainly looking in dire straits at the moment. Here's Martial. Martial, is he going to go for 8 here? Look to try and pod that through to Rashford. Instead, De Vrij will clear his lines. There's Barella to Mkhitaryan. Towards Lautaro Martinez. It's been largely quiet in this game here. Barella in towards Martinez. Stepped across and Rafael Varane. Short. Fred. Rashford. Martial. He attacks on again here. Martial's through again. It's up against Steven De Vrij. He's knocked it back the other way. Martial looking for Bruno. Sabitza's recovered it. And Skriniar intercepts. And there goes the full-time whistle. 7 goals to 1. It is a comprehensive victory for Kilzu, and it is 7 points from a possible 9 for Manchester United.
Well, Wes, look, I mean, the scoreline is obviously, you said it. Manchester United have been threatening. Was it going to be Lotfi? Was it going to be Nexa? Was it going to be Kilzu? That's some performance from Kilzu there. I mean, he just took every chance that came his way, and to put 7 up like that is just an insane performance.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Of course, as we say already, in terms of the respect level shown by both teams to each other. Again, once the game is finished and once the game is done, friendships can be renewed once more. But that last game there, I mean, I know we're probably going to see a lot of highlights from that. You probably have the 7 goals as the highlights from the entire game.
We might struggle to get them all in.
You might have to,
package.
But it started off here. It started off with an opening goal from El Matador, and you would have thought, well, actually, wait a sec, this might have something to be said. And then, if you looked here and you look at the kind of the reactions from both players, and you see there that's at 3. That's the goal to make it 3-1, because obviously we had so many goals you couldn't fit them all into the highlights. It's such a good and such a brilliant showing from Kilzu. You can imagine that Manchester United are absolutely delighted. They're now up to 3rd provisionally, and now it's really down to what happens in the next game. But fantastic achievement for those guys.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Wezza. I mean, Manchester United peaking at the right time, as Barry said. Very important for them to start hitting their stride. What is that now? I think, if my mathematics are correct, that's 16 points from the last 2 match days alone.
They've been greedy. They've been really greedy.
A very greedy club at the moment, Manchester United. But I was thinking to myself as I was watching these games, obviously fantastic performance. Silver lining for Inter Milan, of course. You have Merriman now finally breaking his duck in terms of points. He's up there in the top 10. I think he's even top 5 in terms of goals scored. Finally has a point to his name. But I was thinking to myself, Manchester United, when you look at Nexa, Lotfi, Kilzu, arguably the most well-rounded squad throughout the entire league.
Yeah, they've got a real balance to their squad. They seem to be at home with their squad now. They seem to be have found that form, have found that outlet in that big-time Martial that we saw, the epic big time that we saw. They've now got the outlet, they've now got the vibe within the team, and it certainly seems to be that they're a lot more comfortable now.
Well, they've hit the ground running on match day 5, and it's only fair that we hear from the team captain, Lotfi. Of course, we have Barry in the mix zone with him now.
Thanks, Harry. I am here with the main man himself. What a performance from you. Congratulations to you and the team. But obviously, you just scored so many goals there today. You're obviously happy with your performance.
Yes, we are very happy because this match was very important. Now we are really on the top of the team in the league, in the leaderboard. So yes, we are very happy with this performance, and yes.
And you just kept going for goals. You just wanted to score as many goals as possible.
Yes, I like to score goals. Sometimes players with +1 or +2 and they want to keep the score, but me, I like to score goal, and yes, that's my...
And we're seeing that, like, with Rashford. I have to ask you about Rashford, because you were waiting for a card probably of that caliber to come in. How big of a boost was he to you today?
Yes, our Rashford helped us a lot, because the previous one had a little bit problem in finishing. Now this one is really good in everything. So we are really happy to have him, and he will help us in the future.
Yeah, he's kind of scary in your hands, and in your teammates' hands. But looking ahead to match day 6, which you're going to be playing Monaco, I mean, what kind of a challenge is that going to be? You probably saw him earlier today. What kind of a challenge is that for you?
Yes, Monaco is always a special match for us, because it's like the French derby. Like it's our friend. Yes, it's a French derby, so it will be very interesting to see.
Best of luck and congratulations again today. Thanks, back to you, Harry.
Well, thank you so much there. Great to hear from Kills You. I'm so used to seeing Lotfi in the mix zone. It's good to see someone else there now. I mistakenly said Lotfi. Of course, Kills You. Magnificent 7 for that young man today.
Fantastic performance.
Very scary for the rest of the competition that he's now starting to find his shooting boots, because a couple of seasons ago, he was finding very similar form.
Yeah, he was what, MVP, not last season, season before that. And that's what surprises me, or that's what I love about this United side, is that they've put together a squad that is made up of, you've got Lotfi, who has been there and done it with Monaco. You've got Kilsu and Kilsu and Nexa, who are both previous MVPs of the league. They know how to build a squad, and as Barry rightly said in the comms there, or as he certainly said in the mix zone, if you put a player of Rashford's caliber in somebody like Kilsu's hands, it is trouble for anybody.
Yeah, I'd be running if I matched up with him online now, to be honest. I mean, I just wouldn't be able. But look, I mean, he was obviously happy, wasn't he? And I just asked him, it's all about scoring goals. He loves scoring goals, and he showed that today. So
he absolutely did, and it's such an interesting little tidbit that you said. He's over doubled his tally thus far this season. So for Manchester United fans, that's only going to be a good sign. But now we move on to our third match of match day number 5. It's time to welcome to the stage Arsenal FC and FC Bayern München.
There was a game that had box office written all over it, it's this one. It's Bayern Munich versus Arsenal. It is two of the hottest teams in the competition, and now going up against each other and testing their mettle. Barry, this is a big one.
Brilliant. This is a big one, I think, and we've got first up, we're going to have a good battle, I think. But look, both these teams need points still now, especially what Manchester United are after doing there. We saw Barcelona, they handled business, right? But I think Bayern now might be coming out and thinking, we can make an impact here. We can actually give a right good account of ourselves. Osterbuch looks to be up first. I mean, he's a super player. But I do think that Arsenal, Wes, they've been scoring goals for fun, haven't they? They've just been scoring goals for fun and really look like they're enjoying their football, enjoying the squad, enjoying everything. But this is a big test from now.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, we looked at the makeup of this Arsenal team in terms of what we've seen from Roxa, what we've seen from Dominator in previous match days and in previous seasons. Of course, Roxa is yet to drop a point in this competition, doesn't know the meaning of the word draw. You've got Jos, who has kind of dialed back the years a little bit in terms of what we'd expect from him, and Osterbuch is now coming to the fore a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, but as we said, played his brother in matchday 4.
Yeah, last match day.
But in terms of the results, they're starting to get better. So now he's starting to kind of complement his teammates. Now, on the other side of the fence, of course, you've got Mukahit, you've got Mestre, and you've got Jose, who all complement each other in a very different manner, in the sense of their results or their performances aren't necessarily the most flashy, but they're getting results along the way.
Yeah.
They have Mane, they have Gnabry, they have Coman, they have Tell, they have Choupo-Moting. They have these players to call upon, Goretzka and co. Arsenal, of course, have Gabriel Jesus, they have Martinelli, they have Saka, they have Odegaard, they have, the list goes on.
Yeah.
If you're just a football fan at home, you'll know how good these two teams are in real life. You can see just how important it's going to be for these guys to put those weapons and tools to good use here.
That's what it's about. And I think, like as you touched on, Wes, that's an excellent point with Arsenal especially. I think they've got such a good blend of, Rox is kind of, he's just so clinical but so consistent as well. And he, as you said, he's been on fire. And, Muka hit in first up against Osterbuch. That's going to be a tough game for both opponents. Might be a little bit cagey at the start because there is a lot to play for. I mean, it is, as it stands, Manchester United have had a dominant performance today, but I think both teams will want points here. This is a big match.
Well, if you think about it this way, if Arsenal take max points, they leapfrog Barcelona into top spot. If Bayern take max points, they leapfrog. They leapfrog. I believe it's Arsenal themselves.
Yeah.
So it's then going to be a test of what happens from here, because again, you know, as we've said already, these live table, you know, the live table and the points will violently swing. As it stands at the moment, Arsenal 3 points ahead of FC Bayern.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at the table and you can think about the complexities, you've also got Manchester United now sandwiched in there after their performances. So these two clubs and these two sets of players will know how important the points are today.
Yeah.
Because again, you're looking at the last couple of match days, you know, we often say about turnarounds and things of that nature, but you have to make sure that you are in that top 6 before the kind of the curtain closes on the regular season.
Want to. I think you always want to get as high as you possibly can up in the table. You know, like an interesting stat ways that I'm looking at there is that, like with Bayern, they've only got 12 goals conceded, but they have been struggling to score goals. Is that something you've kind of noticed as well from previous match days, that they been creating chances and not finishing them, or is it more a case of?
I think it's more so they've been struggling to find those opportunities. So it's you know, yes, you've got, you know, Mane and Sane and Coman and those players, Gnabry. You've got those players, but it's getting them into positions. And obviously in this type of mode, or in this type of rule sets, shall we say, physicality is always king. So you sometimes need that focal point of your attack that's strong enough to hold those challenges up. Now, Arsenal's side of things, they have I believe it's the MVP card of Gabriel Jesus, who normally they deploy to great use. Now, interestingly here, right side of your screen, as Arsenal are looking at Bayern's setup, there's no big-time Coman.
Yeah, and no big-time Tomiyasu, from what I can see, Wes, am I right?
Yeah, well, as we heard from Indominator in the early or in the when he was getting presented with his 5,000 euros for his goal of that, he said, yes, it's a fantastic card, but it doesn't fit our system just yet.
Yeah.
So it's not a case that, I think personally for some of these players, it's not necessarily a case they don't want to use them. It's just they need to have the practice with them before they employ them. So I think that's what we might see. And that's only for these two players here. You may find that actually, as we saw with Inter, for example,
exactly. Good point.
Next match they might be completely different, as we'll see. Left to right is Bayern, and right to left is Arsenal. It's Kimmich to Mane. Mane forward to Gnabry. Gnabry tries to get one into the box. Odegaard will clear away. Here's Trossard. Jorginho. Today, lets him run through his legs. Martinelli. Corner ball is given.
That was a big chance there, a stunning header, Wes, because you don't usually see those. I think it kind of caught him off guard.
I think normally with stunning headers, they're normally the ones that hit the ground before they aim them into the ground, realistically. Bit of a strange option there.
I think he's trying to cut out what we saw earlier.
Maybe.
With the knock-ons.
Maybe.
That's a tactic, I suppose, that the defenders can control.
It's Martinelli looking to receive that. Corner ball for Arsenal.
It is Goretzka again. He's going to play a massive role here today for Bayern.
He certainly is. There's certainly a lot of players to call upon from an Arsenal perspective as Gabriel heads it on. It's cleared away. It's Tomiyasu heads it down. Partey. Martin Odegaard. Odegaard's still there. Martinelli towards Jorginho. Looking across for Trossard. And had that extra pass gone through,
I think
too many. Big trouble for Bayern. Instead, they're coming back the other way.
Super ball.
Napoli's got away there. He's found it towards Sadio Mane. Big save! What a save that is from Ramsdale.
Wes, we've seen Manuel goalkeeping earlier on today, but that's the save of the day, I think.
That's expert. Danger's not clear, though. As Tell tries to play the ball through, and Coman will intercept that. But yeah, absolutely spot on. And those manual goalkeeping saves, they're not easy to pull off, folks. No. I've done it plenty of times myself where I have ended up with a lot of egg on my face.
And it's a bit of a mind game as well because they know it's coming.
Absolutely, absolutely. As ball is headed back towards Sommer.
But Wes, the first 30 minutes of this game has flown by.
Absolutely. Certainly has. As we often say, when the ball doesn't go out of play for extended periods of time, the game clock will go very quick as Odegaard rides a challenge, finds it in towards Jesus! Ostrich takes the lead!
Well, Jesus is the man, if you're going to be looking, like similar that we saw at Manchester United, that two-man tandem up front. Jesus is the guy that you want. If you're Arsenal, if you want to start the game with somebody flying it on all, you know, shooting from everywhere, that's a simple finish, Wes, but it's all about the build-up, isn't it? The interception there from Goretzka.
That challenge. Rise the challenge from Goretzka. And manual goalkeeping employed randomly. I mean, I say randomly. Obviously, Mukahit will know more so than I will.
Yeah.
But it presented him with an opportunity there.
I think the goalie was out of position as it started that breakdown of play there. If you look on the screen, he was just kind of maybe going forward with the ball and lost it.
Absolute gift for Arsenal there. Now that is 1-0. Could it get worse?
Perfect start for Arsenal though.
Will Bayern find a way to get back into the game? So we'll see there. Ostrich 7th of the season. Hasn't been too goal hungry, as it were, as of late. Well, those 3 goals against Zelo in Matchday 4 will have certainly provided him with a little bit of an idea of what he is actually capable of. As Jorginho loses the ball.
Arsenal very solid at the back so far, Wes.
Very rigid at the back. Arsenal. It's Coman. Saliba with the block. Goretzka puts it forward. Here's Tell, back heel to Mane. Mane to Tell, back towards Gnabry. Saliba will clear. Trossard. Kimmich intercepts it. Finds it. Pavard. Coman. Odegaard intercepts it again. It's cleared away again effectively by Arsenal.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Joshua Kimmich, great ball to Tell. Mane into the box. Saliba with a header clear. Is Gabriel going to keep that out? He is, but will that be a bad decision? We'll find out shortly. Jorginho with the header clear. And there is half time. Just about enough. That is half time. That has gone incredibly
quickly. Yeah. It's very absorbent there, just watching it. It's been an even game, I think. Obviously, the highlight of that, I think, was, apart from the goal, that manual save from Ostrich was amazing.
Yeah, manual save has been... the manual save certainly was the clincher there, as Jesus has got through. Here not goals. Gabriel Jesus, it's 2-0!
And that's what he does, Wes. That's what he does. That's what Jesus does. And that's where you want him. You want him in the box. You want to be catching your opponent cold if you're not switched on. And that sometimes can happen if you get a player with Jesus' ability to be able to finish the ball. Takes it in enough, lets the goalkeeper commit, and it's another simple finish.
Well, we say so many times about that kick-off environment, and you have to make sure that you are covered effectively, because you can go to sleep and you can not manage the game, and that's exactly what can happen.
It's exactly what happened there. I mean, it's just that little switch off of you need to pull back. I mean, look, it's easy for us to say, but you need to pull back maybe somebody extra help on Manuel, and just let him sit in the pocket there, Wes.
Certainly needs to adjust. But that was a very much a flash goal, you would say, from Ostribuch, as ball is headed out there. Is Jorginho to Ødegaard, and Ostribuch really in the ascendancy here. Trossard, Ødegaard into the box, looking for a header. It's cleared away to Joshua Kimmich and with Kingsley Coman. It's Tell forward, gets it into Coman. Saliba with the block, and Saliba gets the fortune there, gets away. Jesus wins the header, finds Leandro Trossard. Ødegaard looking for Trossard again, and he's waiting, taking the ball away. Trossard, the Belgians escape the clutch of the defender. Trossard goes for the cut across.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, should he have shot there? He was on his foot that he should have shot with, I think. I mean, maybe if you had that back, he probably could have done that, but I do think that was that's another warning shot here. Arsenal are on fire up front at the moment.
Yeah, there's constant danger whenever Arsenal get the ball. Just have to be careful.
I'm just looking at Kimmich there. He's playing in a very advanced role, Wes.
Yeah, it's a little bit further forward than I would have him.
Yeah.
I'd probably have it spun the other way, where you'd have Goretzka maybe as the aggressor, or the box, the kind of the CMF rather than the DMF. So, but again, you know, these players will be playing to their play styles and their nuances. I'm sure if we were sat at home playing each other, we'd be sitting there going, well, you need this player in, you need that player in.
But these guys know the players inside out.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the thing.
It's to an almost molecular level.
They're next level.
It's Kimmich goes forward, Saliba intercepts it. Trossard, Ødegaard.
Arsenal are so quick when they get the ball pushing forward, Wes.
Yeah, it's that transition. The minute they grab that ball, they're so quick going forward. Kimmich, Musiala, neat double touch. Musiala looking to get in on goal, and Saliba does enough to ride.
It's a bit of a coming together there, a bit of a collision, but didn't actually touch the player, it seemed like.
Yeah, rode his look a little bit there as the header goes on from
The attendance for this match was 71,649.
Mane forward to Coman. Coman looking forward. Jorginho intercepts it, finds Ødegaard. To Jorginho. Jesus lining up a stunning strike there.
He was going for it.
He was certainly going for it.
He was seeing his name in lights for the hat-trick.
Certainly was. Giving the ball back to Bayern Munich though. What can they do here? Can they get a way back into the game? Kimmich to Tell. Coman will recover the ball. Coman, Mane in towards Tell!
Wes from nothing really. I thought the chance had gone really, but he's just in the position that he needs to be, and Tell just pops it in. I think you know, a less calm player might have taken that shot on, but he just does that extra pass. We've seen the extra pass work. Sometimes we've seen it kind of like overpass as well. I think that's an excellent goal, Wes. It's a calm goal.
Yeah, because you could easily panic because you think, oh, I've got the ball back, what do I do? Instead, finds the two passes across here, one from Coman, one first time one from Sadio Mane, and Tell, like we said, has that open lane to take.
It's a great finish. It's just a simple goal, like when you look at it, but it's the build-up. It's the build-up and being able to. These guys have split seconds to decide whether they're going to pass or shoot, and then when they just do that, it's a goal.
When we have cold blood in our veins, and we're sat here and being able to observe it, we have a lot to say. The reality is as you said, they have split-second decisions that they have to make, and they have to live by. As Coman looks forward, finds Tell. Another one of those decisions there. Mane with the strike, and
the similar chance was again. He's just waited to give it to him, and then he doesn't even take a touch. It's just boom, just hits a shot straight off. I mean, Bayern are getting into this now. And Arsenal are sitting back just a fraction.
And that's the worry. That's the worry. If you are a fan of Arsenal, or if you're a player from Arsenal, the worry is that Bayern are now growing into this. And we saw it with Merriman earlier. Just reel your opponent in and start to just ask questions of them, and what's their mentality looking like, and whether they're going to make mistakes. There was one there by Jesus. Kimmich to Hernandez. Musiala to Joshua Kimmich.
That's beautiful play.
Hernandez, it's really good play in truth, but just couldn't find the right pass there. It's Gabriel Jesus, Martin Ødegaard. Benjamin Pavard will take that one clear. Arsenal living for the counter-attacks at the moment. Mane to Kimmich, in towards Tell, and it's just gone the other way.
Intricate passing again.
There's Tell. Kimmich on towards Musiala. Tomiyasu clears it away. Here's Martinelli. Anywhere will do if you're Arsenal at the moment. And that will always invite pressure on. Ball in towards Mane. Tierney comes away with it. He's just about got lucky there and got that ball back, but it's given away again. Musiala, advantage given by the referee. Ball into Tell. Tell turns out, finds Coman. Coman back to Kimmich, looking back for Tell. Tomiyasu will fire it clear.
Arsenal under serious pressure here.
They're under siege, is what they are. They are under siege here. It is relentless from Bayern. And it's whether the resistance will crack. Coman, big save, but it's offside.
That's beautiful feet again. I mean, it's just, you're thinking he's going to recycle the ball across, because that's what he's been doing a lot today. But he just tries the little double touch and then kind of slot it through. A couple of changes here now has been made. If I can see correctly. Smith Rowe is in, is it?
Looking like it's Zinchenko.
Zinchenko and Smith Rowe coming in, I think.
On.
Mane's off for Bayern for Sané. So it's a similar kind of like-for-like switch, you would imagine.
Yeah, I think looking at the hairdos, because they're very similar, both Gnabry and Sané. I just had to squint, and that is Leroy Sané that's coming on.
I think it's him.
It is him.
He's also bringing on Gravenberch, I think, as well. A very popular player.
Yep.
For viewers at home, I'm sure.
Very much a wunderkind of epic proportions.
I mean, everyone was using it for a time. Every single player that you come up against was using it.
Absolutely, they were. Absolutely, they were. Still there to be used as well, Mark. We had.
Luka will be happy enough with how he's kind of settled into the second half. He's been putting serious pressure on Osterbuch.
So far, he has not cracked. There's still time for that to occur, though. Tell tries to sweep the ball into the box instead. This could potentially be a big 3 points for Arsenal. More so, probably from a personal point of view from Osterbuch rather than a team one. Certainly had a lot better performances the last couple of weeks. Is Musiala. Thomas Partey runs that one clear. Jesus to Trossard.
Trossard booting it now.
that's anywhere will do.
Bit of game management, but that's what you need at this stage. Just get it up. You've tired bodies. Stamina's draining.
Yeah, the further away it is from your goal, the less likely there's a mistake that's going to happen. Gabriel bouncing around, ball gets cleared. Only as far as Matthias de Ligt. Partey intercepts it. As we said, that DMF role for everybody is so important.
Super important, Wes. Super important.
Is there going to be one more chance? There is not going to be one more chance here.
Boys are celebrating. That's a huge
and that is a
result.
big 3 points for Osterbuch. That is a big 3 points for Arsenal.
Well, that sets the tone now, Wes, doesn't it? It sets the tone for Arsenal straight off here in this matchup with Bayern Munich. Luke, I think, listen, would a draw been a fair result? I think with the way that he played, the chances he created, depends on who you ask. Perspective is everything. Perspective is everything. Bayern will say, yeah, you know, a draw might have been a fair result, but Osterbuch so calm under pressure as well. I just feel like that's after setting that's a huge 3 points now, Wes. That is, I think, they're huge
massive
3
3 points. And as we see again, just the
gift
way
of a goal, the first one really.
That was a gift,
yeah,
and then the second one.
The
second one is, as we said, it's that environment when the game is dead from a kickoff. You have to be switched on. You have to, as you said, you have to manually track players back. You have to manually do something rather than just allowing stuff to happen. As we'll see again, but again, it's coolness to be able to put that finish in.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, that's the difference between them and other people that play, you know, that aren't at this level, is that they're able to consistently take chances when they get them. You know,
yeah,
they just need half a chance, really.
Absolutely. You can see the reactions from both players there. Muka was very much saying, there's not much I could do there. Great finish from him there.
Yeah, I mean, he came back into it. I think he kind of finished. He started and finished the second half. I think the better player, if that's fair enough to say.
Yeah, I think
Osterbuch was amazing. I think that manual save at the start,
yes,
that was an incredible piece of defending.
And on reflection, that really...
I mean, that's giving him 3 points,
That's giving him 3 points, yeah, exactly. So, you know, you look at who we have there now, and again, You look in terms of players who are, when they have it all together and they are at the peak of their powers, these are two of the very best. You've got Miguel Mestre, you have Marko Roxic, also known as Mestre and Roxa to us at home and to us here in the studio. These two, you mentioned the word fireworks earlier.
I hope so.
You will expect it from Roxa.
I want to see it.
He brings the fire, the thunder, everything else you can think of. But also on the flip side of it, Mestre has that little devil in him.
Yeah.
If he can go ahead, if he can score, if he can put it to good use, he will let you know.
Well, look, these guys have been, you know, at the top level for so long now. It seems like so long, but they're just the consistency, the hunger that they have every single year for every competition that they're in, whether it's the Euros, whether it's this, it doesn't matter. Like, they're just able to produce when the time calls for it. And I think that Roxa today, I mean, he's unbeaten so far, isn't he, Wes, in the competition?
He's
so
not dropped a point.
There you go.
He doesn't know the meaning of the word draw.
How do you prepare for that if you're Mestre? You know what I mean? How do you kind of sitting across and you're saying, look, you understand, I mean, Mestre's a confident guy, he's an amazing player at the game, but Roxa, there's just, you know, that swagger about him in terms of, I haven't lost a game yet, I've been scoring goals for fun, I'm up there on the goal scoring leaderboard, like towards the top.
It's how do you put doubt in him?
Yeah.
How do you put a doubt in him? And the answer is I'm not sure. My answer to playing Roxa, I think it was last match day, was just take the controller off it or disconnect it or
hide
break
it.
Yeah, just hide it. Because such as the form he's in right now, you'd not bet against him. There's Trossard in towards Martinelli. It's cleared away. There's Musiala to Tell to Kimmich. Wants to go long. Tomiyasu wins the header and down into Ramsdale's hands it goes.
We might see if there's any changes to the squad if they go in and make a few changes. We didn't see him at the start.
Certainly be interesting to
Zinchenko's
see.
in from the start though, from the kickoff, I just see there.
And that's what we say about those little nuances. Smith rose in from the start as well. Ball across Martinelli. Oh, what's the chance that was?
Well, Roxa could have been going for one of the goals of the season there, really, with that. That was an audacious effort. What a ball across. It started from nothing, really, and then that ball across.
Beautiful ball there from Smith Rowe. And
should he have taken a touch,
It was just half volley. It was half volley. It's bounced as he's hit it, which has then completely changed the trajectory of that ball.
Just catches it wrong.
Certainly could have taken a touch, but it would have given the defenders an opportunity to get back on him.
And there's the physicality we were looking for coming together. There's a lot to play for on the line here as well, so there's going to be no quarter given or taken here from either player, I think.
Certainly not. Certainly not. And as it stands now, that gap, as we said, for Arsenal now cut to 4 points.
There you go.
Now they are zeroing in on Barcelona, and they have now extended a lead away from Manchester United.
Which, those 3 points are huge from.
Which was a big 3 points. And again, that just means at minimum they're second now.
Yeah.
Which is great news for obviously for Arsenal.
But it can swing. It can swing. It's just Mestre is still probably looking to get into this game. Both players.
Mane with a strike. Oh, he goes for the early one.
It's manual save again, Wes.
Had to be
there. I think it was anyway. I think I just saw it.
Low-driven shot there from Mestre.
A little snapshot kind of, wasn't it? It was
indeed.
This
tactic. Down towards Tell. Oh, it's just hit the side netted.
I thought it was in, Wes. I thought it was in.
Falls into that Venn diagram of I thought it was in.
He did covered. He did covered, I think Arsenal will say.
Not that I get animated just for goals. I get animated for close chances as well. That was very, very close indeed.
Mestre doesn't look too worried. He'll get another chance, he's thinking. Diving header from Pavard misses.
That's the mentality and the personality you need to have is, yeah, don't worry, we'll get another one. We'll get another opportunity. Here's Tell into the box, looking for Musiala. He's dragged it wide.
Two big chances,
Musiala.
Two big chances. It just kind of, the angle that comes into him there is a little bit unfortunate, you would say, for Mestre, and lucky for Roxa, because that was a brilliant chance there.
It certainly is. There's Martinelli. Just gets given the ball away. Musiala again to Tell. Tell baits the defender, double touch, and there is there for Tell.
Oh my days.
Two double touches from Mestre,
well,
and a finish from Tell.
We talked about Mestre being audacious, right? That is ludicrous, I will say. Not even audacious, Wes. That is a sensational goal. We've seen double touches earlier on in the day as well with a goal, but that is a double touch, if that is the thing. I mean, he just leaves Roxa flat-footed at the back. Roxa kind of wasn't really set there with that counter.
It's the change in speed. It's the change in speed. He's jogging at that point. Double touch happens, and then that's the acceleration.
And the finish was pretty decent too.
Finish was really good.
Nothing away from that.
But you'll see it here. It's just the change in acceleration. Started off a little bit of a walk there. As soon as that double touch comes in, you know that you've got an opportunity there.
He just caught Tierney flat, kind of coming into position himself. 1 extra second there, and Tierney would have got that ball.
It was bait and switch. It was. And Roxa knows he's been baited there. He knows he's been baited. But you would say, on the balance of play so far, it is a fair lead.
I think so, yeah, I think so. Roxa is yet to... We had that early chance, but Mestres had 2 good efforts there and that goal as well, so...
Certainly has.
He's going forward in waves now.
Bayern looking to build on that. Tierney gets the ball back there. Tell not happy with the challenge. He's resorted to walking. Ball is caught in possession. Ball gets caught long. Here's Gabriel. Tierney over towards Zinchenko. Stanisic looking to recover the ball. Does well.
There's some touch.
Some very good touch out of the air there. Tell wins the header down. Partey comes back and recovers it. Zinchenko launches it forward, looking for Martinelli up against Stanisic.
Smith Rowe was coming like a train there if he had gotten that.
He was waiting with bated breath to see whether he was going to be the benefactor of a bad touch. Here's Zinchenko, launches that ball forward, looking for Jesus. Jesus is caught in the challenge.
Oh, I think it's a free, is it?
Well, we're going to see here.
What?
Wait for it.
What are we seeing?
Where are we looking? It's a free kick
just
on the
outside.
edge. You can hear the groans from the VIP area. They were not sure whether that was a goal or not. It's Trossard. Oh, it's off the bar.
He gambled. He thought that he did call Mestres' bluff. Mestre went the other way.
Oh, it's sweetly hit from Trossard.
Just too much on the power, Wes.
Roxa, you'll see there the reaction. Knows that he had that chance. What an opportunity that was.
What a hit as well from Trossard.
That was hit and it stayed hit. Mane wins it. Musiala though. Bayern may look to be the benefactor here of chances missed by Arsenal. It's Tierney forward. Martinelli, Trossard. Martinelli to go down the line here. He's got the ball to Trossard. He's got away from Upamecano. It's done really well, Trossard. It's a poor ball. And De Ligt will mop it up.
He's just made the wrong run there, I think, for Roxa.
Certainly so.
He might hit this one now as well, Wes.
I mean, the echoes of shoots that are being heralded around here. Ball's going to go short to Jesus, but Pavard intercepts it smartly. Finds Joshua Kimmich. Gabriel. Finds Jorginho. Ball given away. Musiala. Goretzka. Kimmich. Sane. Sane to Tell. Bit of super cancels, bit of trickery. Sane towards the back post. Tomiyasu with the header clear.
That was a good interception there because that could have been a brilliant chance.
Needed to be made. As I see the effects on the table on the left-hand side of your screen. Bayern will now be level on points if results stay the same with Manchester United. And that will slowly start to, as you can see there, Barry, just start to break the league into 2.
Yeah, you can see the top guys now are kind of like edging away, so to speak, especially with how the results have gone today. Manchester United will be delighted with how they handle their business, but it's still all to play for in this one. I think, you know, Roxa still has a second half in this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, and I think Yos in the next game against Jose is going to be a cracker too. It's a very cagey kind of game, but it's exciting, but it's cagey.
There's Musiala, tries to dig that ball forward. And yeah, you're quite right, it's still all to play for here. Still a lot of time left on the clock. There's Tell. Tell double touch, Tell with the strike, and Ramsdale forced into a save.
There will be 3 minutes at a time.
He's dangerous with those double touches. Like you can prepare for it, you know it's coming, but it seems like it's inevitable that you're going to just like get done by it every now and again. You know, a player of Rox's caliber will have seen all of this before, but it's just stopping it. You know, it's one thing to be able to know it's coming, it's another thing to stop it.
Absolutely, indeed. Jesus wins the header, finds it down to Martinelli. Martinelli looking inside, and Stanisic will take the clearance away. And that is going to be half-time here. And
Let's
these
see if
games
there's
are going
anything-
incredibly
Yeah,
quickly.
they are. These last two games have been in fast motion.
You notice there, as we said, the difference is in the Jesus is being used. The Jesus that Rox has is the MVP one, which is one that is heralded to be one of the best cards of its type.
Yeah.
So
it's cards in the game actually from kind of known people using him and stuff. And he's using Trossard as an AMF, which is an interesting role for him as well, because he wants to bring others into the play. But maybe you'll try and push him up if he wants to search for a goal here. I mean, look, a draw here even like would be good for Roxa in terms of points.
yeah, he won't want to draw anything though. Knowing the man the way that we do, he will not want to let this record that he's established so far slip away from him. There's Mane. Musiala down into Tell. Tell double touch, takes it around and went for the controlled strike.
Yeah, it was a good slide tackle. It was a confident slide tackle there, because I think that double touch is in Mestre's pocket all the time now, and that puts a bit of fear into you. That like once you get past a player like that, there's nothing really you can do. You're left for dead, really. So he's just gonna have to be a bit careful with that, Rox, as this match goes on. Tell is looking like a bit of a problem in Rox's side at the moment. A bit of a thorn in his side, was.
Yeah, certainly so. He's certainly an irritant that they would look to try and get rid of. Aguero clears it away. Smith Rowe.
Rox is defending the corners very well. I think it's going to be a thing where if you are going to be looking at Roxa getting back into this game and getting a goal, right, it is going to have to come from one of his big players. And I think he's just found it difficult at the moment to get his big players on the ball, like Martinelli and stuff. Zinchenko coming forward here now, we'll see. No, he should have maybe just like taken that and recycled it back. And it's unusual for Roxa to maybe rush balls like that, but this is what you have to do. What a pass!
Jorginho.
Oh!
Martinelli through.
Just as I said it, he was patient there instead of rushing, and he was nearly too patient. All he had to do was just take the touch, but just
Partey ball into the box. Look for Partey. Cleared away. Back into danger.
Slowly ratcheting up the pressure now, which is good to see from a neutral's point of view. He's offside, I think.
If you don't have skin in the game, this is one of the best games that you have to watch.
I mean, that's the thing. It's cagey but exciting. It's kind of like, you know, one pass like that and an opening, and it's back in the mixer. So, look, Roxa won't panic, Wes. As we've said, he's been here. He's still in this game, and there's a lot of time left for him. And all it takes is a split second for a split second pass, and Carr's open the defence from either of these guys.
Certainly will. There's 30 in-game minutes left for either Bayern to extend their lead or for Arsenal to find an equaliser. I don't really know which one is more likely at this point.
It's hard to call this one, isn't it? It's taken on a life of its own, really, now.
Partey plays it down the line, finds Smith Rowe. Smith Rowe has players in the middle, should he look to use them. Goes into the box, Upamecano with the clearance away. It's Goretzka. Eventually scrambles it. He was his own player in his own way there. I think it was Musiala. His own way of his own teammate there. As tired legs will happen, these types of events will continue to happen as Kimmich is adjudged to be fouled.
He's got a lovely touch there from Kimmich to bring it through. And we questioned kind of playing Kimmich in a more advanced role, but obviously these guys are playing him there for a reason. And I think that when you look at the teams here, maybe just to make a change, maybe just to switch things up slightly from Roxa, as we see that he is doing here now with Trossard. This is what we kind of thought he would do, whether he leaves it at that. He's taking Trossard off, it looks like here. Or no, is that just, it's not, sorry, it's just the other player. I can't see. They're going so fast here.
Xhaka, who's on for Partey.
They're going so fast here, Wes. They're in super speed at the moment. But yeah, I thought he was going to put Trossard up front. He tied with the idea, I think, but I think he's just going to keep his shape. Look, he hasn't been playing. He has been creating chances. It's just that that golden chance hasn't fallen yet for him as it did with Mestre. I know Mestre made his own chance with that beautiful double touch into a double touch.
Yep.
But I do think that Roxa...
Well, we'd be saying something different if Roxa had scored the free kick.
Yeah,
it would be
game on.
It's a completely different game, and it's those moments that I'm sure that he will probably look at after this game, potentially look at as a missed opportunity. Here's Xhaka though to Trossard to Jesus. Pavard intercepts it, lays it down the line to Kingsley Coman.
Oh, beautiful!
Coman, neat little roulette turn, but it's Gabriel
before
takes it away. It's Granit Xhaka. Jesus. Ball is cleared away, only as far as Jorginho. In towards Jesus. It's cleared away again by the defender.
It's great defending, and we spoke about Bayern's defensive capabilities with the lack of goals they've conceded. You know, they've really held teams down, and we're seeing it again today.
And like we said, it doesn't necessarily need to be pretty with Bayern, it just needs to be effective. Here's Kimmich to Coman. Gravenberch. Cleared away.
Counter on now, Wes.
Xhaka. Smith
String
row
forward
on towards Jesus. Can he get away from the defender? Upamecano did a brilliant job of shielding there.
That's it. When you, as you said, Wes, it's an excellent point there on the physicality. It's not just about the speed there. You know, Upamecano just got his body across. Where can Jesus go? You know, he can't get past him.
If you go round him one way or the other, you can't go through him. There's 15 in-game minutes here left.
Oh, Mestre,
that's a poor giveaway there. And Jorginho in towards Martinelli. Martinelli across to Trossard. Trossard keeps it in. And Pavard.
What a passage of play.
Oh, ball ricocheted there again.
Oh my days. They're trying to get a bit of excitement here for us, Wes.
I often find that the reactions from the gallery upstairs are the ones that are the most telling. Anytime this ball goes anywhere close for Arsenal, there's whooping and hollering that they want it to go in. So it's potentially suggestion that players are looking for Arsenal to potentially take some of the points out of Bayern Munich.
I think draws always suit opposition teams, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely they do. Here's Tell. Tell to Kimmich.
Mestre has really shown us all the skills on show in eFootball here.
They certainly have.
Double touches, rollbacks, dragbacks.
Martinelli, Xhaka. Xhaka to Jesus. On towards Trossard, who is onside here. Trossard with the stunning cross. And
he took it. He just a little bit too slow getting the ball in. It was the right option, though, I think. Those can be lethal. Now are we going to see Roxa throw everything at it? Let's see what he's going to do.
From Bayern. That's more so, if you keep your eyes on the left-hand side of the screen.
Going defensive.
That's where you're looking there. You can see there.
They're shutting up shop, Wes. And they're saying, we've done enough today. We want to just get home with these points, which would be huge for Mestre.
The issue is, and I say this a lot, is that if you took your chin and you don't, and you then concede, it's then very hard to then break yourself out of that mentality.
Yeah.
So if Mestre does resort to this tactic, which obviously we can see on the screen he absolutely needs to not lose this game.
Yeah.
Or not concede at this point. Whereas you can see on the other side of the screen, Roxa is
he has to
throwing everything at it.
I mean, he's playing 4 up front, and as I said, Trossard has been thrown up here now just to get onto something. And all Roxa is looking for here is some bit of half chance that he can do a bit of magic with it.
We saw it with Merriman. We saw it with Inter. We saw the ability to just throw players forward and then, with the greatest will in the world, hope for the best.
Yeah, and he's kept it tight, like 1-0. It's fine if he can get the goal, but this is, you know, Mestre is in his element here, just trying to see this game out. He looks confident. Rox is going to have to throw everything here at it. See what happens. He's not giving much away, Wes, the two of them. They're just kind of, they're in the zone. They're focused in.
Certainly are. Trossard in on the corner. To the box looking for Tommy Yasu. In towards Jesus over the bar.
It's the chance he would have wanted, but probably the wrong man in the air for that. Just had to jump a little bit too high, couldn't get the ball down.
He certainly could.
MVP Jesus.
Just over the bar. Couldn't direct it goalwards.
And you see the shape at the back now of Arsenal is extremely open.
Exactly. I mean, I know we said this as well. I know that you said we were looking for goals, but this match day so far, up until this point has been enthralling, and there hasn't been that many goals. When you look at the grand scheme, maybe outside of Killzoo, of course, but the rest of the games have been 1 or 2 goals here and there. And
very tight.
You can tell what's on the line for these players. You can tell what's on the line. As Sommer plays it back, 3 minutes added on here.
That's Coleman's pace.
It's a minimum of
Tierney
3.
has him, though.
Tierney has him over. Jorginho. Now Ranieri. Ball into the box, looking for Martinelli's header. Trossard trying to win it down. Martinelli trying to win it back again. Is there going to be time here for one more opportunity? It's Xhaka. It's now Ranieri. It's towards the back post, looking for Martinelli's header. Down, looking for Xhaka. It's flicked away by Bayern. And Mestre gets his 3 points.
You might have heard Mestre there. That's a lot of pressure and a lot of emotion coming out in that at the end of the final whistle. That's a super performance from Mestre, in fairness. I mean, he did everything he needed to do there. Was Roxel will be a little bit disappointed. That free kick especially, you know, and he had that chance at the end. He didn't actually look. We said it earlier on in the day as well. Roxa didn't really do much wrong there. It's more about coming up against Mestre. That Mestre was just on form there today.
I think Mestre's game plan was the winner there. That was the real the piece that got him over the line. It wasn't necessarily that he performed badly, Roxa. It was just there was one moment of brilliance.
Yeah, well, that moment of brilliance deserved to win the game. If there was only going to be 1 goal scored,
and
really.
The rest of it then is game plan.
Yeah.
The rest of it there is game plan. So, you know, from there it was. We saw, you know, at the bottom of the screen. If they watch that back, you'll see the amount of times that the attacking biases was changed, the amount of times that sub-tactic was changed, the amount of times that these things have changed. You could see it going backwards and forwards all the time from Mestre's side of things.
It was, and I think Mestre, like, these guys, they know exactly what buttons to press as well with themselves. Like, what drives them on to be able to just stay focused in and not let anything else get to them. Which is, look, it's easy when you're watching at home to say, I would have scored that, I would have slotted that home, but it's different.
So
it's a different occasion.
You come here with the cameras, the lights, and all the pressure. And you do it.
It's tough. It's tough. And then not only that but you're getting your squad right, you're getting your subs right. You've got your 2, guys, your 2 teammates beside you. It's just a wealth of information coming at you. But at the end of the day, it's between you and your opponent on the pad. Like so, I mean, Jose coming up. They've split the points 3 apiece now, 1 win each. In this matchup. Yas and Jose is going to be a good game. I mean, and Dominator has been, as you said, he's been very impressive. I think this campaign. So,
well, he's coming on a 3-game win streak into this match day. So, won against Christopher 5-0, won against Killzoo 2-1, beat Uzmakabeel last week.
Yeah, that was a huge result.
With that last minute goal,
Dominator.
Which was the goal. I believe that was the goal of the day.
Yeah, he won the goal of the day, wasn't it? Yeah.
He's coming off of 3 victories. Jose's form this season, a couple of draws and a win.
Okay.
Well, sorry, I'll rephrase that. Last 3 match days, 0-0 with the Palma, 2-2 with Irma, 1-0 against El Matador last week. We know the quality is there with Jose. It's just a case of, as you know, as we saw from that performance against Inter Milan last week or last match day, and as I said to him in the interview, it wasn't the cleanest, but it got across the line. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that today, but that depends on whether Indominator can show the form he's already got going for him at the moment.
I think so, yeah. I think Indominator is one of the informed players. Would that be kind of fair enough to say about him?
It's a fair one.
His attacks have been lethal going forward. So,
if you look over the last 3 match days, it's 10 goals in 3 match days. So, and as we've seen already from goal scoring charts, he's doing very well. So we'll see. Game 3 of Bayern versus Arsenal kickoff here. It's Jesus looking to address the game. The early go. Martinelli gets the shot blocked, and Goretzka will clear it away. There's Leroy Sané. On the line, Saliba intercepts it. It's Tierney.
Oh, doesn't want to get caught there.
He's been caught in possession here. Sadio Mane, has he got the wrong side of Tierney? Tierney's managed a great recovery.
Just about ways there
by Kieran Tierney. Ramsdale forward to Trossard. Trossard to Ben White.
Yas doing the right thing. Just settle in now. Just settle into the game, I think. And when Jose gets the ball, he'll probably do the same to build one really good attack to start him off.
It's Tomiyasu down the line here. It's Partey. Tomiyasu, Jorginho, Partey. Delete intercepts it. Comes away with Tel. Tel to Mane. Mane back to Tel. Tel has players around him to use. Instead, Partey's come up with the ball, but he's giving it away to Goretzka. Mane to Kimmich to Mane. Mane goes to control strike from distance.
Save, yeah. We've seen a few of those shots from Mestre as well. Maybe it's been worked on in the Bayern Munich training camps.
It may be something that they think might be susceptible with Arsenal. They may, you know, as we say, these guys will look at each other's teams and they will look to try and pick apart the weaknesses.
Those long-range curl shots.
Indeed. Sane into the box, safe from the goalkeeper. No one really there to capitalise on the rebound.
that was lucky there. I think it is an unusual kind of little spillage there from Ramsdale, but there was nobody there to punish. Tomiyasu has looked very dominant so far. There's breaks on every time though that Arsenal get the ball. Yas will probably be happy with that.
That's how fluid that this game can potentially be.
Yeah.
In terms of the play styles we see from these two individuals, again, Jose, very much front-footed player, in dominator, likes the ball.
Yeah, he likes to play it, throw it around a bit, doesn't he? And get into the games, possession-based.
It's Saka. Back towards Tomiyasu. Jorginho. So back to Jorginho. Jesus. Towards Saka. We'll take it clear. Here's Mane. Kimmich. Musiala, Tel, in towards Mane. Can you get the ball into the box? Neat double touch from Sadio Mane. He's pulled it back towards Tel. It's deflected in!
That is an unlucky deflected goal in, Wes, but I think it's all about the magic again on the wing. We've said it before, we'll say it again with these Bayern Munich boys. That is spectacular on the ball dribbling. And it's not just to do that, but it's to do as with everything else going on, all the other factors going on, the pressure, you know, and to do it against a top-class opponent like a dominator.
See it back again here. Neat double touch from Sadio Mane. Pulls it back to Tel. You'd argue and potentially say that that's going in anyway.
It was, yeah, it was going in.
You'd argue and say, I mean, yes, the goalkeeper's got down to it, but I think the direction of the shot meant, I think it was looking like it was going in anyway. Certainly,
yeah, it was
the right foot of Ben White. It was that right foot of Ben White that made it absolutely certain. And Bayern have their lead.
They do have their lead, and I think that's, you know, Yas has had a lot of possession. He's been, you know, kicking the ball, passing the ball around, but Jose is not to be messed with either. I mean, he's so clinical in front of goal.
He's such an elite level player of eFootball. Really is, Jose. And I think when he has his best level on show, he's a very difficult customer to stop. But again, in Dominator, if he can find his level, I think certainly we will be in for fireworks here. And as we said, not necessarily a goal fest as what we were anticipating, but it's more so the intrigue of how this game's going to pan out. It's almost like a chess match as Trossard finds it in. Martinelli forces the save, score the ball.
Yeah, well, that's the chances he'll be looking to carve open, because eventually if he keeps knocking on that door, he is going to get an answer there eventually. And I think Trossard, I'd always like Trossard in that little pocket where he's able to kind of do a role that's able to do everything. He can shoot if the defender backs off him, he can do a double touch, or he can do a skill move. And Yas will know now that was a great chance there for him. Yeah, I think that'll give him a bit of confidence there, but Jose won't be too worried. He's not giving away anything with his facial expressions, Jose, there.
They certainly won't. Not until the final whistle. Not until that whistle goes will you find out exactly how these guys have been feeling. Mane dribbling back in the wrong part of town. Stanisic, he's given the ball away to Partey. Is Saka, ball into the box. Martinelli rolls around the defender. Big block there.
It's a massive block, Wes, yeah. Just in the right place at the right time.
Needed to be made. Now the counter is on for Bayern. Here's Tel from Mane. Ben White gets the tackle in. Here's Kieran Tierney. Thomas Partey. Tomiyasu. Partey back to Saka. Tomiyasu. Jorginho. Plays it up to Jesus. He's their problem man, is Arsenal, but
they want to get him more involved through the central position there.
Indeed. Here's Musiala. Jorginho just harrying Sane, but he's just not got the ball back from him. Has to wait for the defender to come in and bail him out. Here's Trossard. Given away to Kimmich. Kimmich,
super
ball. Tell's onside. Slightly across the money! 2-0!
That's a big goal, Wes. That's a huge goal. I mean, it comes again from that quick counter, loses possession. And when you lose possession against top-class guys like this, if the roles are reversed and a dominator gets that chance, it's the same thing, you know, and Jose is too good of a player to kind of give him an intercepted ball like that. That is a huge, brilliant work done from Kimmich. Lovely pass through from Kimmich. We did question sometimes why he's so advanced, but no one's really missing from there. It's just a little tap in, Wes. But it's all the work that's done off the ball, I think, that is the glory in that goal.
Well, that is the pressure, and that is how they punish you. Now, interestingly enough, results stay their way now. Bayern leapfrog Arsenal on goal difference.
There you go.
So that shows you the complexities of what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Manchester United have nested themselves into the slipstream of Arsenal now, only 3 points behind both of these two teams. So certainly does provide you with a little bit of hope if you're a Manchester United fan.
Yeah, definitely.
That you're kind of happy that these two are taking points out of each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, if you want any other team that's watching here, they want other teams to take scalps out of each other and take points off each other.
Absolutely. 7 goals on the slate now for Jose. Again, like we said, has been creeping along slowly but surely.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that it's again, we talk about coming to peak at the right time, Wes. Isn't that what it's all about in elite competition of any grade or of anything that you're doing? And, you know, we've seen that today with Kilzu. And, you know, we saw it with Mestre. And now we could be seeing it with Jose as well.
The half's not over yet. Here's Tell. Tell to Musiala. Double touch from Musiala. Jorginho intercepts it, but gives it back to Musiala. Has another go at figuring out what he's going to do next. Sane goes to control strike. What a goal!
That's a screamer of a goal. And again, he's tried that earlier, like with the little snapshots and that curl shot into the bottom corner. Ramsdale just seems to be, as you said, Wes, quite rightly now, I mean, a bit prophetic earlier when you said that maybe Arsenal are a little bit susceptible to them kind of long-range shots into the bottom corner. Ramsdale just didn't get down there quick enough.
The pace on the shot as well. That's something I've
zipping along the ground.
That was basically what felt like a stunning controlled strike, which I don't actually think exists.
It looked like it.
But it looked.
It exists for Jose.
Venomous. It certainly does. He certainly found the. He's found the konami code. That's what he's done
and
there.
I'll tell you, he's still keeping it locked in focus, because anything can happen in the second half. But
he knows how important this game is. He knows how important it is. 3-0 at half-time.
Well, we said that there mightn't be a lot of goals because it could be cagey, but they have been unlocked, the Arsenal defence, and now Jos is going to have to make some changes, whether he likes it or not, really.
The thing with Arsenal, and the thing especially with the Indominator style of plays, is that if he goes behind, it's quite hard to break out of that cycle of, well, I like the ball, I like to have possession. It's quite hard, but the issue is that you have to keep your cool, because if you start to break out of your own play style, that's when problems become even worse. But right now, though, 3 goals to the good. It could be more. How do you feel if Jose feels fit too? Mane in towards Musiala. Partey intercepts it. Saka to Tomiyasu.
Look, 1 goal could swing it around, Wes. It's just about whether he can get it early enough in the second half. That's the big thing here. And if Jose gets a 4th, it's probably.
That's what she wrote. That's what it feels like. Certainly, as Musiala charges down the challenge there, it's Tell up against Tierney. Tierney has to pass it first time. Ben White is dispossessed by Tell.
Some lovely possession there.
Trickery of Tell. Although Partey to Jesus to Trossard. Sane clears it away. Kimmich wins the header, as you'll see. Confirmation on your screens there. It's not even goal difference. They're equal on goal difference.
That's as tight can be now, isn't it?
It's on, I believe, that is goals scored.
I think you could be right, Wes. I think you could be right.
Or maybe goals conceded.
Goals conceded, I'd say.
Yeah, goals conceded.
Yeah,
Bayern have got the better goals conceded. Imagine that being the differential at the end of the season.
Well, I tell you, that's the beauty of this format, really, isn't it? When you talk about it, because there's serious swings can happen, match day to match day. you think you're kind of out of it. You think, right, we're in a good position here. Arsenal would have felt very comfortable coming in here to get the win with Osterbuch. And it's kind of turned on its head. Bayern will feel like they've got, if the result stays the same here, this is a massive result for Bayern.
Absolutely, but again, as for aspirations for these two teams, it doesn't really do too much. It does more for, obviously, for Bayern because they're now ahead of Arsenal, but in terms of like trying to catch Barcelona,
yeah,
realistically, as we said, it kind of splits the league into two. As Coman to Tell into Kimmich looking for a player over. It's Kingsley Coman. It's 4.
I think that's it, Wes. I think, unfortunately, for Dominator, he's just been unlucky there with the rotation of the left back. I think has kind of let him down. Coman is in the right place at the right time. And look, Jose's not giving anything away again. No. He's still locked in.
You saw the slightest of like fist acknowledgement. It was the acknowledgement of, I know that's it. I know that's game.
And Kimmich again, look, we didn't see it. We did kind of question it in the first game. We questioned it in the second game.
We're now seeing why.
We're seeing why now.
We're seeing why, absolutely.
His orchestrator on the ball, absolutely top class passing.
You see it here, just a little acknowledgement.
Yeah, that's huge though.
Yeah, absolutely. And he will know what it means. You know, as captain of the team, he will know exactly what it means to just finish this game off.
Yeah, and it's a bit unlucky on a Dominator. You know, I think he's just been caught a little bit flat going forward with goals. We talked about it at the start. Bayern not conceding as many goals as other teams.
Ball's ricocheted around. Trossard, good save for the keeper.
From nothing there, Wes.
From literally nothing there.
With Bayern, it's been a workmanlike performance from Bayern, I would say. Every position seems to be able to put in a shift around the pitch. You know, you've got Goretzka, you've got all the players that they have. Kimmich, even their attacking advanced players are able to kind of get back and help on defence as well, which is huge.
Absolutely, absolutely. The likes of Coman, the likes of Tell tracking back and getting in and amongst it from a defensive style or defensive part of the field. See there now, Jose on 9 goals.
He's climbing as well.
Bayern, he's climbing as well. He's certainly making a claim there. It's Sadio Mane.
Mightn't be finished yet, Wes.
Job's not finished, not from Jose's perspective. Sadio Mane, double touch galore. As he gets himself into the box, he's got himself into that problem area. If he knows that if Arsenal take him down here, he's going to have a problem. Sadio Mane, though, goes to the control strike. It's Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich pulls it back. Oh, it's just gone wide.
I mean,
that would have been the goal. That would have been the goal that he would have deserved, Joshua Kimmich.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kimmich is an amazing player, but look, he's just dancing out. Confidence is high. When you're up like this, you can afford to kind of, you know, show a bit of flair, I suppose. And Jose's enjoying himself now, although he doesn't look like he's given still nothing away. We'll see at the end.
I'll let you into a trade secret. When you're playing esports at this level, nobody's really enjoying themselves. it's only when you stop playing do you go and breathe. That's when it's okay. But as you'll see here, the changes that are coming in here.
The enjoyment comes afterwards.
Yes, yeah, quite literally. Once the job's done, and once you're off the console, that's when you're enjoying yourself. But you'll see there, change to 3-5-2 from Jos over in Dominator. Is it a little bit too late there?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's just to put it, maybe, you know, get his name in the score sheet. I think this week, but. Look, I mean, every match day isn't going to be your match day, and I think that just, you know, reassess and get back to the training ground, have a chat with the teammates, and see what you can improve upon. I mean, when you run into a juggernaut like Bayern Munich, with the team that they have, Wes, the players they have at their disposal, that mix of players with the skills, the player skills, the playing styles, like, it's such an evenly balanced Bayern Munich team. So that's something that a lot of players will be seeing later on in the stages.
Well, we said it a lot on comms before in terms of previous match days and things like that, is that you have to tap into your club's DNA.
Yeah.
You have to tap into what makes them tick.
Yeah,
and certainly with how Jose, Mestre, Mugahit all operate with this Bayern team, they've tapped into that DNA that Bayern have. They're strong physically, they're strong technically, but they're not playing in a shape that doesn't complement the players they have. As Mane, as you'll see here, just dancing feet.
Yeah. He's dancing on the wing here now, enjoying himself.
Double touch out wide. Kimmich looks to go for, I think that was a controlled strike he was going to go for. As Gravenberch wins it back. You see the clock just ticking down here. Mane, Kimmich, back towards Mane. I try to drive there, and Saliba is giving the ball away here. Is Tell, double touch around him. It's Tell, goes to the strike, it's parried out by Ramsdale. And
Ramsdale just wants to go home, I think, now, because he's seen the waves coming.
Yeah, he certainly wants to get out of this game quicker than anybody. It's Tomiyasu. It's cleared back again. Tell, not long left to go in the game here. Around 12 in-game minutes left. It's whatever the referee decides to add. And this has very much been a Bayern Munich day on match day 5 between them and Arsenal. Birch to Mane. Tierney with the interception.
Just playing out the whistle now, I think, Wes, isn't it? It's just going through the motions of it now. I think it's fairly set in stone, the result here.
Certainly looks to be.
Look, there probably is still positives that Dominator can take out of this, even, you know, on a scoreline like this. It's just to kind of reassess things and analyse his own play, maybe.
Well, sometimes, as they say, it's the styles that, you know, if you come up against the style that it doesn't complement yours,
yeah,
you can be in a bit of trouble. You know, as you see there, Trossard trying to make his way through, and sometimes coming up against physicality, or sometimes coming up against teams that are statistically a little bit different to how yours operate, can also cause its own problems. So I think sometimes you just have to kind of wipe it away, say, good game, GG, move on.
Yeah. I think so. And just
that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah,
I think so. But at the moment, fantastic performance by Jose.
Oh, amazing performance, yeah.
And, you know, Bayern, for what they've been worth, 6 points out of 9. Certainly something for them to be thankful of. And going into their next game, or match days, 6 will be against AC Milan. So, fantastic performance from them. Big performance from Jose. It was needed. Certainly kind of showed people the way of how to play against Arsenal.
And the respect is there, as you always say, Wes, but look, Bayern will be delighted with that, you would imagine, wouldn't you? They're absolutely buzzing with that one, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you take 6 points out of 9 from a team that are direct rivals, let's just call it that. Direct rivals of yours, you're going to be happy.
In the league table, especially like that, like, it's all about, you know, a few bragging rights as well, I think.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and it's about that little kind of mind games, and it's about that, like, if we meet each other again, you know, what's going to happen. So it is, look, that's a huge performance from Bayern to take those points there.
Well, you can take points off those around you. If you take points off those around you, that is where the key of it is. And it all started with a deflected goal in the game for Jose. And granted, there's a little bit of fortune, but it was what he needed to get himself off and running. And then once that happened, it was then all Bayern Munich. As you see there, cut across there. Again, some of the easiest goals you'll see within eFootball are those cut across and tap-ins. Again, it's a big performance from Jose. And a big performance from Bayern, I think, in truth, when you really look at it. And of course, you look there, just on the stroke of half-time, makes it 3-0 with that. Like I said, the commentary, it was like a low-driven shot, so brilliant to see.
Yeah, brilliant to see indeed, Wes. As you see at the bottom of your screen, 6 points to Bayern München. That's exactly what the doctor would have ordered here on match day number 5. It's very interesting for me seeing how the matchups played on the stage, because for me, Bayern got it right all the way across the board. You look at Roxa, what free scoring form he's been in this season thus far. You get someone on the other side to just nullify that in Matchday. You see Jose come out with an incredible performance. That surely is going to be just tonic to Bayern München fans. And in fact, I believe Barry's there with him now. He's with the captain, Jose. Barry, please take us away.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. We are here with a very, well, I said you're very happy looking now, but you weren't during the game, but you're focused in, right? Congratulations to you and the team. Personally, for you, a massive performance from you.
Yeah, thank you. It was really important, this game, because if I'm not wrong, now we are on the second position. That it's really important for us. And yeah, people think that I'm a defensive player, but what I want to say is I'm a complete player. I can do what the game needs to do. When I need to defend, I defend. When I need to attack, I need to attack. I show a huge performance now in attack. So I think I'm a complete player and a competitive player.
Yeah, well, one thing I said before was like, you haven't conceded that many goals compared to other teams. You've been very consistent, and that's probably the team as well. Now, I want to ask you about your big-time Coleman. You're kind of happy enough with your squad. You were saying to me there as well about your squad. You're happy where you are with your squad?
Yeah, for sure. We are happy with our squad. For sure, Coleman is a good add for our team, but we didn't have so many time to test him, so it was a bit risky maybe to include him in the team right now. So, but for sure we are happy, and yeah, we are happy not just with the team in game, also with my teammates. Yeah. They are really awesome. Yeah, we are in the second position because we deserve it.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of flair today as well with the double touches and the skills and all that. So I think anyone questioning, whether you're just a defensive player is, you obviously are the complete package. So looking ahead to match day 6 then, that's going to be another huge battle for you against Milan. You're going to be watching them, I'm sure. So, I mean, is there anything you're going to do different, or are you kind of fairly confident going into that one?
Well, we are confident because we work a lot, and we are a team, a true team, when we are helping each other every time. We are training a lot together, but for sure will be a huge battle against Milan because they have a really, really good in-game squad, and they need points to achieve the top seeds and to qualify for the next round. So I think it will be a massive battle. Yeah.
Congratulations again, all right, to you and your team, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you, Harry.
Yeah, congratulations to Jose. Thanks, Barry. We can take a look now at exactly what impact that has done to the league table. And Wes, you called it perfectly. Almost split in half now, the league. And if you're in the top half of it, you're thinking, yeah, this is feeling pretty good, especially if you're Bayern München. They have leapfrogged Arsenal now into the top 2. They are looking very strong indeed. But that cut-off, there's only 2 spots below 4th place that can get into the knockout stages. And in contention, you have Monaco, Milan, Roma, and even Inter with a good next match day could still find themselves in the knockout stages come the end of the season.
It's going to need a hell of an effort from FC Inter to get themselves into that conversation. But as you said, that fault line developed between 4 and 5, and that kind of earthquake has just slowly sunk everybody into that position. And I think looking at the game that we've got on last here, we know, as much as we said, oh yeah, it's an Italian derby, this could potentially be a shootout for potentially finishing 6th.
It really could be. So without further ado, Wes, I think it's only fair to say we should move into that final match. It's going to be those teams you just mentioned, an Italian derby. It's AS Roma taking on AC Milan.
It is an Italian derby, and this could potentially have some real permutations for what happens in those final 2 slots of the league. It is AS Roma versus AC Milan.
You call it, Wes, the all-Italian affair, isn't it? It's great. It's great. Look, to see us out on the last matchup here between these 2 teams. There's still a lot to play for here. There's still a lot to play for. You've seen swings here, and Milan will be looking at this to say, right, we are at the moment, we're 6th. We're going to try and get into. Corito looks like he's up first in this game, so that's a good choice, I think, to settle him into it. And I know that Milan will feel confident, I think, and so will Roma. Gagliardo is going to be playing for Roma in their first game. Irma's back as well, obviously, from you telling me, with match day 4, Irma wasn't here, so that's going to be something that they kind of get back into the swing of things. This is going to be a good game, I think, Wes, as well.
It's a big boost to have. When you have your captain back in your ranks, it is always a boost. It is Corito versus Gagliardo in the first game here. And again, looking at these 2 players, I think both of them could really use a win. Because looking at them, they have almost an identical type of, let's call it a mirror image of their form.
Yeah.
Match day 2, both draw. Match day 3, both loss. Match day 4, both loss. One of them needs a victory. They need something to just give themselves a bit of a boost here.
Yeah.
I really think so. And I think looking at how Roma are, having spoken to them kind of off off of the game, and their main ethos is we can get 4 points a match day, we're all good.
Yeah.
The issue is that you are running out of those match days.
Yeah, yeah, I get you. But they just want to probably keep a lot of the teams, I think, now at the start, especially, look, you don't want to lose games. Like, you want to be getting points somewhere, picking points up and keep chugging along. But now as you kind of get into these where you're penciling in, right, where can we get most of our points today? I think that's going to separate, you know, the top of the table, as you said. It's kind of going to be split after today, depending on results with this game or this matchup. But I do think that, you know, over the course of these 3 games, this is going to be a very, very interesting one for Italian fans as well as anybody that is a fan of these clubs or these players. Was there's goals in both of these teams. That's the thing. There's goals in both of these teams. I just think, will the shackles come off today of this AC Milan team, or will we see Roma have the shackles off?
Well,
you know,
if you have a look at the players they now have at their disposal, you know, we talk about the big time additions. You know, we've got Rafael Leao, one of world football's most coveted. I can't even say youngsters anymore. He feels like he's established himself enough now.
Yeah, he's definitely been around.
But you've also got Paulo Dybala on the other side of the fence, and it's like we've seen already the capabilities that Roma have, especially Irma with that, again, that fantastic pirouette goal that took about 3 players out into next week before scoring. You can see that the levels that can have. That'd be interesting looking at game screens if and when we see them.
If we do see them,
as to whether they have actually functioned in. But you can
they like
see
to keep a few things, you know, to themselves, don't they? They
absolutely.
like there's a few mind games going on here.
If they could reach across and turn each other's monitors off, I'm fairly sure they would.
Yeah, or start pausing when you used to be playing. Your younger brother maybe start pause the screen when he'd be through on goal. But look, the thing about it is that, like, when we see, you know, it's like when I asked Mestre there about their decision not to use. We saw Bayern Munich not use Kingsley Coman as the big time, right? When you have a set team, it's a different kind of situation. I think that you might want to come in because it has a knock-on effect that you might need to change 1 or 2 pieces. It's not just a like for like with the collective strength, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is a big thing that a lot of people might not realise. But I do think with these 2 teams, they've probably been waiting for that little bit of a boost. Like that Marcus Rashford we saw with Manchester United. I mean, Kilzu did damage with Rashford. Yeah. So in these guys' hands, you've got
to think that they need that additional firepower because Milan, not since I think it's match day 1 where they took 9 points away from Inter. We still have every match day we seem to come away with more questions than answers about their ability.
Yeah, you're right.
So, you know, that seems to be the question mark that hangs over AC Milan. Of course, with Roma, they're basically just trying to stay above that high watermark, and I think in a strange kind of way, that break of the league, as it were, that has happened between the point swings will probably benefit Roma more so than they realise, because I think in terms of teams and games that are still left, they've still got to play some of the teams around them, and they've still got, you know, for example, match day 6, not that we want to flash forward, they've got Inter. So that in itself, it's like, okay, well, you've got one team that's right next to you, and you've got another team that's right next to you. As you said, when you're talking about penciling in teams, these are the types of teams where you need to start going and picking up points.
I'd agree, and you can see the main man is up front for Milan. That's going to be a big one, and he is in there with my man Origi as well, I think, and they've got Rebic up front as well. So I didn't get a look at Roma's team wise. I'm not 100% sure. They seem to have a fairly. They do have Dybala in. They do. I apologise to the viewers that probably caught it. We're trying to look here at the screens. They probably caught it before me.
They are so quick at moving these screens. These players.
They don't want to show us their secrets, man.
No,
that's
of
what
course
it is.
not.
So I'll use them at home. My dream team. You know, I have an edge.
Why would you give your opponents any type of leeway? Is exactly the way that I would conduct myself if I was on such a stage. We have got Chiarito versus Gagliardo. This, again, in terms of aspirations for finishing in that top 6. This could be crucial.
I think so, and we're still doing the you can see here that they're moving around Leao up front, Wes. They want to get him, I think, isolated. That's what I would be doing if I had him, because these type of players that you have, you need to be able to use them. Manchester United did that. Monaco did that to a lesser degree, I think, with Ben Yedder. Rashford caused havoc. Can Dybala or can Leao do this up front now for these guys? Because they could be the difference makers here, especially in the hands of these guys.
Yeah, well, if you look at like I said, you look at the players that are there, in terms of the players of ability, you know, again, we talk at length about the players in control of them. but you look at Tammy Abraham as the point man. El Shaarawy's another massive one for Roma.
Yeah.
You've got Dybala, of course, goes without question. With AC Milan, they have kind of almost a selection box of who do you want to take. Do you want to go with Rebic? Do you want to go with Origi? Do you want to go with Leao? Do you want to go with Giroud? Do you want to go with Ibrahimovic?
Yeah, you've got a lot of options on the bench for targeting.
They've got a lot of good players to work with. As we'll see, Abraham looked to set us off earlier. Tammy Abraham, can he get through on goal? Tonali will take it clear. He's Mainan to Calabria. Rafael Leao. Goes long, Smalling intercepts. Ibanez to Selic.
Nice little trickery there, but it's well dealt with from Gagliardo.
You would imagine these two sets of players will know each other very well.
Yeah.
In terms of scrimmages and whatnot. Certainly know the pitfalls and the abilities of each of these players. Is Wijnaldum. Brahim Diaz will recover it in midfield. Rafael Leao steps away. Really quick turn of pace there. Rafael Leao still going in towards Benacer. Blocked away. It's Pellegrini to Abraham. Dybala lets it run through his legs. He's up against Calabria. Dybala, Pellegrini, Abraham, back to Pellegrini. It's mesmeric at points here for Roma.
This is rapid pace so far, Wes. End to end.
They have been waiting all day to play, and you can imagine the pent-up aggression and energy that I will have will be
seeing everybody and seeing other results as well is kind of the anticipation builds when you know that there's points on the board there that you can actually take.
Well, they will no doubt know, in terms of what they saw from Manchester United and Inter earlier on, they will know that Inter have not really picked up points. They know that Monaco have. As the ball goes into the box, it's headed down. They know that Monaco have picked up 4 points.
Yeah.
So they know how important it is to get these points on the board.
Yeah, well, they can make a big jump up the table here.
They really could.
In terms of a psychological thing as well, to be
keepers come out hunting that down. Rui Patricio gets the punch. It's out towards Brahim Diaz.
It's a tidy little player, that Diaz.
He is indeed. Tomori goes for the ball in. Pellegrini. Yeah, that's a beautiful step there from Dybala. Dybala has got players with him. One of them's Abraham. He goes for the stunning cross into the box, and Mainan will gather that up kindly.
That's what they're looking for. Both teams are looking to isolate their big-time players, which is to be expected.
Absolutely. Here's Rafael Leao. Patricio clears it away. Benacer. Towards Rafael Leao. Rebic, big save there from Rui Patricio.
It was a manual save, Wes, as well. I think it just flashed up there. Split-second decision.
You've got to keep your wits about you.
And Leao is causing all sorts of mayhem. It's just the presence of him as well, even if he's not on the end of the getting the shot.
It's a distraction.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what it is, because if I was playing up against it, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's somebody, but it's somebody that takes your attention away.
Yeah. You'd be kind of saying anyone but him is going to beat me. You know, that kind of way.
Absolutely. Ball goes into the box. Pellegrini with a header clear. Benacer into the box, looking for Divock Origi. Tonali, back to Rebic. Ball cleared away. Here's Dybala. On towards Tammy Abraham. Back to Dybala. Pellegrini. Looking forward for a pass there, and Calabria will take it away though. Rafael Leao to Benacer. Rafael Leao. Ibanez blocks it away, only as far as Sandro Tonali. Brahim Diaz some footwork and just didn't quite work out. It's El Shaarawy.
It's end to end. I think Milan are on the front foot though. I think Roma just need to kind of settle down. Apart from that little breakaway with Dybala at the start there about 10 minutes ago, it was something that you were going to be just paying attention to if you are AC Milan, with the Dybala importance that they're going to place on him. But Roma still haven't really settled into that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see that both teams are really wanting to get amongst it and get the early goal as Dybala looks to play it forward and Kaya takes it away. They are so dialed in. They want this first goal because it will set the tone for both these players. It really will. It's Pellegrini blocked off by Benacer, judged to be
wanted that ball just a little bit too much there. But look, Roma won't be disappointed with the start in terms of keeping it tight. I just feel like that they need to string a little bit more. I mean, the passes have looked very crisp. They just haven't seemed to be able to pick up the space that you need.
Certainly not. El Shaarawy, Dybala. Dybala looking for anybody in the box there. Instead, Calabria was...
He's on a man-marking mission, I think.
Very much got him on security guard duty there. Here's Dybala. Wijnaldum draws it into the box, looking for Abraham. Kayer with the clearance. Ball goes out to Rafael Leao.
Oh, beautiful.
Benacer. Towards Brahim Diaz. Looks down the line here for Divock Origi. Origi wins it back. Benacer. Rafael Leao takes a step away from Selic. Rafael Leao. Oh! It's off the bar. Ball still there. Origi! AC Milan have the lead.
My man is coming back to haunt me, this guy, right? Ever since I mixed up his name with Lukaku, he's coming back. First Lukaku and now this guy Origi, absolute, just in the right place at the right time. Look, the first chance there was that hits the crossbar. I think it hit the crossbar, then the post.
We'll see it on the replay.
The golden is what you want there.
We'll watch it again here. Rafael Leao did so well to drive in there. Off the bar, off the post, back out. Defender could not get the clean shot or the clean clearance away. Origi scrambled onto it, got it off of the defender. We'll watch it here for the super slow-mo. I'll say super slow-mo, what am I talking about? The ball off the bar, off the post, back out.
Just gets caught in possession.
Gets caught in possession. Origi through the legs of the defender. And Canito has himself a goal.
Gagliardo would be a little bit frustrated with that in terms of it's just the right place at the right time for Origi. So it's going to be interesting to see if he hits him on the break straight away.
Here's El Shaarawy on towards Tammy Abraham. Abraham with the stunning strike, and it goes into the legs of the defender. It's cleared away. Abraham wins it back, finds Wijnaldum, finds Tammy Abraham, back towards Wijnaldum. Here's Dybala, dinks it in towards Abraham, and it's cleared into the goalkeeper's hands.
Just a bad flight of the ball in, wasn't it? There wasn't much he could have done. I mean, I've been very impressed with Gagliardo's passing ways. It's super crisp and fast.
It is.
Very hard to even... It's like I'm watching... It's just going forward and back and forward and back.
It's like watching a game of pinball. It really is. Watching him go forward. What a ball there. It's a brilliant ball finding El Shaarawy. Can't find the recovery opportunity there though. Spinazzola launches it forward, looking for Dybala.
Dybala's been quiet ever since that first chance he had.
Yes, indeed.
That first chance he created.
It's been a tale of two big-time players. There's El Shaarawy. Shaarawy still there. Pellegrini, El Shaarawy, Abraham in towards Dybala, stunning strike. Oh, it's parried wide.
The corner. He's just taking them into the half straight away.
Not enough time for the corner. And AC Milan.
That's the danger that these big-time players have, though, and it's like Dybala there, just in a flash. We saw it up the other end to get that goal. I know he didn't score, Leao, but he was the creator of that with the interception or the rebound, so to speak. And Dybala there as well. It could have been a goal. But look, there's still a lot to play in this, Wes.
There is. There's still a lot of time. There's Pellegrini.
It's been an entertaining half for the all-Italian affair here.
It certainly has indeed, and there's another half to go yet, and there's another 2 games to go yet. If we get anything like this, then this will certainly be one for the record books. Benacer looking forward. Smalling heads it back towards the goalkeeper. What a game that we've got here.
It's super entertaining because you can see as well that the lads, like the focus that these both players have. Rebic, just outside, it's just curling out the whole time. But it's a half chance, I suppose. Kept him on the wrong foot, Wes. But those two boys up front have been causing mayhem, and Origi putting him there as well. They're playing a 3-man up front, kind of a I would say counter target maybe, that Leao doesn't seem to be getting back in defence. He seems to be staying up, so I do assume he has that locked in the tactics. Maybe we didn't really see that on the screen, but I would say that is what has happened there.
Well, the telltale giveaway, of course, as well, as you will no doubt know, and as the guys at home will know, if you're seeing somebody with counter target, they normally conserve their stamina.
Yeah.
So if you'll see that Rafael Leao's stamina is higher than what everybody else's is at the time, you'll know why.
Yeah, that's it.
As you can see, bottom right-hand side of your screen, more than half left, and he's still not there. Here's Rebic. Takes a neat touch, takes it away from the defender. It's towards Brahim Diaz. Brilliant save from Peru Patricio. Benacer. It's another save from Patricio.
Well, if there's a man of the match, it's going to Patricio so far anyway.
Cicinho is looking on in disbelief. I don't think even he's sure how that happened. Brilliant save again. Yeah, Kirito. You can just see right hand side of your screen there. Cicinho did not know what had happened.
Well, look, sometimes you just pull off those wonder saves and you just have to create more. That's all you have to do.
That's it. That's all you can do. And Brahim Diaz stood over the set piece.
A few tactics going on here with their teammates.
Bit of gamesmanship. It's going to look for Fikayo Tomori, but it's cleared away by Ibanez. Here is Dybala. Calabria. Cleared away. Tonali. Wijnaldum intercepts it. Finds El Shaarawy. Roma have to find something magical here. Here's Abraham to El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy looking in towards Tammy Abraham, back towards El Shaarawy, looking for that crossing opportunity. Pellegrini with a stooping header. Abraham, El Shaarawy, back to Abraham. Wijnaldum, it's cleared away by Sandro Tonali.
Yeah, he's been a rock today for Milan so far.
What was it we were saying again about DMF?
I think everyone's going to be getting sick of us talking about it.
It's absolutely spot on, though.
Anchorman DMF is a vital role.
It is indeed. Benacer over the box, looking for Leao, looking to head it down. Ibanez scrambles it clear. Goalkeeper would have got to that, but have instead gone the other way. Here's Dybala. Leao, Rebic. Ibanez intercepts it. You can see that Gameline in full effect for both of these players. If you're looking at the cameras on your screen.
The concentration levels are through the roof. A little bit of frustration creeping into from Gagliardo there now. I think just with the...
He might find a source of joy here. Pellegrini. There's Benacer who intercepts it, and Rafael will lead off this four-man AC Milan charge, but it's given back to Roma.
Tonali again,
but El Shaarawy has found Tammy Abraham. Abraham onside. Oh, it's a big save.
It's a big save, yeah.
He went stunning strike early.
I think getting that again, I think he should have crossed the goals with it, but it's easy to say that sitting here when you've got a fraction of a second to think. It just falls to him. I don't think he probably realised it was going to fall that much.
I don't even think
Wes.
I don't even think Dybala's available at that back post, so you can kind of count yourself a little bit lucky there.
Yeah. See a few tactical changes now here. And you can see that Leao does have his stamina still up, so he does have counter target on. So he's going to change a few things here and see. And that two-man pivot in the midfield, Wes, has been it's a bit of a change, because obviously we usually have the AMF in the middle, you know, central. So it's a bit of a change there that Tonali is doing. Tonali is doing serious work in that little anchorman role. And I do like the fact that Carito knows this team inside out, Wes. He knows exactly what to do with these players, with this formation, with these tactics. And we're seeing it on full effect here now as well. I think he's frustrating Roma here.
Ball into the box. Matches with the header. Abraham with the acrobatic attempt. Spinazzola heads it, but he's straight into the path of Benacer. Here's Origi. Smalling will clear his lines there, looking for Abraham's header, and Tonali will intercept it. Finds Rebic. Dybala intercepts it. Finds El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy back to Abraham. Abraham looking across the way, and Kalulu comes away with it. And AC Milan, for all it's been worth, have been very, very rigid and rugged defensively.
Yeah, defensively, I mean, we've probably put all the attention on Leao in the big-time card, but defensively, they're super solid, Wes, as well. They're very versatile at the back.
Got the likes of Kaya and Tomori to call on. They're not bad players to have. Here's Rebic looking forward, and Nemanja Matic has run straight into trouble there. Finds Benacer. Benacer going for a little bit of style flair there. A little bit.
Bit late in the game to be doing that sort of stuff. Maybe he's tired.
He might have just had a rush of blood to the head. El Shaarawy finds Abraham. He finds Pellegrini. Pellegrini looking across the box, looking for Dybala.
Oh my days, Wes.
What a ball into the back post. It's Paulo Dybala.
It's him again, and this guy, this time we've seen, right? We've had the impact of Dybala. Now, after having the impact of Leao in the first half, except Dybala actually scores this one. A little bit of 6s and 7s at the back, right? From
Brilliant
this attack.
ball, though. Watch this for the floated
flight.
Absolute perfection into the back post. Dybala fires it home on his weak foot. We don't really see right-footed strikes from Paulo Dybala. That's a wonderful ball from Gagliardo.
That's brilliant technique. He just catches it on the half volley.
And that's how you catch a half volley.
Yeah, that's how
properly.
you do it. And look what it means to Gagliardo.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
does a celebration.
He knows.
Well, he knows that's a huge goal because, like, I would say that Carito was in a good position there, that he was kind of controlling the gameplay, but it's just a beautifully flighted pat of the ball in, a beautiful ball in, and look, are they going to share the spoils here?
Well, if you're thinking about effects, it doesn't necessarily affect the standings as it is right now.
Yeah.
However, it does close the gap to AS Monaco. Now, you don't really want to... I mean, looking at it here, if it stays as it is, Milan are 2 points to Monaco, Roma are 2 points to Milan. So the reality then becomes is that, are we looking at potentially Monaco could be looking to try and shoot this thing out at this level?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're going to be dragged into that battle then, aren't they?
Yeah, quite.
So that's going to be all to play for as well.
This game's not over. Gagliardo, only his second of the season. There's Rebic, though, lofts one over the top, looking for Origi. Good save again from Patricio.
Patricio's been unbelievable today.
She said if Roma are looking for a man of the match, they're certainly looking at Rui Patricio right now.
Yeah, he's been the man for them today, and they've needed every one of those saves.
They have indeed, as Leo tries to drill one into the box, and Origi, his header goes straight into the hands of the goalkeeper.
I think it's been a fairly even game, though. You know, the skill levels, everything has been fairly even. Whether or not we can get a winner is another thing.
It's not long left here. Rebic into the back post, looking for Origi.
Oh,
another big save again from Rui Patricio.
Well, I tell you, his teammates are going to have to give him a clap in the back because he's been saving them today. It's just his position, it is outstanding today for a goalkeeper there.
He's been fantastic, but there is still a chance here. 2 in-game minutes left. There's Kalulu to Krunic, up towards Origi. Athlete. Madi Kamara takes it away. Rafael Leao. And there is the final whistle. 1 apiece in the opener between Carito and Gagliardo. And you'd say on the balance of things...
Yeah, I think a fair result, I would say. I think Gagliardo looks a little frustrated, I think, because he probably felt he could have got more out of that. But look, I think both of those players were very evenly matched. And you saw the 2 big-time players, Wes, come to the fruition again. It's something that we've talked about. A bit of a sloppy goal there, but it was more the work done before that. And Dybala just in the right place at the right time as well. But look, Origi with a nice little finish there. I won't forget your name again, Origi. So you don't need to remind me anymore. But
you're gonna get a video message from Divock Origi going, my name is Divock Origi.
Probably. Nice to meet you. But no, look, Gagliardo will probably feel that if he had a couple of those chances back. But then I think when he goes back and looks at this game, amount of chances that Carito created and the saves that Patricio made was incredible. Look at that save there that we're seeing on the screen.
It was a double save. It was double save after double save. And again, it came down to this. This is a beautifully floated ball into the back post. Brilliant finish from Dybala.
Yeah, Magnan side goals was like thumping the ground in frustration. But it's just sometimes when you get the ball into those dangerous areas, they're very hard to deal with, Wes, aren't they? Because you don't know what to do with them. So Dybala's just in the right place at the right time. And take nothing away from that finish. That could have actually gone anywhere, really.
It's just absolutely. Absolutely. It was just the technique to get that in. I mean, looking at who we've got on the stage now, I'm just straining my eyes after, as we said, a very action-packed day. And I'm just seeing there, we've got Cecinho versus Stifler in game 2, which will be very, again, interesting. Again, you look at Cecinho's performances. Again, coming off a 3-loss streak. Stifler himself coming off of a 3-loss streak as well. Also had to pull double duty on Matchday 4, so he had a double game to play. Not that we're factoring that into his loss streak, but for him personally, he'll be looking to try and just get himself on the board here. Because he can, these guys, as we said, both of these individuals, they can score goals. It's not like they are it's beyond them that they can score.
Yeah.
It's just,
I agree with you.
It's just getting the chances to be able to get in there.
It's just creating the chances. And sometimes when you've set a team up to perform in a certain way, you are dependent on those players, you know, to make that run left instead of right, or right instead of left, and stuff like that. So they kind of try and factor in everything. But at the end of the day, I mean, these guys, there's such a fine margin between these guys. Like, they practice so much, they play so much. Their technique, you know, everything. Their tactics are always spot on. They give us nothing away here in the selection when they're doing the teams, right? They give us nothing away.
They give it nothing. They'll go, yeah. But the traditional thing is normally you would put opponent in. You click on the opponent information and then show them their own tactic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but obviously with this, there is a bit of. There's a bit of tactics in it. There's a bit of mastermindery before the tactics, if that's even a word, mastermindery. But there is, you know, masterminding those tactics, those formations, and those switches to get them. We've seen that throughout today. But Cecino and Stifler, both of these guys can score. Both of these guys are confident players. And I think we're going to have another cracker on our hands here. Straight into the pause menu. We're going to have a little change of settings here, Wes.
Yeah,
just checking everything that's all right and checking everything that these guys like to even it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just trying to find out whether you'll see
Stifler is not
big
using
times.
the big time Dybala. I think he's using the player of the week one.
Yeah,
release,
it's interesting. It's interesting. I think Rafael Leao is still being utilised, or is being utilised by Cecino.
Yeah, we seem to be a flat tree kind of up front. So let's see how it shapes up.
It's a bold strategy, Barry. Let's see whether that pays off. Ketelare, Rebic, Di Ketelare. Rebic again. Cannoned into his own player who was offside.
Cecino would want those starts. Like, he wants to be, I would say, a little bit more aggressive at the start. You know, because Stifler will feel confident as the game goes on. I think he'll feel more and more confident.
You feel like the long game is better there for Roma than it is trying to go toe-to-toe with AC right now. So we'll see Benacer, and ball is cleared away. Here's Tammy Abraham looking to retrieve the ball. Tomori. Matic will intercept it. Finds Gini Wijnaldum. Tonali intercepts it. Wijnaldum wins it back. Finds El Shaarawy. Rafael Leao here. Rebic looking for Leao again. Di Ketelare towards Rafael Leao. Good save for the goalkeeper. Rebic, will he get the rebound? It's side netting.
He's at it again, Wes. He's at it again, Leao. He's causing issues, but that man is at it again as well. Patricio
is at it with those saves. He's long-limbed, the man from Portugal.
He looks like an octopus in goals at the moment with all the movements he's doing. He seems to have two sets of hands.
If only they'd given them a big time Rue Patricio.
There's still time.
There's still time. There is still time.
After today, he could get one.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Well, Spinazzola looking to stand over this free kick. Stifler looking to deliver that ball forward. El Shaarawy. It's headed down. It's Wijnaldum. He clips one into the back post looking for Dybala. Sometimes you can be a little bit too aggressive going ball hunting. You've got to be careful. Smalling wins it back. Rui Patricio.
He wants to come outfield a bit now. He's feeling so confident, Patricio.
Just a bit. Just a bit. Here's Rebic forward towards Divock Origi. Origi to Rebic. Matic intercepts it, finds Wijnaldum. El Shaarawy stops the ball dead and then looks to move it on forward. Calabria intercepts it. Back it goes.
They're both trying to isolate the wings, I think, a little bit more than the last game, Wes, but
certainly are. Dybala with a double touch in field. Finds it in towards Gini Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum stops himself, tries to get the ball into the box. Corner ball.
Good play. Look, they're still filling each other out. The first 20 minutes are always kind of cagey, and I think anybody is going to understand that, but corner kicks have been vital today, so let's see how this one goes.
Ball into the box, looking for Abraham's header. Cleared away. Mancini back into the box, looking for El Shaarawy again, but ball is cleared away once more. Rafael Leao. Good footwork from Rafael Leao.
Oh, beautiful.
Give and go with Origi. Double touch. Di Ketelare. Origi. It's cleared away again by Ibanez.
It's just good defending, really, isn't it? Setting his defensive line, even when he was out of shape.
Absolutely.
Just got back in the nick of time. Leao is causing mayhem.
There's Benacer in towards the back post. Patricio's there again. Patricio forward, looking towards Dybala. Ball's going through the gears here. Brilliant football from AC Milan. Benacer and Cecchino looking to work his way infield and looking to just make inroads and put this Stifler defensive line under pressure, but instead the ball is cleared away again by Stifler. And he's won the ball back high up the field. El Shaarawy to Pellegrini. Soft pass there, and Kalulu takes that one away. Benacer, Rebic.
Cecchino's just that one pass away, I think, from carving open.
It really seems it. Really seems it. But I think both teams are seconds from disaster. They really are at this point in time. They're leaving so many pockets to open up and play in that it's just a case of who capitalised on the space. Is Abraham looking for Dybala?
Yeah, Milan are looking like the more aggressive of the teams, but Roma will be happy, as we said at the very, very start of kickoff there. The longer this game drags out, they'll still be in with a shot of getting a goal. So
absolutely,
don't discount that.
Absolutely. Benacer, Raffaello, De Ketelare in towards Origi. Rebic looking for Origi, back towards Antti Rebic. Good block from Smalling. Has to be made.
Listen, he just said to Patricio, have a break there, you're saving enough. And Smalling goes back on the line and diving header saves that, I think it was, Wes.
Yeah, he's like, I've got this covered. It's fine. Don't rest your hands for a minute. Like, you've done enough already.
That was an incredible goal line save there. Cecchino's probably wondering, what do I need to do to score here? He has been the aggressor in the first game here, or in the second game, I should say, in the first half of game 2. Tomori's up for this, just trying to maybe get a knock on, but Smalling, you can see now that Smalling is aware of that.
Patricio's come flying out of his goal there, and Tomori, if he'd have got the clean flick on, could have been big trouble there for Roma. Instead, the team now is able to reset. Here's Tonali. De Ketelare goes for a long ranger. We've seen that before from Cecchino.
Yeah, just a bit too much power, that's all. But maybe keep Stifler honest there with whether he needs to push out a bit more aggressively there, because he was happy to let him just have that shot, and it was the right decision, but it could have gone in top corner just as easily.
Ball out wide to Rebic again. Ball into the back post. Look for Origi! It's that man again!
It is him. He's making his name known. He's putting his name in the big lights, and he's polishing the boot of the assist.
That is a wonderful
ball in, a wonderful goal, and I think he's deserved it, Cecchino. I mean,
it's been great work from him.
Yeah,
he's
been so patient knocking on the door. I've said it before, and I'll probably say it again, but he's been knocking on that door. He just recycles the ball. There's the killer pass.
Yeah,
gets it from out wide.
Wonderful ball into the back post. Origi's, to be fair, that defender, I think it was Ibanez, is just caught flat-footed.
Yeah, he is.
Can't get his body shape correct to jump. And instead, it's Divock Origi's to win in the air.
Oh, it's inches, isn't it?
It's as easy as a tap-in as you'd need.
Well, we saw a similar goal that Carito conceded in the first game. That back post, kind of when the ball is in that flight, it's very hard to deal with it as a defender. And you've seen the same outcome here. And Milan now will take that break and just reassess if they get to half-time, that is. To just reassess and calm themselves down a little bit, Wes, because they have looked very, very, very strong.
They certainly have, and again, it's AC Milan's here, and again, if you're talking about permutations of goals, each goal at this point in time is vital, because looking at how that affects it now, with that goal, AC Milan now leapfrog Monaco.
Up to 5th, Wes.
Exactly, but hold that thought as Pellegrini goes into the back post. Brilliant block there by Kaya.
Again, it's a similar chance, isn't it? We saw in the very first matchup between Monaco and Barca, we saw kind of a similar tactic of switches. In this game, it seems to be that back post that they're looking for the whole time. So it's interesting to see the different play styles of the players as well.
Absolutely.
Stifler has to go, he has to kind of go for this a little bit more aggressively now, I think.
He's going to have to break the shackles a little bit off of his own gameplay here. Ketelare, Matic intercepts it, finds Wijnaldum, El Shaarawy. Tries to shift it onto his right foot, and instead he's giving the ball away.
Oh, this is dangerous.
It's a 3-on-3 here. If Rafael can get in and on goal, instead Spinazzola.
Oh my days!
Will run it all the way out for a corner.
They'll take that though, rather than having Leao straight in on goal.
Absolutely, they will. It just provides AC Milan with another opportunity to put it into the box here. Ball goes in. Patricio with the punch clear. Dybala heads it clear. Tonali, Calabria. Spinazzola intercepts it. Launched, the ball clear. Goes all the way back to
That's very calm defending.
Sometimes in the heat of battle, Barry, sometimes you need that calmness, that presence of mind.
Just to kind of reset yourself, reset the team, get them up the pitch.
Yeah, just give yourself a minute just to get yourself back into defense mode or into attack mode. Sometimes you just need that. It goes wide to Kalulu, towards Benacer. It's won back though by Roma. Here's Paulo Dybala. Dybala looking for a brilliant ball across the box. It would have been, but instead it is AC Milan back on the charge here. Benacer looking for layout. Back heels it to Benacer. Benacer. De Catalan. It's gone out.
Too much power on that. But still, nice break. A nice break. And the thing I'm looking at Cezinho here, he's taking that extra pass, but he's also taking that extra dribble or two, which sometimes you quicken it up a little bit too much. You don't let the play develop. He's letting everything kind of develop and then assessing what's open for him, and it's kind of working.
He's certainly, but the ball's going to be moved sweetly there by Roma, but just ran out of real estate. Al-Sharawi looked to latch onto that, and instead
Mike was aware of that. He was out of the traps early.
Certainly was. Here's Rebic looking backwards, and Wijnaldum wins it. Up towards Abraham. Abraham gets it under his spell, but can't send it to Dybala. Rafael, Tonali, Kalulu. Tonali with the driven pass. In transition, it helps so much to move up the field, but Roma intercept it. There's not long left here. I don't think that's going to get it done. From a Roma perspective, they're going to need to do a little bit more than that. Here's Abraham.
It's very muddled in the middle of the field, isn't it? And I think that Stifler's gonna have to try something different.
Certainly is.
Cezinho will be happy with this pattern of play where he's just going forward and back and forward and back.
If the ball doesn't go out, if the ball doesn't go out of play, the clock will just keep ticking. So the more it's in the air, the easier it is for Cezinho to just take this game away from Stifler. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Is that the longer it stays in this type of method or this type of game, the better it is for Cezinho. Ball goes forward and Tonali intercepts it again, just breaks everything up in that midfield position. And the ball goes through to Origi. He's onside here. It's Divock Origi. He's turned in field. Plays it out to Rafael. Smalling's been taken out of position in the middle here. De Catalare, and that's a penalty given. It's a penalty for AC Milan.
It's the right call, I think, as well. He just wrong-footed the defender there, and the defender was crossing over. It's more unfortunate. I think it's Matic, is it? I think it was Matic that gave away. And now we've got Leao in front of this. You could see the possession stat there that just flashed up. 68% possession from Cezinho, which it kind of does tell the tale, doesn't it? That he's just been so comfortable in possession, throwing the ball around and in complete control when he has possession of the ball. So
absolutely.
Stifler's going to have to go for it now.
And that's it. Possession is paramount in these types of pressure situations where, as we said, for these two teams especially, it is for every other team that's here. For these two teams especially, points are everything at this point in time.
Well, the thing is Patricio going to be another heroic save, pull off another heroic save here, Wes? He has been the hero all day for Roma, but this might be even a bit too much for him to stop.
Well, we'll have to find out the answer to that, and whether it'll be a case that Cezinho will extend his lead, or will
see the tactics
be
here
denied.
And he's still trying to isolate Leao, because even if he doesn't score here, he probably will get another chance. And Stifler could still get a chance or two, as there's still a bit of time left. It just takes a couple of minutes.
want to be careful about the team strength, about being 24-30.
Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 12.
Well, let's see. But Rafael, well, we'll see who it is. It's going to be Krunic up against Patricio.
He's not taking it with Leo.
Let's have a look and see.
He's pointing the keeper.
Let's find out. Krunic goes down the middle. Gamesmanship aplenty there.
That's a big swing.
And you'll also hear the animation and probably see the animation from Roma's contingent there, who know that the possibility there to get a goal is possible.
Oh, beautiful.
Volpato, Darbo. Volpato looking for Dybala. Smalling wins the header, but it's into traffic again. Origi just trying anything to keep the ball forward. AS Milan. El Shaarawy, though, looking to break free here for Roma. El Shaarawy pulls back.
And it's anywhere will do now, anywhere at all. You can get the ball out of your half is good enough.
Absolutely, indeed.
From an AC Milan perspective.
Ibanez, Darbo, Dybala, Volpato, Abraham. Abraham looks for the strike. It's ricocheted up into the air, and Franco will get it clear. Is Rafael Leao. Ooh, you can see what was meant to be done, but it's put him into trouble.
He was trying to touch and go, but he didn't peel away quick enough and nearly got intercepted. This is the last chance, you would say, Wes, depending on injury time, which we might have a few minutes.
Ci sarà un minuto di recupero.
1 minute on the clock, so there's not long left,
No,
and I don't think there'll be another chance here.
Leao was still chasing every single thing.
And in a very tightly contested game, Cezinho takes it 1-0.
He wasn't meant to rue that chance. I think if they got if Stifler had scored an equaliser goal there, an equalising goal there, Cezinho would have had a bit of pressure on why he didn't pick a side and just go. But look, penalties are a bit of a lottery, Wes, anyway, aren't they?
They are.
I mean,
they certainly are.
A bit of mind games and a bit of a lottery.
And I think looking at the balance of that game, it was all AC Milan.
Yeah, it
really
was. I mean,
was.
I'd be interested to see the possession stats there, Wes, because I'd say that Cezinho looked probably one of the most comfortable players today with the ball on his feet.
You see there, like chances like that, for example, where it was Smalling blocks it and takes it away from him. You know, you can see that Stifler knew he was in a battle. But it's this ball, beautiful ball in. Origi just towering. The minute he gets that leap, it's the old, it's the old Michael Jordan. You can't let him take off, because the minute he takes off, you're in danger.
Yeah,
that's it. It's too late. Once he's in the air, you are up against it, and
that's a very, I would say, that's a very, very mature performance from Cezinho, I think.
It was professional.
Yeah,
he knew what he needed to do.
Very
got
mature.
The ball, got the goal that he needed, and rode his luck where he needed to.
And I think now, even if we are looking at the table, Wes, that puts a little bit of a space between them. Even, with the next game, we've got AS Roma at 12 points there. Milan now sitting on 17, as far as I can see.
Yeah, so even if the result goes against them, Milan know that they're over the top of Monaco, and they know that Roma can't catch them. So even if Roma do pull off a victory here, whereas as by my powers of deduction and my powers of figuring out who's not played yet, it's going to be Naples versus Roma. Even if Roma win, the only thing that it really does, actually, from a perspective, is it pulls away from Inter, and then it really bunches up that, as we said, that second group of teams. So, as a neutral, you're probably pulling for a Roma victory. If you're Roma, you're probably pulling for a Roma victory. And if you're AC Milan, you're probably pulling for an AC Milan victory at this point.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, I think that's a big result there. That was a huge result there. It was he controlled the game, took the chance when he got it. Yeah, I was a bit lucky with the chance, but you need luck at this level as well. It's not just all about what you do with the pad. You need a little bit of luck and things to go your way sometimes. And Cezinho was definitely worth the victory there. But this is going to be an interesting one between Naples and Arma, because Arma, I mean, he's got a big reputation as being a very, look, he's a flair player, Wes, really. I mean, he's a class act. And I do think that this could be a case where, do we see, what they were missing in Matchday 4 now again? A reminder that we're seeing Irma here, who is able to do anything with the controller, and they did miss him in matchday 4.
Yeah, absolutely. But you take your captain away from any team, it's going to affect it. Looking on the other side of the fence, of course, Naples, again, former European champion winner in terms of with Euro 2020.
Yeah, knows
his way around the console, knows his way around the controller. Will need to put a big performance in here. Because again, if they do, if AC Milan win here, puts them up to 20 points. It puts a lot of real estate between them and the danger of being in that bottom 2 position. So, again, there's a lot to be played for.
They've got a tough match day 6, haven't they? I think they're playing Bayern.
They got Bayern on match day 6. So
that's going to be, these points here, these 3 points could be huge going into against Bayern.
You talk about moments in tournaments and moments in competitions. This is one of them. As we'll see them start off from left to right, AC Milan. From right to left, it's AS Roma. It's Rebic to Bakayoko. Macic intercepts it. Dybala. Tamori wins it back. Finds Benacer. Origi. Rebic looking for Origi again, but Rui Patricio's ball has to be taken away here. Calabria forward. Pellegrini, El Shaarawy, Pellegrini, Matic, Wijnaldum, Dybala, Abraham, Matic, good save for the keeper. It's not over yet for danger. Dybala, double touch from him. It's run all the way to the pass. Oh, it's horrendous.
Wes.
Power bars were there. There's nothing more. There's nothing more that AC Milan could do there.
No. It's just a collision of players. It's just running it into the box, and it just can't be cleared in time.
Animation and all sorts contribute to that type of goal.
Look, it's a lovely build-up in terms of the original chance.
But that
was amazing. But that is
a comedy of errors.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate goal.
Sadly, nothing Naples could have done to stop that from happening.
No, I think so. I mean, that double touch there was beautiful, bit of trickery. He kind of fake shot it in, and he's just trying to clear it. And both players don't want to take it.
You see Stifler's reaction, even he knows, and I think he's probably trying to cover a wry smile there.
Yeah, I think so.
I think even he knows that
these things happen. I mean, we've only seen one of those goals like that today, so they do happen.
And some would argue that you have to put the ball in that place for that to happen.
Yeah,
so
the double touch was a lovely bit of skill as well.
Absolutely, it was. I don't think I'll be winning goal of the day anytime soon. As Matic clears it away.
Look, it's early. It's early. That, Naples won't panic. He's not going to panic just yet. He's got time, and he can get back into this straight away. If he just keeps calm, keeps patient. There's a lot to play yet, Wes. There's a lot of game left here.
There's a lot of time. There's a lot of real estate. There is a lot of everything to play with here. Raffaello to Benacer. Back to Raffaello, into the box looking for Rebic, cleared away by Smalling, only as far as Bakayoko. Ball is cleared away there by Mancini, only as far as Tonali though, it's a bad giveaway. Anti Rebic, control shot, big save from Rui Patricio. What a save.
Patricio's up to his old tricks again.
It was a manual save of epic proportions.
I mean, this just seems like a dream team between Patricio and the Roma boys here. I mean, they've just have full control of Patricio in those areas, and he looks so hard to beat, Wes, from those positions.
He is. Seemingly so. As the ball goes into the box, the header's on! And that is your first curse of the commentator today.
I said, the curse of the commentator, and it is Tamori.
Fikayo Tamori with the header.
And we haven't seen a direct header or a direct ball go in like that from corners. It's all been kind of tactical, kind of knock-ons and stuff like that. But look, maybe some will feel that, now we've got the tie in our hands. Look, we had the early goal, which was kind of a bit of a messy one, and that's been kind of a bit of a lottery one. Not much that Roma could have done there to set. They didn't fall for the trap of using a knock-on. Tonali fizzed it in. Game on, Wes, game on.
Absolutely, game on indeed. Brilliant header from Fikayo Tamori. And Naples will be delighted with that.
Well, what can I do? And, it's a corner, so you have to...
It's a fizzed-in corner, though.
Yeah, it was a bullet of a shot or a ball in. It's a 7 to the competition, Wes.
Indeed it is. Naples just, again, as we said about AC Milan, that it's more questions than answers again. I hate to say it about them because, again, they you know, as much as you try and take on speaking to these players and getting to know them and things of that nature, that's one thing. But you can only judge them based on their results.
Yeah.
And as much as we can hear, oh, we like to play in this fast pace, and you know, we like to keep the ball and we like to do all these things. The reality of it is that actually the results haven't really been there for the last couple of match days. Have just not been there. And even today, you know, you're looking at it here. I mean, it would be a 7-point haul, which would probably be one of their best results in quite a few weeks. Ball goes forward to El Shaarawy though. Roma will not be done yet.
Defending again. It's just to stay in the game. That's the big thing, and not let the head drop. None of these guys really do that anyway. It's just, it can be hard sometimes when you do concede like that. You know, both players, like when you concede like that, it can be hard to pick yourself back up again. Even if it might not show it, it can be a bit frustrating.
It's the mentality of staying in the game. That's the reality of it. As the ball goes in, looking for Dybala, and it's Spinazzola. Ball goes out for a Roma throw.
They're even doing the tactics now on the
throws. Yeah, genuinely
trying to get any inch.
It's marginal gains is what it is that I'll be looking at here. As Pellegrini looks to deliver the ball in. He's giving the ball away to Divock Origi, Sandro Tonali, Rafael Leao, Benacer, Origi wins it back. Here's Sandro Tonali, of all people. Tonali in on goal. Pulls it back, Origi, it's the post!
Cracks off the post.
You could tell there was not the trust there with Naples for Sandro Tonali.
Yeah, with Tonali probably found himself in no man's land, didn't he? But he did well to recycle the ball and get a good chance.
He did indeed. He did very well to recycle it. Ball has not gone yet though. Tonali looking forward and Pellegrini will intercept. Finds El Shaarawy. Wijnaldum looking to pounce it. Calabria intercepts it and will clear that ball away. It's gone all the way forward. It's gone all the way through to Mancini, and Rui Patricio nearly caught in possession there. Here's Bakayoko to Benacer. But beautiful ball over Rafael Leao with the back heel. Smalling will run it out for a corner.
I don't know what Roma are doing at the back. They look absolutely shell-shocked there since the goal went in, I think, Wes.
They're looking
just
like
no one seems to be taking control of the ball.
You're going to have to lacking here. Ball into the box, and Patricio will gather it this time. Patricio forward. Abraham with the flick on. Dybala. Tamori intercepts it. Finds Origi. Finds Rebic. Leao. Tonali. Back towards Rafael Leao. Spinazzola intercepts it. Abraham looking for the flick on as El Shaarawy on his left. He's found him with the header. It's El Shaarawy trying to dink it into the back post, looking for Dybala. And instead, it's coming back the other way again from AC Milan. Here is Origi. Origi to Benacer. Benacer gets away with one there, finds Tonali, and Smalling will clear. 2 minutes left of stoppage time. Is Abraham. El Shaarawy. Abraham. Looking back towards Dybala. Will he win the header? He won't, up against Calabria. Tonali across. Rebic. Forward towards Origi. Origi gets there ahead of Smalling. Divock Origi. Benacer. Tonali. And there it goes for half-time.
That seems to be the path forward, though, is that extra pass that Naples is looking for there. So it is going to be interesting to see if Irma is going to switch things up a little, because I think he's conceding a lot of possession in those dangerous areas, and I think he's looking to catch him on the counter, and that could come back to haunt him if Milan go 2-1 up. And it's an interesting team selection as well from Roma, because they do not have... They have player of the week, Dybala, in there, just as always. But obviously Leao, you're not going to not play Leao as the big time, because he's probably one of the best that they've released of that card. So
absolutely, I think certainly in terms of power players to have at your disposal, that is one of them.
Bit of rough stuff there, mixing it up, and the players are starting to feel the pressure of the real players here, I think, because it is ratcheting up a little bit, Wes, in this second half.
certainly is. They know what's at stake. That's the like the unquantifiable thing that you have to look at here is Dybala. It's that pressure that you know of what is at stake for both of these two teams. For one, it's to extend their lead away from Monaco. The other one is to catch up to Monaco.
Yeah, Monaco will be like in a spot of bother as well with these results in terms of they'll probably don't want to get, you know, into a dogfight there as well of getting those top 6.
If you look there, as you'll see, just a glance over, if you have only just joined us, first of all, where have you been? Second of all, there is all the results on the left-hand side that you'll see on your screen. Is Divock Origi. Origi looking into back post, looking for layout. Pellegrini will intercept Tonali. Bakayoko. Rafael Leao again. Rebic on towards Tonali. Tonali looking to dink it in for Benacer, but
Roma's getting a little... Just wants probably to sit on more of the ball, I'd say, Wes. That's probably what he's thinking. He's thinking, look, I need to get on the ball a little bit more. But here we go, he's off.
Just offside from El Shaarawy.
I think Milan, what a lot of people might not realise is Milan have one of the best cores of the teams, especially at this collective strength where the players are all kind of balanced the way the teams, you know, or the teams are balanced the way the players actually want them to be, and trained up exactly how they want them to be.
Well, certainly, like we said, with the likes of, you know, that if you were to call it almost the defensive triangle, they have Kaya, they have Tomori, and they have Tonali.
Yeah.
Not to mention then they've got Benacer that will back them up. It's a very strong unit, but it can be got at, as we have seen from multiple different match days already. That unit can be got at. Spinazzola goes long, finds Stefan El Shaarawy. Neat take from the Italian. Abraham to El Shaarawy, double touches. Kalulu brings him down, nothing given by the referee.
It looked mostly all ball.
Looked mostly all ball. I think if you're a Roma fan, I think they'll be saying something slightly different at that point.
Oh, that was
an
important interception there.
Ball is cleared away. Nemanja Matic. It's 25 in-game minutes left of match day 5 of the eFootball Championship Pro. And it is between AC Milan and AS Roma. It is Roma versus Naples. And this is our closer of the show. There's Tonali. Rafael Benacer looks long, looks to find Rebic, but too long for him.
Yeah, there was 2 overlaps on there. He took the option that looked more beneficial, but it didn't pay out. Or pay off, I should say.
There's layout looking back in. Nemanja Matic intercepts it, finds players there. Wijnaldum back again. Tomori intercepts it. 19 in-game minutes left. This clock will not stop ticking. Rebic off of Origi. It's just too intricate pass. Even for Benacer.
Roma just needs to keep calm a little bit because there's still a chance or two here for him, I think. If he can just get the ball up into those 3 players at the top. They've been kept fairly quiet apart from, you know, like a few chances that they've had, Wes, but it's easier said than done.
Absolutely.
You know, it's easier said than done. These guys have played against each other, you know, practiced against each other on the whole circuit, and it's going to be something that they've seen everything before, you know what I mean? They've seen everything that you can throw at them.
And that's the beauty of it. They've already seen everything that they can throw at them, so now you've got to figure out, what can I dig out of a bag of tricks here that you've never seen? And that in itself is this quandary that they have. They've got to find a way to break that cycle.
Yep. Well, it could be a set piece. It could be, you know, a breakaway. It could be a quick counter. There's still chances here for both of these guys, I think.
Numero 8. Numero 12. Lasciano il campo per
Not long left here.
il numero 7.
Cut back to the action.
Il numero 33. Cambio di giocatore.
15 in-game minutes here. Rafael with the ball. Naples trying to lead his team forward. Instead, it'll be Irma coming back the other way, but he's given the ball away. But Pellegrini has got a decent interception there, but Nadley will take it forward. Franks. Rafael Leao. Dispossessed again by Darbo. Is Nemanja Matic. Back to Darbo. Pellegrini.
Breaks down again.
Naples trying to charge forward here. Rafael Leao. Spinazzola blocked away. Abraham. Pellegrini has a man in space. It's El Shaarawy.
It's the pace at the back as well that they have.
I think you shared the same frustration that Roma did there, Barry. Absolutely.
I'm just saying that it's just the pace at the back, isn't it? That
it is.
It's
although free kick given.
Here we go.
Prime real estate.
Could go under the wall here, Wes. We've seen Osterbuch do it in the competition, and I might chance that myself.
You can go
he's
up, over, or around.
He was thinking it. He was thinking it.
He's thinking, but you have so many different ways that they can strike this ball. It's going to go short, maybe. No, he went under the wall instead.
But I was thinking he would, but it just didn't pan out for him. And look, that's the chance you take with under the wall. If the wall jumps too late, it doesn't clear it, you know?
Absolutely.
Milan will look just to get one more chance.
Leao, Krunic, looking back for Leao. Either one of them will be looking for a chance here. Either one of them will.
Well, if that had went in, the roof would have been lifted out of the place.
I think so.
Even though it's the last game, one of the last kicks of the game.
Ball through, Divock Origi, Krunic, Leao, Origi, flicks it back, Rafael Leao. Oh, it's a brilliant strike save again. Better save from Rui Patricio.
Man, this guy is insane. And it's the reactions of the keeper when they manually switched him. Like the save from Leao out there, that's beautiful interlink.
Yeah, brilliant play.
What a save though, Wes, again. That manual save has saved Roma, I think, a lot of goals today. And Patricio, I mean, he deserves the praise as well.
He certainly does. He's been absolutely phenomenal for Roma. But we are into the last dregs of this game. So an AC Milan corner into the box looking for Tomori, heading back post, and it's down into the ground, and it does not find the back of the net.
That would have been a sting in the tail, wouldn't it, at the end?
Very much so, it would have been.
He's pushing up now, though. He has to go for this.
And both players will know the importance of the game, if not already. Ball's going to go clear. That's the last action. That is the final whistle. We end on a draw between Naples and Roma. And I'm not really sure, Barry, as to who that benefits more.
I don't actually know myself. I would say Milan would be happy with that, though, Wes.
I think what you're looking at
2 draws and a win.
2 draws and a win. That's 5 points.
I think they'll be happy with that. We'll just double check, but I do think that
gets them above Monaco by 2 points, and Roma's still in with a fighting chance. They're only 3 points now behind Monaco, so they will certainly need some help there. But
Milan, I think, will be more important for them to have climbed above Monaco.
I think that's a better. Yeah, that's a much needed tonic that they needed,
because they have a tough matchup against Bayern in Matchday 6.
Yeah,
if I'm right, I think that's right.
Yeah.
So it's Milan versus Bayern and Inter versus Roma. So if Milan can get something there, which you would expect that they will.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you just saw the calamity of goals. So the calamity there of that goal. I don't think any player was anticipating that that's where that was going to end up, but it somehow did, Harry.
Yeah, somehow it did, Wes. That was a very, very tight affair. As you can see, throughout games 1, 2, and 3, just a whole load of ones. It almost looks like binary there at the bottom of the screen.
Very much so.
Great to see Irma back as well. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it to Matchday 4. Definitely not what he would have been expecting out of himself. Always expects to get the win, but credit to AC Milan, as you said. Since Matchday 1, where they got 9 out of a possible 9, our standards for them have always been very, very high. Now they're starting. This would be a big galvanising boost for them to pick up more points along the way. It's going to be huge for them going forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's again, in terms of points hauls, I think it's, yeah, if you look and kind of do the maths between what we've seen today, since those 9 points on Matchday 1, they've only had 2 points out of the rest of those match days. They picked up 7 today. So you look at that as the swing. they're going to be delighted with their performances.
Yeah, looks very inviting for AC Milan, and I think it's only fair we hear from the man who helped them towards a fantastic performance today. I believe Barry is in the mix zone with Sassinho.
Thanks, Harry and Wes. We are here with Sassinho. I mean, firstly, congratulations. A great performance with the all-Italian tie that we had up today. I mean, you're surely happy with your own performance, but that as well of your teammates.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy about my victory, but I'm sad about the draws of my teammates because I think we deserve more points. Maybe 7 points is okay, but 5 points, okay. Now we have to think to the next match day.
Yeah, and you're obviously happy, like, you know, to score a few goals in that. But I want to ask you about Rafael Leao. Obviously, was a big boost for you guys this week. Was that something that you were really happy with? Like, did he have much of an impact this week when you were choosing your team?
Yes. When we received this card, I'm very happy. We are very happy because it's a great card, and you see on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he had an immediate impact, obviously, for you. I mean, it must be fun to play with him. But looking ahead then at Matchday 6, right? You've got a tough one up against Bayern in the last match, or in Matchday 6, sorry, next 2 weeks' time or around that. So, I mean, what are you going to do to prepare for that? You said you were a bit disappointed not to get more points today. Is that something that could kind of fuel you for the next match day?
It will be a difficult match, one of the most difficult matches in this competition. So we have to study good our opponent, the team, and we have 3 weeks, so we have to train a lot. We have to improve our level, even if we played 3 good matches today.
Okay, well, congratulations again to you and the team, all right? And best of luck in the future. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. Always great to hear from Sassinho, of course. They'll be the happier of the two clubs today, Wes, as we take a look at some of the results we've seen here on Matchday 5. As we just saw, Roma, only 2 points for them this matchday. They would have been expecting a little bit more than that with the return of their captain, Irma. I'm just doing this a bit different because Semra's given me the keys. We'll go in reverse order.
Go on.
Match 3, Bayern against Arsenal, the battle of the top 3. 6 points for Bayern. That's a huge motivating factor for them going forwards to know that they can hang with other top 3 sides. Match 2, we saw, again, more misery compounded for Inter. The only silver lining is that we saw Merriman score his first point of the competition, despite being a top 10 goal scorer, by the way. Very strange anomaly in that regard. And then match 1, the honours were even between two clubs with around 5 or so world titles between them.
Yeah,
so
just the 5.
Just the 5. Any standout performance from you today?
I think the standout is, you know, you talked about anomalies. The one that just sticks out there, if you just point down to match 2, where you see the number 7 and 1.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically where it is. Kilzu was on fire today.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of having that new big-time Rashford, he used that to absolute effect. I don't know about you, Barry. Obviously, your first day in eFootball Championship Pro. What stuck out for you?
Everything. But in terms of the matches, I think, you know, talking to Sassinho there, I mean, he was saying he was a bit disappointed not to get more points. I think, you know, the Milan game was actually a good one to close it out with, but I think Bayern as well, they answered a lot of questions today. You saw in the interview I did with Jose, he was kind of a little bit chippy about, you know, I'm a complete player, I'm not just a defensive player. So, 6 points for them, and that was a huge tie for them there today. That was a huge match day that they would have probably penciled in when they saw it and seen. And said, yeah, we need more points from that.
We can take a look at the damage it's done to the league table. Coming into today, this was a completely different picture. Barcelona still top, but now you have Bayern, Arsenal and United all still in very hot pursuit. You said it midway through the commentary, Wes. It's sort of been split in half now with the top 4 and the bottom 4. The problem is that bottom 4 is a bit like musical chairs, and you don't want to be found out without a chair when the music stops. I'm stealing your adage from a couple of weeks ago.
But yeah, absolutely, and that's that. It's that danger now where you have the split of the two parts of the league, shall we say, but then you've even got the 2 splits of that league at the bottom, because you're looking now, those 2 teams have got to play each other. Roma, realistically, on match day 6, could sink into without a trace, and that'll be it. It just depends on the results that day. That's how bad it's now got for FC Inter. Of course, you're looking up the table, though. Monaco will still be happy they're in that top 6. Like I said, Manchester United have now fallen into that little bit of a slipstream between Arsenal and Bayern, and Barcelona. Although they lost their donut in the loss column, they're still 4 points ahead going into the next match day.
Yeah, and I would say as well that just looking at that, I mean, if I go back to AC Milan because it's probably fresh, but
the optics of being above Monaco at this stage is huge, and I think that they'll carry that in and try and pick up points wherever they can pick them up and get them wherever they can, right? But also, as well as that, you know, the shackles kind of came off with Kilzu today for United. We also had, you know, Roxa kind of stumbling a little bit, but still, I mean, coming up against top class opponents is always going to be difficult. So
interesting you mentioned Roxa somewhat stumbling a little bit today. He was within the top 3 goal scorers entering today. We honestly always mention him when this table comes up. No goals today means he drops out of that top 3, now sitting in 5th position. We can take a little closer look, I should say, at our top 3, which is we have a new entry here at number 3. Kills you, thanks to the small amount of 7 he scored today. It now sits in 3rd place between former teammate Uzmak Abil and Eterito, still on top with 16.
Yeah, and again, it was a lot. If you were talking about like an MVP of a match day, he takes that without a trace, because his performance was superb. And United as a whole, as we said, and we went to at length within the commentary, they used their big-time player absolutely to the nth degree, and they were so good with it. And then, as you said, we always mention Merriman at this point. We always mention him so he's finally got a point to his name and still in the top 10. It's just like, that is an anomaly amongst all of those players.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at some of Kilju's goals we saw today, Barry. An incredible performance from the young Frenchman. He just was able to fire them in almost at will against his opponent today.
Yeah, well, I mean, do we have time to see them all? Because I have a plane to catch sometime. But no, look, he's a cool dude. There, we were interviewing him. I asked him, he wanted more goals. He would have scored as many as he could. So, as we said there, like it's all about scoring goals. They used Rashford well. They used the players they had at their disposal. And I mean, his confidence now, Wes, will have to be sky high, and that might filter on to the other lads as well for the shackles to come off. They're all due a big performance like that, and any of these players can do it. So he'll be delighted.
Well, let's compare some of our great performers here today. We saw fantastic performances from Jose and Kilzu, scoring 4 and 7 respectively. But Mestre involved in this as well, keeping Roxa to no goals at all. Not an easy task at all, whereas he's featured in our top 3 performers here today.
Yeah, game plan was the key. It was the switches between attacking biases. It was all of those little bits within the game that you saw from Mestre. That's what contributed to him nullifying Roxa. It was those tactical switches at the right time. And it was game management. It was gaming. It was knowing what Roxa's good at and just nullifying it. And at that point, yes, Roxa had his chances, maybe, but you still had to make sure that you clamp him down for all of those other options. And Mestre was fantastic for that today.
Yeah, Barry, of course, we have Jose and Kilzu as well. Just goals galore for them today.
I can echo what Wes said there. I mean, I know I said, Roxa might have stumbled a little bit, but I don't think he did really anything wrong. It was not his performance. It was just that Mestre was firing on all cylinders. Roxa hit the crossbar as well, but look at the stats of the lads there. I mean, we talked about Kilzu's goals, but Jose and Mestre, I mean, such complete players. I mean, there's no weakness in their game defensively, and then when they start scoring goals and being able to nullify opponents of Roxa's skill level, it's scary.
It really is scary. We've seen the league table, we've seen the top goal scorers thus far. We now have a chance to have a look at our next match day, which is where all of that can change. And we'll go for a bit of back and forth here, Wes. I want you to open us up with United versus Monaco. That's an absolute huge game for both of those clubs.
I was going to say, how long have we got? Because literally, you talk about the personal relationships between players, and you talk about transfers that have happened. You have to forget, all of Manchester United's representatives are former representatives of AS Monaco. Yeah. There will be some axes to grind, let me tell you, in terms of their performances. They will want to go out there and do some damage. You've got, but as you said, you've also on the other side of that fence, you've got a 3-time world champ.
Absolutely. Game 2, Barry, Inter versus Roma. It's almost do or die time now.
Inter now, it is definitely do or die time for them. I mean, we talked about it today that we wanted to get a few points on the board from, but look, Inter will need to come out strong against Roma. They just have to go for it now, I think. They've nothing left to lose. And I think that they have a tough matchup again. It's another Italian tie, but it is going to be something that we keep an eye on, because Merriman has been scoring a lot of goals, but they just haven't been able to get results, and which puts points on the board. So that's going to be a bit of an issue for them.
Wes, Milan versus Bayern, game 3. We've seen Milan pick up some more points today, but Bayern, they are starting to move up those gears and, more importantly, move up the league table.
It's that efficiency that we've seen from Bayern Munich so often in previous iterations of this competition, previous competitions that those guys have been involved in. They're efficient, and when they get going, it's hard. It is hard to stop them. And AC Milan, as Barry was speaking to Cezinho, he knows how difficult this game's going to be, as does his teammates know how difficult this game's going to be. It'd be hard to split them. It would be hard to split them.
Come on then, Barry, let's round it out with Barcelona versus Arsenal, and that's European football royalty, right?
That is, and yeah, it's eFootball Championship Pro royalty as well at this stage, because these two teams, I mean, have been scoring goals for fun. I mean, look, Arsenal would be a little bit disappointed today that they came up against such a brilliant Bayern team, but I think when they dust themselves down, they watch back the clips and they say, yeah, look, you know, Matchday and Jose and, yeah, you know, the three boys had a fantastic performance against us as a team, got their tactics right. But Barcelona, again, they're sitting pretty at the top, right? They've still just done enough to keep clicking away with the points, keep ticking away up the leaderboard and stay there. I think, Wes, that's going to be fireworks, surely, with goals.
It's a
lot of
fitting main event.
Again.
That's what that is. It's a fitting main event to match day 6.
That it is. It will be the jewel in the crown, so to speak. Well, lads, a fantastic effort from you both today. Any final words after match day 5 now in the books?
No, just, you know, once the babysitter comes home on match day 6, I'll be happy. But no, actually, no, it's been great having Barry's expertise here. And again, it's been great to cast an event with yourself. And it's not been too bad having you as the host.
Yeah, and look, for my first match day, obviously I'll probably look back and be cringing later and all my friends sending me pictures of mistakes I made and what I should have said and didn't say. But look, it's been a pleasure doing it with you. You've made it super easy, and the football on show today as well is good. Look, it's always a bit of fun to watch a bit of eFootball, and yeah, special thanks to the two lads for making it so comfortable.
Well, thank you both. A fantastic effort today, as always. Make sure you stay tuned to the eFootball social so you can stay up to date with exactly what's happening. Next match day is going to be on May 13th. Mark your calendars. 3 weeks' time. You will not want to miss it. See you then.